What is up? Hello. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Happy Thursday. Usually finals Thursday, but weird feeling. KPMM not back just yet, but don't worry, folks. I know you keep asking, like, KP, when's it coming? When's it return? It returns tomorrow. Midweek muster will be back Friday. But we've got a lot of fun lined up regards to that. No, I decided to do something a little bit like Midweek Muster All-Stars, different format. We've got a winner stays on with a bunch of the crowned second place or maybe consistent semi-finalists of KPMM. So we've got winner stays on format, which is going to be kicking off with Beavers and Anatan. We've then also got Numadon as well as Louis MT lined up for today as competitors. And then after that, tomorrow, we've got Scatterbrained, we've got Wham. I'm seeing if we can get Lucifron, but it might be awkward to get Lucifron, so I'm going to see if we can get a backup person like Doom or someone. But the cool idea here is we are going to do a little bit of winner stays on, just to warm up back into things and get everyone hyped up and back into the flow. So I thought the cool way to do it would be to reward a lot of the people who've actually been either consistent in KPMMs or consistently at least posting deep. So, we invited a lot of the top people like Dumu, Vortex, Lucifron, etc. Not everyone had availability. We worked around it the best we can. I tried to balance it based on the fluidity of how often someone's been in finals to give them more options to potentially stay longer in the winner stays on format so they can win more money. But obviously with limited time, turnaround and scheduling, etc. There's only so much we can do to balance that perfectly. I think we've done a reasonable job. So Anno versus B, best of 5. These are all going to be BO5s. It'll be the first one today. And I think the boys... Yes, thank you, Anatan. We have got the map draft coming through. And we will start with Dry Arabia here, by the way. So we already have the new map draft for the new week KPMM posted. If you want to see that yourself, !Discord, join the Discord, you'll be able to see those details. Also, a reminder, guys, we do have room still on the opening KPMM week. Some people, they're a little bit worried about these crazy kids. They don't want to expose themselves until they know what's good and what's not. So there is still wiggle room for signups. I recommend going and doing that. It's an opportunity to play against probably a player that you're a big fan of or whatnot. And also, it's good practice in general, kind of getting used to dealing with civs in different variant situations instead of just spamming the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. So, I think we're literally just waiting on B 1 second. He knew the start time, so he should be here in just a moment. But $50 on offer, 35 for the winner, 15 for the loser. Just want to make sure everyone had a little bit of skin in the game, so worth their time. And it's best of 5, so it's actually pretty reasonable in that regard. If I could, if I made insane money, I'd love to be able to offer up players $50 per game. Maybe one day we'll get there, but I think most players have been pretty reasonable and understandable in that. They understand that there's only so much money going around, and it's good fun for them. It's good practice. A lot of them, it's good content as well, because obviously, we usually allow players to stream their POVs as long as they just give basic shoutouts. So it's been pretty nice. I think most of the people have been very receptive to the show matches. I think I'm sure what he's saying. One of them, it was actually I won't say his name, but one was no more show matches. I need a bit of time to process everything. So even in the case of all the top players, I would love to, but KP, dog, you're drowning us in show matches right now. I need some time to just try things. I was okay, that's fair enough. I think that's what a lot of players right now. Let me just get the draft loaded in, by the way, as we have got the players starting to pick. All right, we already have our map draft as well. So it looks like the band's going to be on Golden Heights and Relic River. I'm not too surprised with that. It's kind of in some ways weird, the maps they put in the rank pool. So we basically tried to be pretty accommodating to the ranked map pool for the opening here, just because people are learning a lot of new stuff anyway. So we actually have 5 out of 7 of the maps being ones that already exist in your ranked map pool, which should make it more accessible for a lot of people who aren't necessarily pro players to sign up for the KPMMs to kind of get a familiar experience. So go ahead, sign up. !KPMM. Actually, I don't know if that's been updated. 1 second, I'm probably going to need to update the link. Where is it? Yeah, so I'll be here, and then, oh, dude, I always forget this. Is it !adcom? Or editcom. It's editcom, right? KPMM. There's an error updating the command. Command does not exist. Wait, do you have to exclamation mark twice? Really? That's kind of dumb. Nope. But, do you know? You seem like you might know. Please and thank you, sir. If you don't mind. Oh, wait, no. No, I did it. Oh, yeah, I did it. Dude, I look like a grandpa right now. I can say, whippersnapper glass is not working too good. Okay, so Anatan and B, let's mark them in. Dude, interesting bans, by the way. China, of course, still getting banned. Knights Templar, Ottomans. The only new civ that got banned was the Sengoku Daimyo, which I find very intriguing because B now has the Tuklak as the opening pick. What? How does... Where did it begin with this? Like, how... In what world... Does... Malians get banned over Tuklak and Otto/Knights Templar when we've only got... You've got Frisian in there, and then you've got Gorge. Yeah, so, like, there's not even that much water map. I guess, like, the Knights Templar buffs might be good, is what they're trying to say to us here. That's kind of wild. Holy crap, I wasn't expecting that. I just need to make sure for when we're loading the game. Do we have the right... Yeah, we do. I didn't, like, have enough time to create an icon, like a logo. I thought about using the KPMM stuff. I guess, like, it's kind of like, in some ways it is KPMM. I don't know. I'm partially tempted to put it in the title. But, like, KPMM winner stays on. But, like, I didn't really market it as that. I don't know. So, like, it basically, because we did target the people that were KPMM participators, so it kind of is. And then I get to use all these fancy scenes instead, you know? Like, that, it was pretty good. It's tempting. Make new civs non-bannable. That spits in the face of competitive nature. You need to allow for a certain layer of banning. And technically, with the way we set it up, in each series, you should be able to at least see 2 new civs because you'll only get 3 bans each. I guess technically if they ban the same 3 civs, you only get to see 1 new civ. But the point is, like, China is still, I think, going to be a viable ban in a lot of people's eyes. So that then leaves probability of getting at least 1, if not 2 new civs through, possibly 3, depending on what they ban. Because remember, it goes ban, 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 pick, ban. Yes, we have changed the pick ban phase now. So we've introduced 3 bans at the start, simply because, like, the amount of picks, and also just to try and deal with the volatility of certain things being OP. Like, the pick ban format needed to change, and I think we've done it in the right direction. But, like, I think that's something we're going to try to be more experimental with KPMM, is actually changing the banning system so that we get a little bit more experimentation to see what does or doesn't work. Because I feel like right now, like, most of the time, there's very, very rarely any change to the pick ban system, and there's no longer an excuse for it now that we have 22 civilizations in Age of Empires 4. Like, you've got 22 civs. Legit. You can allow for additional bans now. Some people are not going to like that, but it's just like... The thought here is if you have enough bans, there's always going to be 1 or 2 broken picks that need to be banned. And that's just going to have to be the way. Because, like, if you don't facilitate for the really broken picks to be banned, then someone just gets an inherent advantage, especially in BF3s or BF5s. It's overwhelming. So, like, with this new format, the idea is, like, you know, there's always going to be some broken bans, and alongside that, there could potentially be 1 or 2 tailored bans. That's where you have a preferable system, so that people can still exude their own personal style of what they like to play, but they don't feel like they're all just copy and pasting the same draft exactly. Time for Haywire to come back. Hey, look at that. Roos might actually be good. At 22, I can't even play 1 good civ. There you go, dude. You just got, you know what you got to do? You got to sign up for KPMMs and then take it to the next level. You know, you give it a year or 2, like, you could be the next Anatan. How about that for a thought, man? Hairline and all. You could have it all. Reminder, by the way, guys. No, 1, ignore that bot. Get out of here. Bye. You're gone. Like, We don't need fake viewers. We get genuine people. Bye. So, reminder, by the way, sign-ups over for KPMM. Also, remember, we are working with OperaGX this month. So, if you want a free way of supporting the channel, make sure that you go across via our links, either in the panel, put in exclamation mark OperaGX, or click it when it pops up in chat. Download, create a free account, and that is actually a way that I can be financially supported by OperaGX, and it doesn't cost you guys a dime. But if you guys do have subs, please do throw them in there. We're going to have show matches today. Tomorrow, we've got KPMM kicking up again for Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. So plenty of reasons that you'll need to avoid ads. Also, I know a lot of you guys have Prime subs, and it is the start of the week. So, I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying. Where are the... Have they started yet? I don't think they have. I think my Civ picker that I had set up for them just bugged out. Maybe B is quickly restarting. Because the Civ picker bugged out hard for me. And then starting map Dry Arabia. So yeah, give me a second. Well, that's something I need to figure out actually, is the map location. That'll be fine. B is S tier? Hey, like I would say if you're in the top, what, 10, 16, like I think that's fair to say S tier. Like, dude, like, are you kidding me? We've got a mixture of, like, top-level players. We've got Anatown B, Louis MT, Numadon, Wham, Scatterbrained, and maybe Lucifer. I need to figure out if there's an extra person we can stew in there to make that possible. Because I might try and make it 4 show matches tomorrow. But, like, dude, like, if you don't think that's S-tier lineup, I don't know what you want from me. That's pretty pog. Do I get better monetization if we watch on YouTube or Twitch? So I think YouTube might generate more. Yeah, YouTube definitely generates more ad revenue per viewer. But like the thing I always say to people is open both. If you watch on YouTube, you can watch on Twitch as well. If you watch on Twitch and you want to give me a bit more money for free, watch on YouTube as well. Because YouTube has better ad revenue generation built into the system directly, is the argument. Then again, actually, like I need to dissect that further. I'm not even sure if it's as true as it was. I think that's just the after VOD effect. But like Twitch is infamous for giving really bad ad rev. But the idea is if you can centralize your viewership to Twitch, that data is more publicly accessible to sponsors. So then sponsors will be more likely to reach out to you about deals. So hopefully that kind of explains it a little bit. But like a perfect example is like, I mean, YouTube a live stream might generate these days maybe like between 50 and 25 pounds, which I don't know, it might actually be tighter than I thought with Twitch. Yeah, so like a perfect example of this would be if we go for Saturday when we have really, really good viewership, the ad rev gem was $44. To give you an insight. Interesting to see how China will perform. It's going to take time for people to weed out what does or doesn't work anymore. I think China has been nerfed. Whether I would say they're completely out of the game, I don't think so. I think taxes are still really good, but they definitely have got a bit of a nipple cripple, which they needed. So like, it might be that China slides more into like a tier Civ instead of an S tier Civ. House of Lancaster still feels like an S tier Civ, which is why it's like quite comical that Lancaster got through. I don't know about that one, dog, especially with Cliffside being in the map pool. But we do have a map where Pro Scouts might be viable. We've got Borderlands. Cole went Pro Scout and BC2. Sure, like China is still going to do Pro Scout. That's like, we already saw that and knew that. Like China and Shushi are probably always still going to do Pro Scouts for the time being because they need to figure someone else out. But other civs before, like French will probably... I think French players could maybe start considering not doing Pro Scouts. Whether they will or not, I'm not entirely convinced because the thing is, like, it's so cheap. it's so cheap to be able to just play Pro Scouts as French, so it might just be too good to resist. But we'll see. All right, boys are now in game. Looks like G1. What are we getting? Oh, I totally forgot. We need to pull down the hero stuff now as well, as our sponsorship with them is complete. And it was an awesome sponsorship. Good job, anyone who actually went ahead and backed the Heroes of My Magic card game, by the way. Those guys, they raised over €1 million in the end. And those will be releasing next year. So yeah, if you didn't get your hands on it, you wanted to, you'll still be able to in a different way. You just have to wait for release and pay a bit more. Is there a rule so we can see old Civ versus new? No, not for this one. We've done loads of those already, though, to be honest with you. We've done, I think, more show matches than everyone else combined. I don't think many people were running show matches, though, so... But, like, we kind of went a bit gung-ho. We done... Was it 6? 5 or 6? Maybe more. I'm trying to remember now. I think we done 6. So we've done 6 show matches where we had new versus new and old versus new and new versus old. Now we're going to get a good old-fashioned Ottoman Byzantine matchup. Okay. That's it. Wait, on Dry Arabia? That's a peculiar way to kick off a series, lads. And we have got some new civs in rotation, by the way. So Byzantines may be seen here, but we still got Sengoku for Anatan. He also has got the new House of Lancaster. And then for B, he's got Tuklak and Macedonian. So you may end up seeing actually quite a lot of new civs still. What's the crown next to your name? Oh, I think that's to do with the fan thing. So I guess that's based on like either talking or watching. I'm not sure. For a specific stream. You get another fancy thing next to your name when you give me money. You don't have to, though. French Pro Scouts is cheap and makes you safer? Yeah, but like the thing is, if you're playing an aggro civ against a more defensive civ, you have map control anyway. So it is actually inherently better to just go out on the sources of resources instead of staying at home. So like that's my argument for French potentially ignoring Pro Scouts. But the thing is, once again, it's just so cheap. Like you get Pro Scouts for the same price that everyone else pays Pro Scouts. But then on top of that, you can afford Wheelbarrow because of that discount. But that's where the contradiction comes, is because like if you're playing French and you can afford to go Pro Scouts, but then you also go Wheelbarrow, the contradiction there is like Wheelbarrow and Pro Scouts intertwine to debate what each do. Because the idea is like, if you're moving a lot, then you need to have Wheelbarrow. If you're not moving a lot, you don't need to have Wheelbarrow. And the idea with Pro Scouts is that your villagers should not be moving. Ergo, Wheelbarrow should inherently lose value when you go Pro Scouts. But I think the way French players typically justify it to themselves is because they go so many people on gold. And what is up, Kieran? I see you becoming a member of the family. Welcome to the Bird Fan Bud. Appreciate the membership. Curious about if people start dropping some civs considering there's 22. I think for a while you'll still see people just play a robust civ pool. But maybe with like another expansion or two that could start to happen. The problem is like unless you get new blood players in, all you're going to get is a situation where, well, these players already know the civs, so they're just going to still know the civs. So it's not that as much effort for them to upkeep as like other people would have, if that makes sense. One sec, I just realized I need to post out somewhere. Alrighty. Oh, can we get predictions up? Oh, we are so back. I just realized, let's pause the music go out. I remember this time. Woohoo. Oh, we are so back. That's right. KPMM about to return. So we thought it would be cool to get all of the big champions of midweek muster so far and smush them together for a winner stays on format. That's right. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We kick off the winner stays on format with two of the most present forces in the midweek muster. B and Anatan going at it in a BO5. Winner will stay on and face off against Numidan, and then winner of that will be up against Louis. It's going to be an epic one. And oh, one sec. No, I forgot something. Sorry, I just had to quickly switch over to my observing toolset so I can use my correct hotkeys, because we've been sweating it up. We've actually been enjoying the Crucible and the 1v1. The PvE rather, the 1v environment. I don't know if you guys have tried the Crucible yet. I highly recommend it. Unfortunately, right at this moment, I know it does have a bug, so be careful because it can accidentally reset your perk progress, but definitely worth getting into once that's fixed. So, Ottomans versus Byzantines, man. Kind of an El Clasico of history and actually starting to become one in game. I think it's a little bit more even these days than it used to be. There was a time where Byzantines just completely annihilated Ottomans. I think in more recent times, Ottomans have been good at shutting down Byzantines and starving them off the map. But we are in a new meta, folks. Things have changed. Pro Scouts, definitely not desirable anymore. Some slight tweaks here and there overall. I feel like these two civs didn't drastic change, though. Yeah, like, still quite a familiar sight to what they've always been. And something of a speciality for Anatan. If you guys have not really watched Anna before, this guy loves Byzantines. He's probably one of the most consistent users of the trade posts. And, ooh, would that be tempting this game? Yeah, he got it right behind his TC, and it does, in fact, house the option to get Royal Knights, which is one of the rarer plays we see. Typically, Royal Knight play is simply so that you can age up faster. The whole idea is they are a distraction force. So I would be kind of surprised to see them here. An overall sheep haul. It's going to be 10 sheep to 11B. He has gone for the military school opening, so we are getting slow ramp up into spearman production for free. Wait, KP, can you say that again? That price couldn't have been right. That's right. For the low price of time. Okay, well, that's different. I've watched the Justin Timberlake movie, KP. The time is not something to trifle with. That stuff runs out and you die. But that's the beauty, esteemed viewer. When you play Age of Empires 4, time is eternal. It's a historical anchor point for Age of Empires. I think we all recall the Age of Empires 2 game that went, was it 96 hours? When are we getting that? Actually going Hippodrome plus Caddis plus Royal Knights. Ooh, you're a dirty boy, but it's going to be a Grand Winery. The problem with that idea, Johan, is as cool as it is, like, I can tell that when you're playing the new Europe Universalist, you're basically just playing, like, France or some other big nation. Because not everyone could afford that. Like, the idea of Hippodrome, Cadda, Royal Knights is nice, but the mid-game is going to be hell to pay when it comes to finding resources. So, Minaret Madrasa now on the way for B. And is he going to be looking to pressure here? I'm assuming probably Sipahi Archer. I think the cool thing about going for military school here is, like, it does get some value because you can poke your opponent off of his stone before he maxes out, or his gold in this case. But the other thing is it somewhat deters Anatan from going for Sipahi. Sorry, Horseman, wrong civ. So if he's not going for Horseman, you don't have to worry about that if you choose then to go Archer plus Sipahi, which is usually the preferable approach for Ottomans. An AO2 game was 98 hours? I think it was 98 hours. Let me see how long. It actually might have been higher than that. Did it crack 100 hours, chat? Yes, 98 hours of in-game time. But isn't the in-game clock faster, if I remember correctly, someone pointed out? Which means that it might have been less? No. I'd have to double check the math. Interesting fact for you, in tournament play, I think Age of Empires 2's longest series was about 4.5 hours. We got some way to go. We haven't quite reached that point. And B, he's just rushing up the military schools. Whoa. Hold on a second. Getting a bunch of free units is the priority? That's crazy. It's kind of funny, actually, because for a while, Ottoman players didn't really rate that about military school play for Ottomans. A lot of them actually neglected it until they were in Castle, but we have seen a return to the max military schools in Feudal. It's been looking pretty solid. Stalemates don't happen the same because AoE4 has infinite farms. Sure, but you don't have infinite other resources unless you have access to trade, which means technically, if you only have food, there's only certain civs that are scary. Fun little fact. In that realm of existence, technically Golden Horde is one of the scariest civs. Yeah, actually, I guess like the other thought is we have a lot of additional infinite gens. I, for one, still want to see them just actually create maps where the trees have half the resources. Okay, so looks like he did stop him at level 3 Cistern. Anatan is resisting going into standard archers. It is going to be Lombo. So yeah, we're getting Lombo Limitane, which to those that watch a lot of Byzantine games looks a little bit weird. It's not your standard hand-in-hand combination. Normally, if you go Lombos, you go Horsemen. But this is where things get a little bit different against Ottomans. Like, they just have better ponies, so you don't want to mirror. So you have the better Lombos, but you're now countered by the better on the other side. Now you're going to ask, well, why not just go Javelins? Because Javelins are a little bit suckier when it comes to defending. They don't have as much range, so they can't dictate flow on the edge of your base as easily. Now, with that being said, positioning is crucial when playing with longbows. If you miss position, you just die. What Vizier points are we getting? Ah, it's going to be the classic. B, one of the first players to start regularly doing this in 2025. And it's really, really just latched on as a key part of top-tier Ottoman play. If you're doing timing attacks, the imams are critical to your success due to their ability to heal your whole army. And agreed, Javs also do suck if you want to go age 3. Not for cataphracts necessarily, just in age 3, Javelins feel a lot worse than Lombos. I feel like Johan is a little bit obsessed with cataphracts today. Okay, so B. We're going to see him diving. His torch power is not great. He has 6 torches? Sorry, 5. Don't go for it anyway. Needs to be careful about positioning here due to the imams. And this is the other value point of Anatan going into the longbows. The longbowmen are a great way of denying the healer play. If he can get that count up to 10, B will not feel safe hanging in there with these imams. Because remember, right now, each of these longbows is going to do 5 damage. That ends up being 50 damage with 10, which means you can 2-hit kill the imam. And it will be 5, by the way. Lombos usually have 6, but you can already see he's got the meta aura, and they are mirroring each other on the range damage and arm attacks. Yeah, the funny thing is Anatan, because of Byzantine's ability to research faster, he's actually going to get it in so quick that there's an extra threat point here for B to be worried about. I wonder if Anno will just try and step up. I mean, it's only 5 longbows is the problem. He needs these extra berries to get it online properly. We do have olive groves coming in, and wait a second. Anno. Well, the other day when it came down to the new Macedonians, the war camp, he made an argument as to why he didn't build it. I wonder what the argument for this is. I think it's just the berry placements griefing him a little. How did you guys bet, by the way? 94% for Anatan? Alright, that's official. You just all hate Turkish. Like, some of you clearly encountered great bombards in your AoE4 experiences. Other people from Europe Universalist have probably had their Byzantine campaigns crushed by the Ottomans. You're all just, at this point, like, you're all biased. How dare you write off the Ottoman Empire like that? I mean, I wouldn't. Now look at the size of them. He's right up to 20 archers. He's about to get another Vizier point. Probably an extra military school, actually. No, don't give me the no, I swear. I'm throwing out the racist card here. I had this from someone the other day on one of my videos, like, I love how KP has that soft racist tone when he tries to pronounce Japanese words. Like, why are we using the word racist? You could have went with stereotypical. I love Japan. All right, it's like my dream location to go. And I'm sure we'll see it in this series, because actually Japan and Sengoku are both available. Man, this is a weird stare down, huh? It's interesting because B and Anatan obviously have practiced together a lot in the past, and this is a matchup they would have practiced a lot. The new Civs is where it's going to get a bit funky because I don't know how much time B has had. Anatan has had some advantage there, but he'll admit as well his time has been limited because out of the show matches we hosted, he's really had no ability to play with people because all the people he would scrim with weren't invited to the test server. Sipahi. I mean, they're just going to force him idle time. He can heal that off. Still, I'm not sure if this is better for B the longer he waits. Like, you know, the Archer Ball is pretty big now. The concern on the other side is that you're letting your opponent get olive oil, and that equals more Lombos. Once that Lombo group gets up to like 15, 20, it gets pretty scary. I don't know, just poke raiding. I like the idea, but great reaction by B, keeping a reserve force. I think that was just him not pulling the next wave forward because he saw there were horsemen, and he didn't want to trickle troops out. Because if you trickle troops out, that's how you start to lose the game. Like, Anno would snipe an archer here or there per minute, and all of a sudden, you're equal on military. I think Anatan is looking for a tech up now, though. And this is the big advantage timing the Byzantines are always aiming towards. Get that Lombo group up to 15, get it to 20, and then have everyone hit the gym. Pump the chest until they're vetted up, and then all of a sudden you've got a threat that not even Sipahi want to jump into. He did use the second Vizier point. He used it to stay safe. Because of the Horseman, he had to go for the Sheep point. And props to Anderson for that, actually. Adding in Horseman really did kind of force that threat for B. It slowed down his new troops getting out. It's also just put him in a position where he's not able to actually gather on these flank resources. Things like deer that would actually be so beneficial. Yeah, B actually like has a concerning problem here of running out of food at this rate. And that's why he's going to look to go now. He's got to go faster. Anatan, his horsemen. They were upfield. They're now rallying backwards. Spearmen catch them in the forest temporarily, but the meta goes down. The meta gone already. Anatan showing you exactly why it's dangerous to wait too long against the longbow. Wave is thin. The backstabbers have been dragging reinforcements away. The Limitane now charging through. Sipahi pulling away, but both Imams also down. All auras are gone. Anatan has removed the biggest scaling threat to his defense. Lombo's just going to keep stepping back here. The Horseman actually would have access, but he's not just diving them in. He's using them to body block out the Sipahi and presumably absorb shots so the Limitane can go unnoticed, but it's not going to work. B, he still has 13 Sipahi in total, 10 of them on this dive. And Anno, a lot of idle time right now. Actually, more than just the villagers inside the outpost. Somewhere else, they're not working. Getting them back to work now, but the ponies are gone. I mean, props to him. B, he lost his meta. He lost the imams. He lost all the theoretical value you're meant to have as Ottomans. And still, he did not bat an eyelid. Instead, he battered Anatan. Anachad, too much wood, too much gold, not enough food. He was looking for that timing, and B understood it all too well. Will deny him before a real age up can ever occur. Now force him to the edge of the abyss. I mean, with 400 food income, now up against 1,300. There's no doubt about the outcome of this. I know, with only 11 archers left to his name, isn't a threat anymore. Damn, what a timing attack. Nano's going to try to scale back into more farms, but the concern now is at a perfect moment, B can go out onto things like deer. You know, this is the problem, is before this, he couldn't actually use these resources. He's blocked out of it. But now, because the Horseman wave got cleared, he doesn't have to feel any threat anymore, which means that 1,000 food income you've been seeing, it's sustainable. He can just keep that up. Even if he couldn't, having 17 Sipahi? Anatan, he's not even trying to add in more spin, which I don't blame him. You know, before he can resolve the Sipahi issue, he needs to resolve the archer issue. So he needs as many horsemen as he can actually afford. Limitane doesn't actually solve the problem anymore because your Lombo mass is too small. You know, it's all good having cannon fodder when you've got superior range firepower, you know? Like, sending the trash mobs when you've got 100 guns staring at your opponent, but when you're outgunned, it just doesn't save you at all. It's like another denial on the berries. Anno's at least trying to still be proactive here, so he's going to intercept with Horseman. So what Anno's doing is he's trying to recuperate. He's trying to recover his game on the logic that B isn't ending the game. And B's not wrong to not just end the game, because there's risks associated with diving the TC, and he knows it, especially when you're relying on archers to control your opponent. Because if you go underneath the TC is going to start target firing these archers down. And remember what we said, Anatan could not play Spearman until these are gone. So you'd be kind of gifting him a way of solving his issue. Does mean B's going to want to consider having some more troops at home, though, because these horsemen are starting to become a nuisance. Yeah, he does not have Exploratores. It's the only upside for B right now. No Bloomer either, so actually takes an extra hit to get a villager kill. Shivs out. Nemo, tree line. Now to be harassed. B with the dive in. Sapai with the quick gap close. Hesitates to continue. And they are neck and neck on workers. And that should, in theory, be good for Anno, but two things here. He has a lot more idle time, and also on top of that, you know, the assistance may be great, but remember, you're up against triple military school. So it's offsetting some of the value that Anno would normally have. You are correct. B seems to have skimped on a bit of production on the village account, at least part of his textiles, though. What a cool game. Anno is actually going to go for it. Goldenhorn Tower now. I think these games are quite intriguing because it has just been a constant stare down. Like, no huge base trade, no crazy stomping and then comeback. It's just the intense stare down. I mean, Anatan looks like he should be dead, but the interesting thing is now with the Goldenhorn Tower coming through, he has enough gold, his veterancies are quick, but unfortunately, he has no gold. Anno cannot afford longbows being upgraded. You have to sell some food here to justify it. Tech up complete. Okay, yeah, he just sold some. There we go. He gets enough. 125 gold is all it takes. So veterancy going to come for in a rush, but B not to be outshone here. Mehmet Imperial Armory now being constructed. Horseman still being a nuisance. But B, he's still got additional kills there. So he extends his lead now. 5 workers up. I would say Anno's army is a little bit scary now, though. With veterancy on Horseman coming in and the Steeled Arrow, yeah, you're just going to see B back up. It's not worth diving in here. You could easily lose the game if your opponent just gets a kind of few heavy cav units out in a choke point. And although you're blocking out his gold, you know, there's an easy possibility he bought some gold. So B respects it. What now? Anno. He's going to start reproing into the spears. We haven't got any heavy cav, which is sort of understandable against Ottomans, as they do have Janissary. But early on, it's not a bad idea to get 2 or 3 cataphracts just to raid. And there you go. Yeah, he's now doing it. He switched over to gold with a few people. 21 workers across the gold vein. Horseman with the ride in. Veterancy's already triggered. This is a great dive opportunity. Textile's going to come in clutch there to remove some of the risk for B. There's still going to be idle time and a few worker kills achieved. And he can keep on raiding. Well played there. Just punishing B for the complete backup. And we'll just start to pull the horsemen home. Don't want to risk losing them here. 10 ponies. That's a lot of economy. It's 1,200 resources that will be down the drain. And Biz does get plus 30 gold for each worker kill, but you have to take that tech. He has indeed taken it. And B. Oh, I love it when we get these. The corner wall. That will put a dampener on the plan from Anno. You know what would be sick from Anatan, actually, is if he trade posts. There's horse archers here. I hope he realizes, because it's easy to sleep on this, but it's incredibly valuable. Getting a cluster of 3 horse archers out gives you some nice raid potential. Because you do 45 damage before extra calculations. such as damage reduction, whatever. And that means that textile villages die in two volleys. Nano. It's going to get the horseman pretty much home unfettered. There was some attempts to scale the systems further. Yeah, he's trying to creep the south side gold, but now that your opponent knows, the only other option is north. Honestly, Anatan got a really bad spawn for playing greed. He got 4 golds across the board and retracted stone. Like, preferably you would have wanted your second gold to be here. The berries at the back didn't even feel that guarded. Meanwhile, on B's side, if he needed it, he always had that backup gold. Berries in the upper corner. Like, even up here, actually, with the gold and the deer spawn. I'd say this is at least comparative. Like, Anatan had that south side. But as we know, Byzantines don't really see much point in deer. And this is the show match featuring some of the top KPMM competitors in a winner stays on. So it's kind of a hybridization of both, really. Why is Anna going spin against 50 archers? Because he needs them against the Sipahi. Now that the Sipahi have been upgraded, with the meta, he'll lose with Lombos against Sipahi. And he doesn't have the gold access to go Cataphracts or Varangian instead. Like, he's actually just hard stuck because of lack of gold. But you know what? There is one way to get gold. Unfortunately, B already has 10 Janissaries. Okay, this is... I just really don't see how you're meant to solve this problem with this rate as Anatan. I mean, it's great having this scaling economy with the percentage increase on systems, but it's kind of useless when you just don't have anything you can gather or that you'd want to gather. That's the problem with buffs like this. You know, we talk about a lot of Ark and Chapel, where Ark and Chapel seems really good, but you know, if you can't access what you need, it's redundant. And he's taking this very slow, actually. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I feel like this is one of those feel each other out type situations. We do have these additional points coming through now, so we're into what? Oh, so he did actually go Janissary Company. Okay, well that's actually good news for Anatan, though. Because it means B's removed one of his scale points. So as long as Anno can survive the next big clash, he's well off. And I have a feeling a clash might be coming soon. B, he just capped out at 200. Okay, so you're either teching or going. But if you choose to tech, it means you're now wasting your military schools. Because they've just got units in backlog that you just won't get. B. Jump in. Trample to try and get away, but it's blocked by his own house. Still escapes. Siege begins. B with mangoes as well. That's another problem for Anatan to worry about. Yeah, it's double mango, which is just great against Lombos. Horsemen are going to be raiding in, though. So Anatan finding a little bit of a tricker raid here. It's a lot of bodies, actually. Oh, my God. B. Well, in fairness, military school, Lamau, but still, you're not getting much in exchange here. No, he lost, like, what, 10 units? Killed 4? Mangoes are being dodged. Anatan edging it. Still the horseman raids moving around, but they've at least been blocked out. Commitment from both sides on the melee. Trample through to try and bog down fire, but that makes it easier for the Janissary to clear you out. Yeah, no doubt about it. Cataphract charging into Janissaries is an ugly look on any player. And it might be the ugly look to end Anatan here. Sipahi now jumping in with the increased attack speed from Fortitude. They're going to wipe the longbow mass. And the Ottomans will secure game number 1. Historically accurate RTS. Whoa. I thought those were a myth. So game 1 to B. That's a good start as well, because last time they met... Actually, did B Frio Anatan or did Anatan Frio B? I'd have to double check. I actually think it might have been B who Frio'd Anatan. There's an ad now, you missing the fight? I guess so. Nothing I can do about that. That was the auto ads of Twitch. They decided to run at that very moment. So next up, we are getting a new Civ. It's going to be Cliffside for Sengoku versus the Rus. Okay. Ah, my head's hurting a bit. What the hell? What's the fort here? I guess for Sengoku, you could go out towards the boar and the deer because it's all going to be condensed. So boar, deer, berries, you get multiple Yutai out there and you just guard that area. Rus are going to kind of suck against Sengoku's opening. Why did the ads run in the fight? Because Twitch is very good at doing this. As the ads ended for people, Twitch kind of does this on purpose. Even though there's literally a setting I could show you that I have toggled on in my settings where it's meant to avoid running ads in high intensity moments. Yet somehow Twitch always manages to do that. Sometimes it's not bad. Sometimes it will wait until the game is over and run it. But not today. Ha 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 ha. Huh? Did Anatan not ban Ottomans first? No. He had them banned from him. So think of it like these bans have been applied to you. And these bans have been applied to you. This system has always been confusing no matter how we try to write it. I feel like over the years we've gone back and forth over which way we set it up. And both times people are always confused. Alright. Let's get predictions up. Rus are going all the way to the gutter, yet Sengoku seems to be the kingdom that the sun shall never set upon. We have got a show match between Anatan and B. And folks, I think this, if you're a Sengoku main looking for an easy matchup, this actually might be the jackpot. Welcome back to the channel. Game number 2. B taking an early lead up against Anatan. And I think Ano has a good shot to strike back here. We're on Cliffside. And the interesting thing actually about this map, but I always find it a little bit peculiar actually, is typically you're thinking about aggro civs, but a lot of people still like to pick Rus. The problem with Rus in this matchup is you might get your greed in the form of wood to get gold, but everyone's in the wood business because you're up against a civ that pays wood to get food. Yeah. So which one's more threatening? I would argue Sengoku benefits a lot against Rus because there's no threat to you at all. Like, you're not going to get Dark Age rushed by a Rus player. But there is an interesting timing in Feudal Age, if B goes for it, around archers. I wonder if that's the fort here. Because remember, you'll straight away get 20% more wood by dropping a wooden fortress. For Ano, he's going to need time to get something comparative here from the Matsuri buff that his Yatais are going to produce. Yeah, remember, these not only provide you with free food, but the sushi stands also will send packages back towards the base to buff your gathering rates. So we do have him set up a bit over-condensed here, guys. You don't actually need, like, this setup. The boar is enough to cap out a Yatai on its own. So after that, you want to have, like, berries, and then you want to have the deer. He didn't get the completely, like, busted spawn of, like, deer and berries on top of each other, though. Still, this is pretty nice. Like, he's just got this fluid spawn of food moving north, which means he can set up a bunch of Yatais along here. And then it makes it much easier for him to guard. Wait, but he yoinks from the enemy side? Yeah. In fairness, it is the maximum, because if he went for the deer would be able to give him an extra 28. So he'd be at 48. And the berries is worth even less at 2. So technically, just going double boar is the best play you can do. And remember, he knew where the boar was. Not because it's map hacking, but because Sengoku map hacks. They see the deer and the boar at the time of map creation. Similar to how French can see the trade posts. Golden Gate going to be coming in, but I'm looking forward to this. We have got Koka Township on the other side. What's interesting about Koka Township here actually is this can cripple Pro Scouts. Yeah, because you can now spawn Shinobi that slow down other units when they hit them. The interesting thing about that is that Pro Scouts is already going to slow your scouts down, and then you get slowed down further to the point that things like Spearmen can just destroy you. And I'm assuming this is going to be Pro Scouts, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Like, Pro Scouts has received a very big nerf recently with the decay. It may lead to a different direction because so far B has only gone double scout, whereas historically most players like to go 3 scouts on the opening to set up for Pro Scouts. Seeing deer at the start feels so broken. You can track scouting depending on the spawn. Can you? What do you mean you can track scouting? Because if only the Sengoku player knows. Oh, you mean seeing them move? Oh, yeah, but when you say track scouting, I thought you meant like the sheep location, which is the important part. Oh, that's a fair point. Yeah, you can see. Yeah, now I get what you mean. Got it. Yeah. So you can. That's a fair point. So you can intercept because you'll see the deer move and you'll know who's there. That's intriguing. Got you. I thought you meant related to sheep, and I'm like, nah, it's not a problem for sheep. But that's a fair point around the deer movement. But like, do you know what the solution to that is, in my honest opinion? Why do deer move when a scout comes nearby? Why don't we just change it so that scouts don't shift it? That's an interesting thought, isn't it? Especially after the deer shove nerfs. Like, the original solution would have been to just get rid of that. Why do you see deer in the fog as a better crate? Agreed, but like, I feel like that's harder to solve somehow. But here we go, Shinobi. This is good. He's going to get the maim effect. No, he's going to potato aim it. Okay, he turns around now. Now, that's important. He slows him down, but the scout does get harassed away. But the Yari cavalry going in is going to start denying the scout. So this is painful for B, as he's been going pro scouts, and now his scouts are starting to get denied. He was able to chase away Anatan on the other side of it. And what? I can't believe that. I wasn't even going to comment on it. It was on 1 HP, and that scout didn't go down. So, are you telling me for that Shinobi play, he literally got nothing? Yeah, he got... After all that hype up by me, I apologize, but like, that should have been more valuable. The problem is, and this is going to be a foreign concept to most Age of Empires 4 players, the Shinobi grenades that they throw can miss. They don't have perfect accuracy. So a little bit of a tip, if you're up against the Shinobi, the best thing you can do is like wait for them to throw and move. Or even before they throw, like if you're moving already, it's very hard for them to hit. Does the normal Japan need a Shinobi buff? Kind of. Like, the thing I really like about Sengoku's approach is Sengoku's approach, because it has percentile buffings, or debuffs, it scales in the game. Whereas the way they've designed Japan's Shinobi, they technically scale, but it's like a fallacy. You don't really care for it. Okay, looks like we've got the first Yatai starting to come back. So he's already got the 5% aura, 10% aura is about to kick in over here. Only W Yatai, by the way, so Anatan hasn't opted for more. I gotta say, I really rate this Yari Cavalry play, though. Yari Cavalry, they get bonus damage against scouts. It's very expensive, though. There has been some debates on whether it's worth what you're getting. So you get 10 more health, and you specifically get +2 damage against cavalry. That's the only difference for this horseman. But you pay 25 resources more. Honestly, I think Sengoku can justify it because of the Yatais, which generates food over time. If it wasn't for that, this Civ would feel a bit pitiful for their ponies. I love the fact he went Daimyo too. Daimyo is most impactful with melee attack speeds. And we have got the Shinobi ambush again, but doesn't connect. B, just too on point. So Yari, check their attack speed now. Down from the 2 to 1.65. It's a nice little buffer. Actually, 2 or 1.75. It should be 1.75, I'm pretty sure. Because remember, it's a 10% attack speed buff with this Daimyo. That's where it's coming from, this guy here. You see it's 10% in age 2, 15% age 3, and 20% in age 4. The interesting part is if you go for the landmark in age 4, that doubles it. Because then you're basically old English. Ugh. I know. Has he actually been used? Yeah, he has been comboing the reveal. I thought he was just revealing different locations than where he's ambushing. Because remember, you can only ambush out of a stealth forest or near your buildings. And he uses this stealth forest right here. Great denial. Takes out 2 scouts. But B, he is scaling into knights, and I'm a little bit worried about what Anatan has done here. Did he think he was going to force spearmen? I mean, he already invested in the Oda clan. Which means he wanted to play full Yumi. It's starting to look a little like Anatan baited himself. Yeah, because if you now go Stilled Arrow and you get the Estates tech, B's not really going to care too much. He already has 3 ranged armor. He'll add in 1 more. You will do 2 damage. But it's mass knights. And he is just going to skip out the age. So Temple of Quality now coming through. I mean, props to him, actually. Like, right now, B is playing very defensive. To the point that he's not even trying to snipe things out on the flanks, like the Yatai. I think... Did he already get the other one? No, the other Yatai just came home. So he hasn't even killed a single one. But that's about to change. Are you kidding me? B, the double knights scout out the tech up. And that means he knows that this is a fake out. Oh, talk about a masterful move. B now able to commit in, but the debuff is going to make him take a lot more damage here. The grenades. Not going to last long enough, though. The Knights able to push this away. Temple of Equality, soon to complete, but Anno is about to be under siege. Oh, boy. And he has no anti-cav. Yadi Cavalry is the best he can offer up, and they are not going to be impressive here. He could build Iko-Iki. I don't think that really works that well against Feudal Knights, though. Villagers without enough movement speed to run away quick. That's additional losses now. As B with a 5-worker lead will temporarily back off. He even intercepts the Yatai food trader, so that's denial of an increase to the gathering aura from the Matsuri. It's going to be locked at 10%. Yeah, this is looking a bit cooked right now, but in fairness to him, B has backed up, at least for the moment. Unfortunately, it might not be for long. Great read there by Anno, noticing what was coming. He will move the Yatai away, but they are still hunting for him. Remember, that's an expensive investment. It's 125 wood. And he's going to get found. Great find. So now it's just a food starvation game. I love this read by B. It's like, okay, I don't want to just straight up tech up. You now don't have much food, so I'm going to try to just run you down on the clock in terms of food access. Which makes sense. I know, he's out of sheep now. He's only got the berries. B just hitting from both sides now. We are at least seeing some out of Samurai, and I love that read by Anatan. We rarely see them, because I feel like most people's consensus has been they're not worth it. The Tanegashima Ashigaru. The gunner of the Sengoku, and the replacement for the crossbowman. Villagers are going to have to front line for them, though. Uh-oh. Wait, did he lose no one there? Okay, I'm actually impressed. How the hell did he lose nobody without textiles? That was a crazy defense. He still has superiority in numbers, though. This is getting a bit crazy. And the Yatais! He finds both of them! Wait, they were freshly built! Oh no, I know. Dive underneath the TC. Ashigaru are being somewhat ignored. The Yatai are absorbing a lot of hits. They have 370 HP. They're not easy to kill. Banatan might be. That's it. He's dead. Feudal Knights to destroy the Sengoku Daimyo. I don't know what it is to this Civ at the moment, but I know Anatan is a really big fan of the Yumi in particular, and he's not the only one. And I sometimes feel like this Yumi strategy baits you because it requires you to invest into older estates and lose flexibility elsewhere. And I think B just read for it perfectly. Mass Knights, at that point, Anna's like, wait, what? You're meant to be building spears to deal with my cavalry. Didn't take the bait. Instead, he takes the lead further. B now 1 game away from booting Anatan out with a clean sweep. Yeesh. And I think I know what he's about to do. Tuklak time? Tuki time? It might be Tuki time. Wait, no, it's not. it's Delhi time first. Oh, dude, come on. Wait. I just realized with his draft, he can Delhi into Tuk him. Are you kidding me? What is that draft, actually? So we head to Gorge now. Man, be on fire. Old Civ 1? Yeah, I mean, I was surprised. I thought that they'd struggle because of, like, Sengoku's greedy opening. But, like, I think the problem there, and I'm sure Anatan knows it as well, is, like, in the end, he just baited himself into going to a unit comp that wasn't necessary. Like, the Yumi literally had no relevance. It was built to counter a spear play and probably shut down pro scouts. Like, I think he also was thinking if he goes Yumi and B goes archers, he can beat him because with the +1 extra damage, you become a normal archer on DPS. So you just end up cheaper than standard archers, and that makes up for the 20% difference in cost. So I think that was the calculation in Anatan's mind, is like, I'm either countering archers or I'm countering spears. Maybe he just wasn't expecting mass knights. Is this KPMM? Oh, this is the prelude to KPMM. KPMM is kicking up tomorrow. We're doing a Winner Stays On with a bunch of the top performers from KPMM today and tomorrow. So I thought it'd be a nice way to start up the format again. Okay, there we go. I want black sand biome? Yeah, I don't think they're using new biomes. I don't know how I feel about it, because they asked me about we can use any biome. I was like, sure. I might change that for the additional KPMMs. Because now that I think about it, like I said, we were basically going to use the stuff we're going to be using for week 1. And we do have biome selection. Like, let me actually message Tommy about that. We went for the biomes that we know should work. Because basically temperate should be good. And then the tropical one should be good. And then we think the Greek islands one should be good. Was that background new for Gorge? Yes, because there's the EGC Gorge. So it's the one that was created by Caillou. He's very good with his backgrounds. Like, honestly, they should just hire him at this point. Oh, my ear hurts. What the hell? Do we have this set up? We do. Now that I think about it, that might be the dirtiest way to actually draft right now. Guys, he's got full Elephant Nation time here. B is already on match point. He has the Delhi, and if this doesn't knock out Anatan, he also has the Tuklak. Are you kidding me? That type of draft is vicious the more I think about it. It's like, okay, you know, you might draft once, see if there's designed to deal with elephant net times, and then all of a sudden you need to draft twice for that? We'll see if Anatan can at least get on the board. It's been a rough series for him so far, but we're heading to Gorge. It's going to be a Japanese pick up against the Delhi, and I gotta say, actually, the Japanese have been looking better in this matchup than they probably ever have just before the expansion. And in terms of changes, not too much was adapted negatively for Japan. So it could be a good matchup, especially when you consider that they don't really play Pro Scouts, whereas Delhi benefited a lot from getting it for free in the less popular Pro Scout meta. And while they'll still be able to get it for free, the value return of that is now going to be lower than it's been in the past for Delhi. Delhi. Still a beast. I don't know, man. If I look on the ladder after 2 weeks and I just see May has just replaced Delhi with Tuklak, I'm out of here. I think you can just still kind of exploit Delhi to maximize yourself on the ladders, though. It's still a ridiculous Civ for the same reasons it was before. I think Japan's not too bad either. Like, you know, Japan didn't really sustain any hits to its design. I'd say the main changes in the balance of power came from like Rus, China, and Shushi. Most of the other civs kind of anchored, I'd say Abbasis in English for those like looking for a return to the casual TC boom and play. They got a lot more potency now. So spear spam is going to force the Scholar Pull. This is pretty atypical for a Delhi versus Japanese matchup. We've been seeing it a lot at the moment. Like, you think it would be counterintuitive to do this against Delhi because they'll heal. But it's the extra micro, it's the skew of economy, it's the fact they won't be able to get additional scholars either. So far, this scholar is working overtime. Oh my god. Anno's been doing such a good job with just 2 spearmen. Yeah, and the third one is going to signal B to leave. If you think about the idle time, the fact that he was almost killing workers with just 2 spears... That's pretty impressive. Most players need the third one to justify that. Yes, you are seeing that correctly. B has no access to gold. Congratulations. Full salute. And he's still going to be going for a Dome of the Faith. I think this just is... The thing that I think most of us would agree is a little bit silly. Like, it is unusual that you can be denied... the necessary thing to make this landmark useful, and it's still worth going for. Isn't that crazy? That feels crazy to me. But what you need to do, you know, when you've got a Civ that just gets to research everything for free. It's kind of funny that Tuklak, outside of the healer elephant strats, have been kind of struggling. And then Delhi don't. And then if you think about one of the raw core differences, it's that one Civ gets all the techs for free and the other one pays a premium. Denial's temporary, Dome is forever? Sure, but the idea is like that slowdown should hurt you. It's the same logic as why you spear rush China when they try to pro scouts. It's like, yeah, you know they'll eventually push you off and they'll get back on their goal, but you achieve something. Same why people spear rush French. It's like, great, I know he's eventually going to get his gold back, but I'm going to force delays and choices out of him that he'd otherwise not make. And I'll continue to just be annoying here on the flank on the berries. Tech up. Now complete. Anno, that is... We've been waiting a lifetime for that, buddy. Holy crap. He put 9 on gold. Yeah, his economy was really misbalanced there. Way too much food, not enough gold. So Kura Storehouse now on the way. And what's even weirder is it's not being rushed, which makes me wonder, is this a fast castle build? With 5 on wood, I'd be surprised. It just looks a little bit unusual the way that he has to pull that many across to gold and then only 4 on Kura. Because normally when you're delayed on your tech up, you want to rush it with 5 or 6. Villagers still having to defend themselves here. But we do have the staples now coming in. So Ghazi soon to arrive. I'd say Anno has played this really, really well. Like, even finding time now to add in extra spears, which maybe seems counterintuitive, but if he knows that B's goal is to scale tech, then adding in a few extra spears to keep him off gold is worth. Because what he's essentially doing is, like, he's mocking the fact that Delhi players always do the same thing. Okay, you know when you, like, you played a game with your dad when you were a kid? Like, maybe you had a fighting game you played, and he was a Scorpion main. And he always done the teleport get over here trick. And he does it to you. Get over here, get over here. But then one day you learn how to block. Daddy ain't winning anymore. You know, it's that type of thought. It's like, okay, Ghazi spam to overwhelm a few spears. We're doing that again, huh? Well, I guess if you're only going to build 1 unit, get over here. I'll build 1 unit too. Smart read by Anno. And not one we often see out of players in this position. Also has a nice scale point in terms of kill potential on villagers. He's now at the stage where he can actually one-hit kill workers. Actually, is he? I think he's just shy. No, he should have enough. He can poke them down. Scares him away. Does lose a spearman. He's just got more speed. I just love this. He's just straight up staring at him right now. This is a poker face game, and there's the switch. He does force it out of him. B has to blink first. We'll attempt to burn up the mining camp. Scout. Give me a hit from behind, but I can bait them in. Villager can go for the repair, but gotta be careful about that because the TC doesn't necessarily protect you. Let's look for dive. Behind this, we do have Horseman added in. So Anno, he had the Ford Scout. He confirms the Archer switch. The beautiful thing is, Archers and Spears move at the same speed. A Bullet moves quicker, but Leg's pretty slow. Arrow moves much quicker, but once again, Leg's a bit too slow. So allows a back away. He's got Spearman to defend against the guards he's trying to raid. Berry access with level 2 wheelbarrow. So Anatan is getting a gathering rate equivocal to shoreline fish right now out of his berries. Spearman. Go! I'll hold them back! We salute. Full Yukimura moment there. Oh, you know what I just realized? Okay, I'm going to say something I know people are going to hate. But when you understand the history of that period in gaming and also the legends, it does make sense. I'm kind of surprised the Sengoku Daimyo didn't have hero units. Because anyone who's like actually explored the Sengoku period knows there's a lot of iconic warriors from that time. Now, I'm not saying it should have been. I actually think the Sengoku we got was pretty cool. But if there was going to be a scenario where you would have done it, I think that would have been the one. My thought, though, is that they didn't bother because of the response to the Age of Empires 2 Free Kingdoms DLC. Each Daimyo Lord being a hero would be cool. Yeah, even if it was just a different skin. But I guess that would just add a lot of costume for just a little bit of flavor. But, like, could you imagine if, like, actually, depending on the state you brought them out from, they were different people? Like, you know, you do Takeda, you're either getting Shingen Takeda, or you're getting, say, like, Yukimura Sanada would be an example. Oda, and you just get Nobunaga coming out himself. Or Hideyomi. Like, there's so many cool figures, actually, from the Sengoku period that you could slot in. What if... Okay, no, I'm not going to say this because this would be a buff towards Koka Township. It doesn't need it. What if you got Hanzo Tori coming out? Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it would have been a problem to add more hero units for AoE4, though. I think a lot of us kind of came to terms with Jean. I don't really see many people moaning about it anymore. B. He's going to try to march in the back, but I know that's an interesting switch. He's going Samurai against Ghazi, which is actually a fight you can technically lose. But I guess the idea here is it gives him a step off. Like, if they keep scaling and mirroring each other, he goes Castle. Because the other interesting thing here, folks, we're 10 minutes into the game, and can one of you point towards the green circle on the map for me? Because we have 0 sacred sites from B. He's like, wait, what do you mean? Like, look at all the green around it. No, B, that's just the terrain. There's 0 sacred site capped. Which means B has no inflated income. Bannerman. That's actually a great snipe. Okay, so the Samurai don't actually have buffed up stats now. Whoops. Nor do the Spearmen. Double whoops. That was an intentional snipe. Well played, B. Now looking to rally the troops home. Really wants to take some time to actually heal off the damage, though. We do have melee armor 1 coming in, so he knows what this is. And yeah, the boar is gone. B did take it out. I mean, it's just a mechanic that the Delhi has. And we've confirmed it with devs. It's not a bug. It's not abuse. It's intended behavior. Personally, like, I am of the take that the boar denial thing shouldn't actually be in the game. because the argument that, like, this Civ can't get bored, so they should be allowed to deny it is BS. Because by that same logic, like, yes, you might not be able to eat the 2,400 food yourself, but do you want to count the amount of berries on one side of the map and tell me how much extra food you get there? Because on a standard map, you're going to have 20 berries. So 20 berries giving 100 extra food per berry. That's still 2,000 extra food you have. The Civ that could eat boar does not. It is very silly to argue that, like, that is intended behavior and it should stay. It just doesn't make sense. Yes, if those don't know, if you're playing a Civ that cannot eat the boar and you destroy the boar, it disappears. It hits the ground and then it just disappears, no food given. So the whole idea is, like, what B done here is he actually removed Anatan's option to play boar at all. So he's now missed out on 2,400 food. Flown gate coming in, by the way. Samurai should be able to hold, but they need to aim for a choke point here. Yeah, well played there. I believe B got eyeballs on, so he knows what's happening. Army's marching up. He's looking to contest, but he's going to be a little bit too late here. The goal gathered is good enough for Anatan. Age up complete, Yorishiro dropped, and an immediate queue up. He's 12 seconds away from veterancy on the Samurai. That's going to be good enough. Workers on the flank have already escaped. Anno limited on food, but the quality of the army is undeniable. Veterancy in for his Samurai. Horsemen do need to get out of the way. Villagers go back to gathering. Anno, what the hell? An ambitious grab for the gold. We'll look to pull away. Some of the Samurai do get in the way to block the charge, and now the rest able to commit. With the 5 ranged armor, the archers are doing nothing. The Ghazi heavily hindered now, considering the damage exchange. But numbers are on his side, and on top of that, the Scholar Ball. The perfect answer to a melee mosh pit. Yeah, because when you fight like this, you're spreading damage, you're not focus firing it, which means the healing is simply too strong. B, this is ridiculous. I mean, we prepped a generous scheduling here, but I don't think anyone expected it to be this quick. A 3-0 in less than an hour. Are you kidding me? I mean, could he not at least, you know, thrown out a 2-clack pick maybe? So a repeat of the last time they met. B 3-0ing Anatan again. I mean, he's always been a tricky bugger. B, he benefits most when new metas need to be discovered. But the crazy thing here is that he done this with a lot of classic matchups. You know, Japanese versus Delhi. We had Ottomans versus Byzantines. We only had one new Civ appearance in this best of 5. And that, of course, did come from Anatan in game number 2, where we saw that Rus definitely is still viable. And what we're seeing here is that B is still a force to be reckoned with. Anatan not ready to throw in the towel just yet. He has snuck out to the deer. So we'll be able to get more samurai together, but B is now starting to prep for an age up himself. We are now 15 minutes into the game. The sacred sites haven't been touched. The Ghazi, he's just gonna go for this around? Oh god. But the Castle Age men at arms, how can they not win? Every man has his limitation. If he wears too much armor, pile bodies on him until he can't move. The last of the samurai falls. And the last of Anatan's hopes of being a box office hit. So it turns out +2 damage is pretty good against samurai guys. G. And geez Louise, a 3-0 destruction from B. He will be your champion in the first series or winner stays on. And next up, he faces off against Numidan. But with the way he's began this, everyone's going to have to bring their A game. Otherwise, B is just going to turn this into a speedrun game of musical chairs, where he turned up in a wheelchair. And they counted that as a chair, so you never can be taken out. Well, that was quick. Did you promise us elephants? Look, we should have statistically had a high likelihood of elephants. Statistically, we did not get elephants. All right, let me see if Numenon's ready. So Anatand is out. I might explore, depending on like how things go, I might explore like giving someone a re-enter towards the end of the Winner Stays On format tomorrow, just because like I'm exploring the possibility of having 4 series instead of 3. In fairness, though, like I there's no shame in it. He made some good money off of the show matches on the test server. Like B's like, bro, you just got to get out of my way. I didn't actually get to play on that test server. I can get to play in these show matches. I need some money too. All right. Nana's like, oh, fair. My brother B, my brother B. I get out of the way. You play good. You win. Okay. So 1 second. Let's see what we got here. All right. So draft should be kicking off now then. All right, fantastic. You lost all the perks and perk points in Crucible? Dude, this is like, I've already relayed this to the devs. Like, I've said this should be priority number 1 because this is exactly how a game mode dies in its cradle. So really, I do hope they fix it. It's going to be, quite frankly, depressing if they don't. So fingers crossed. Like, I've already relayed it to devs. I know I'm not the only one. Because it's unfortunate, like this, my feedback is like, this is the type of thing that should have been discovered straight away. So for those who don't know, there's literally an issue right now where you cannot play and keep your progress on the Crucible, but it's not affecting everyone. I don't think anyone knows exactly what causes it. I think I've heard something about it might be to do with the masteries, is that some of the masteries can trigger it. Because one person said they had the mastery trigger, so like it basically said they got 3 masteries and they only got 1, and then that faked out the system and reset everything, I believe. But it's just a crying shame that like this is even a problem, full stop. Because that is like, I think that's the area that probably should have had the highest QA. You can't ever detect everything, but my concern now is like, what's their speed going to be to respond with? Because I think anything longer than like if they don't have a solution out by mid next week, they've already killed the game mode. And that may sound like hyperbole or drama, but trust me, it's not. Like, people will lose faith very quickly, if not. And I don't want them to, because it's like, I've played some of the Crucible. It's really fun. But yeah, I haven't lost any points. Like, I can show you guys. Like, I've still got my points. So, like, if I go... like, I'm fine. What's your best times, by the way, guys? I think what difficulty was I doing? Was it Daimyo? Yeah, we went for a hardest run, and we done, like, hour and 19. We've already unlocked up to outrageous. I would advise people to probably do some hardests. Just because it's good for perk point farming, in my opinion. Basically, the most optimal way to perk point farm is being able to achieve a gold medal and do your side objectives. If you do those 2 things, you'll get perk points quite quickly. Whereas, like, just rushing up Diffcoys and then, like, failing on, like, Outrageous doesn't tend to, like, net as much if you're getting, say, 20 minutes in or whatever. Gladly lose your points. You hate what you picked. Isn't there a reset button? There's legitimately a refund button. You know that, right? Like, look, like this big button right here. You can switch it up if you want to. You are not being held hostage. Isn't it paid to reset? No, legit. You just come in here and you press refund and you get it back. And it gives you exactly what you spent, which is the crate. Look, ready? Doink. Doink. It's literally 1-to-1. So you like that's really cool because what it means is you can basically strategize things that are important early on, take them early, and then not feel punished when you refund out of them. So if you're really obsessed with rushing like the +1 armor because 800, and you're like, well, okay, that's worth me getting rid of hasty production now and hardened tools, and then I buy it. It's like, dude, just spend all your points whenever you get them. Don't hold on to them. There's literally no point in holding on to them because you can just reallocate. Whoopsie. Wrong scene. All right, draft underway between B and Nimadan. All right, good. Just keep an eye on things. Points like resources don't float them. Yeah, but I mean the difference is you can get it back. It's not like, dude, you're not playing Red Alert 2 Yuri's Revenge. You can't like buy something and then stick it in a recycling machine, you know? Even then, actually, you got less resources back. But that was really broken, if anyone remembers Yuri's Revenge, because you used to mind control the enemy units and then send them into your meat grinder. Which just meant that you got infinite resources, technically. Yeah, Yuri's like out of my childhood, I'm trying to think of Imba factions and civs, and I feel like Yuri was like a top 5, top 6 when played optimally. They were completely broken. Two runs on the hardest one of Step and one on the coastline to get 2,500 for the extra boon. On the on hardest, you got 2,500. Does that math out? I feel like if you do hardest and you complete it, you get like 600 or 700, no? Extra boon's not a bad idea to rush. So like, I mean, basically in terms of like what you guys want to rush, by the way, like quick speed guide. So quick speed guide of like what's important perk-wise. When you're starting out, Scouting Parties is critical. Get level 1 of that, get level 2. It allows you to go around and pick up all the caches on the map, and if you have those caches quicker, it will allow you to do other things faster, like teching up. Another really big one is forward outposts. The outposts are not that expensive, and rushing cannon emplacements gives you an easy way of greeting and not building units hyper early on. Because then you just rush around, you pick up your caches of stone, upgrade with fortifications, and you've got a cannon emplacement for the first few waves. Outside that, 1 level of elite settlers is quite nice. Bigger barriers are super cheap for what it is. I always recommend getting some hasty production because just 20% increase, it scales really nicely because as you get into the later phases, like 30, 40 minutes into a run, your limitation is going to be getting new units out fast enough. And sometimes you're space limited because you want to have your production near the front line. I always recommend hardened tools because it just optimizes the limited villages you have. And then once you get into the mid game, things like fitted armaments is incredible. The +1 armor goes a long way against the early waves of spearmen, archers, etc. Because if you're not being countered by that unit type, +1 armor is actually a lot. And then gradually when you get into like the hyper difficult, I think mid-late game scaling is where you want the population booms. This is going to be a bait. You don't need to rush this. And reminder, with these different ones, you can refund and buy for the same price. So you never lose points. It's worth just figuring out what you want early to get better what runs early. And if you see more value in, say, having an expensive tech, refund these cheaper ones and then buy into something more expensive. Definitely worth doing. There you go. A little tip for people trying to start out on the Crucible. Remember this. Don't get locked in and hard stuck. And eventually things like the starting houses is also worth it on Township. But there you go. That's a little tip for people on the Crucible. And what is up, my man, Lucifron? Thank you very much, my friend. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome, one and all, just in time for the second series of the day between B and Numidan. We're doing a winner stays on format, which I'm still trying to work out if there's a way I might be able to squeeze Luciferon in. I might try and make it 4 series so we could actually have one of the Spanish Kings present in this format, because it is a nice little drum up of hype for the return of KPMM. We've invited a lot of the top performers from KPMM into a winner stays on format. We just had Anatan versus B. B 3-0'd Anatan in the BO5. And now Numidan's going to be stepping up, after which we have Louis MT to round out the day for challenging in the winner stays on. And then tomorrow it'll be Scatterbrained, Wham, and then we're filling in that final slot. I did message Dumu, but he hasn't looked at his messages, it seems. But we'll figure it out. Mongol or Golden Horde not picked. Interesting, actually. Mongol's not so much surprising, but Golden Horde getting ignored is... Tuglak and Sengoku being banned is wacky. That is a lot of focus on new sys from Numu. But he did get Tuglak, which is really impressive. However, Knights Templar that was banned out by both Anatan and B did make it through this time. Curious to see what that's going to be about. Because we have got Relic River, which could be a decent map for Knights Templar. And I think Knights Templar is like, it's a weird civ in some ways now, because the changes, like, technically they nerfed their Dark Age wood gathering to scale into fishing, but like I feel like they buffed them elsewhere. So it's kind of a weird give or take. Give and take, rather. Alright, so boys should be getting in lobby in a second. Let me see what civs they picked for G1. Ottoman's land card. What? Dude, it's actually interesting. And this is the refreshing thing about these new civs. I feel like we're going to see a lot of different styles of Dry Arabia now. Like, we already opened the day with Byzantines versus Ottomans. Whereas before, I feel like Dry Arabia was usually predictably 2 or 3 civs, because you just knew what was reliable and what was specialized to maps. But now there's just so much additional thought that goes into it. Like, I think it really has changed the game. So, you know, when you think about where you're going to slot in Sengoku and Tuglak, the fact that Knights Templar could make it through drafts now, it's a game changer. And yeah, I love how B is still prioritizing Marlins, by the way. He has been consistently first picking this civ. Alright, so let's get ready for game number 1. I'm available for silver players needed. I'll keep it in mind. Yo, did you guys hear about that? T90, they had a cheater on his Titans League. So it turns out there was a player who was pretending to be multiple people. So they done an investigation across multiple months to find out, and there was a player who was playing under 2 different account names. I think it was Magugu had like a great response to it, which is like he found a screenshot of Petito saying that X didn't, like, this guy's name didn't turn up, so he forfeited. And then Magugu just changed the text to like the same name did not turn up, so he forfeits and it's auto win for the same name. That was crazy. So yeah, like I was just thinking about that when you mentioned silver, because he's currently doing his bronze. I think it's the bronze league, isn't it, of the Titans League? Which is kind of funny. Like, the bronze league is actually still quite good players. Like, people rate at 2,500 elo, which is quite high for AoE 2. Is the Marlin landmark still bugged? What bug is that? And oh, sorry, I didn't see the loose glasses. There you go. I am not aware of this bug. Should I be aware of this bug? Oh, guys, what I'm going to do now, by the way, I'm going to run ads so you don't get them in-game. I cannot run ads, sir. All right, I'll try to run them before in-game. Twitch likes doing this. It's always a pain in the ass of this. Okay, there we go. Refresh word. I'm going to run 3 minutes ads now so you guys don't get them in-game. But please do consider subbing, as it actually legitimately supports the channel and lets me do these type of things, because living in England ain't cheap and running regular tournaments ain't cheap. So, appreciate you all. The Marlin landmark cannot be destroyed. I don't know about that bug. I remember there was an issue of pit mines based on the size of different pit mines. Like, the small pit mines sometimes would take no button damage, which was giga busted. Oh, wait. Did we have the old Civ picker? Yeah, we did. All right. Let me get the new one linked in for those guys. Oh, wait. No, we had the right one. It's just, I think B, when he set up the drafts, accidentally linked the old Civ picker. Yo, what's up, Xbox controller? Thank you very much for the subs, mate. Thank you, thank you. Folks, enjoy those subs. Be sure to pay it forward in the future if you like what you see here. And when it's up in a month's time, consider renewing it yourself. But thank you very much, Xbox. Living everywhere became too expensive. Yeah, it's like, it's really tough. Anywhere in the world, right? Like, I think we talked about this the other day. Like, if I didn't have obligations, a family, like roots, I'd probably like to make my life easier being a content creator, go and live somewhere cheap, like Eastern Europe or whatever. Because like our bills per month, I think we spend like £2,000, which is like $2,600 USD. And I feel like I'd say me and Emma and we as a family live quite frugal. Like, I was around my mum's talking to my sisters the other day, and they were talking about how they spend ridiculous amounts on shopping each week. I'm like, okay. You need to go for the budget stuff, folks. People redeem lose the glasses just want KB to suffer. Yeah, that's why I'm just going to start wearing contacts again. Maybe that's what they're trying to do. Like, last time I had contacts on, someone full-on sexualized me, so I don't know. Mixed feelings. But then, you know what they're gonna be like? It's like, no, we redeemed the redeemed glasses takeoff, so you got to take them off, KP. So I'm just there, like poking myself in the eye. All right, I can't see. All right, let's get ready to go, boys. Lancaster versus Ottomans. All right, we'll start like this. Lancaster is nerfed. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, welcome back to the channel, folks, for a casted game. Numadon versus B in a best of 5 winner stays on format. B has already stomped out the competition once, and he'd done it kicking off with Ottomans. But Numadon swinging a lot harder this time. I think House of Lancaster... Is House of Funnycaster here? Like, it's a bit of a lie. They have been nerfed, but they haven't been nerfed. For those that did not check the patch notes, they were nerfed. The late game scaling on manas is definitely worse. But early on, I feel as if the changes to manas are completely unfelt. And where that's a problem is most people's experience with Lancaster nowadays ends in the feudal age. Yeah. They're very good at playing feudal pressure, and in fact, Numadon is going to start that pressure off in the Dark Age. So the red boy is now heading down south. Remember, he's got a gathering rate buff on cheap, so he's able to afford extra spearmen out like this. Beat. Oh, he gets forced into it. Yeah, he already went military school. So it's going to be military school plus racks. If Numadon sees this, though, I think you kind of steer away from overindulging. Because the idea is if this now plays out long enough in a Dark Age, you're going to give Ottomans the healer point with the Vizier. And that just wins them the game in the Dark Age. Still, what's interesting to me is actually the changes they made with the Lancaster's mana system, where now the base rate that you get of trickled resources is very low. It gets buffed now based on the amount of villagers in range. Now, that change is intriguing because what it means is... 1 mana, incredibly valuable in a starting economy. But also, it means that you're actually encouraged to put more people on wood, which supports yeoman play quicker in these strategies. So I think is that maybe what Numadon's going for here? Is like, yeah, I'll keep spamming spears, because then you have to spam spears, and then I get value from yeoman. I think that might be what he's going for, actually. Oh, nice. My Red Bull arrived. Whoop, whoop. I've been waiting a long time for this order. What did they send me? They sent me Lilac again. No. Lilac one's not that impressive. But they did send me the ice. Oh, Pog. Okay, so Spear on Spear spam. Numenor seems to have stopped at 7. He'll be shifting over to the gold now. I mean, it's not a bad idea. I think what happened here is Numenor maybe didn't confirm the racks that quickly. But now that he sees that many spearmen, he's like, yeah, okay, it's pretty obvious. Like, the math doesn't support you getting these passively. If they did, then Ottomans would be the most broken civ in the game. Was there ever a time where the passive production was close to that? Like, vibe check from chat? I don't think it was ever that egregious, if I'm not mistaken. God, it sounds bonkers if it ever was. There was probably like a round of testing in Office where it was close to that. Okay, so Nimu still has numbers. I'm kind of surprised B stepped up. But then again, he didn't see the 7th spear originally. But look at how far you have to go. Like I said, eventually Dark Age will be a win for Ottomans, but the Vizier point system doesn't reward you quickly here. No, this is slow. He's 2/3 of the way to getting those imams, which means Numenor has plenty of time to tech up. And Numu, another cool thought here. This is an optimization for maximum healing value. If he gets low like this and gets home, he wants to go Abbey of Kings, which means he's going to kiss the boobies better. Oh man, he even adds in more spearmen? What? Yo, Numu is a crazy man, okay? Numenon's that type of guy who turns up at a bar wearing a sunflower potted plant as a hat. All right? You don't mess with those type of people. Because either A, they are literally crazy, or B, they've got thousands of hours in Plants vs. Zombies. And anyone who's got that many hours knows what they're doing strategically. And monotonously. And APM-ably. And it is going to be a runaway. Now, it looks like the spears are going to survive. Abbey of Kings now coming in. Okay, but if he just hides on the inside here. You're going to want to put more villages, though. Like, because the risk here is if B starts burning the Abbey of Kings. And yeah, okay, so yeah, he pulls 2 more. Now he's at the threshold where it's very hard to burn it down. Numenor, are you kidding me? I mean, that was an expensive fight for him, actually. Look how low all of B's are. Oh, that was sick micro B. Optimized it. He even shuffles one to the back to cover the escape, to block the charge. That was disgusting micro. So B, minus is free. The charges are going to start catching up, but they're catching up to the less injured of the two. Fresh Spin is going to come in. He baits the entire force onto him. And that should cover B's escape. Wait, the wolf! Foul! Ref! Blow the whistle. Alright, so Numu, age up will complete first for him. That's rough, though. Like, those 3 spearmen he lost is really expensive. If he kept those alive, B would be in a pretty grim position right now. Instead, B... I mean, this has to be Imam. I would be shocked if it's not. He's got, what, 11 sheep and Minaret Madrasa? You don't need the sheep Vizier point that quickly. So if he just gets one more out... Should be the spearman producing... And, oh, no, he's got slow production. Okay, so he's still 2 XP away. Tech up completes, and that will give him what he needs. So now Imams are going to spawn, be able to rush them across. He's trying to bait the spearman in. Numu has queued up and spawned the first lord. But seriously, guys, like this. This is where life gets hard for Numu. But you know what? It's a hard knock life for us. So he's going to take to the streets of the Lords of Lancaster. Yeah, this is your buffer zone. This is your protection. Also gathering on the stone now, so we will be getting the first mana coming in shortly. And this is a bit of a dirty spawn for a mana, actually. Double tree line is outrageous. Yeah, if he builds a mana here, he'll buff both tree lines. And reminder, a mana is a drop-off building. Looks like he is going to opt to play it even safer, though. Puts it right next to the TC. So reminder, manas have been nerfed. Ha 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 ha. That's right. No longer does Lancaster tech up and then rush manas. Ha 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 ha. No longer does Lancaster get good value out of multiple manas. Ha 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 Okay, come on. There's got to be... Oh, in fairness, no longer does Lancaster get value from mass manors. Yeah. Okay, we can stop laughing now. That's actually true. So the thing that's been discovered quite quickly is that actually the optimal build for Lancaster is double mana. So you build one out here towards the gold, and then another one here on the tree line. And that is going to generate you actually more than you got on the old manors. Manors used to generate 105 resources per minute. Now it works based on how many villages are in range. This one manor has got 17 villages in range, and each villager is worth 6 resources. Meaning, this is better than the old manor. Yeah. He's generating, what would that be? 102 extra resources off of the villages, on top of the 40 base. So that's going to be 142 resource mana. They're pretty good. Just look at the number rocket up. Spears on the front line have been bolstered now. So he's fully healed them. He's got all the lords here. So we have some unit diversity from B. From Numidan, we have units. He's legit just got spearmen. But we are now getting the hobbies. Remember, Hobbelars get insane with the lords because of the fact that they increase your health. And no, the lords have not been changed in any way. So, once again, Lancaster has been nerfed. Ha 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 ha. These guys are still as ridiculous as they ever were. Look at the stats. Great swords, attack speed doesn't even matter. Like, the thing you have to remember with melee is melee attack speed at this point, it's not that much of a game changer. Like, the fact that tank can have decent initial damage is more important because usually there's going to be a lot more moving in early melee fights instead of just raw committing. In late game, melee attack speed is really important because it's more of an A-click and we don't move as much. But even then, there's a shuffle of troops. Like, if you start killing and then you move, then all of a sudden, you're not attacking. Which means the worse attack speed doesn't kill you as much. Alright, guys. So, Mano is giving 81 food. Sorry, 92 food and 41 wood. And then, did he... Oh, he built one out here. Reminder, they're now a drop-off building. So, this one's not as good, but it's still passive resources. It's still saving 50 on a mill. So we'll take it anyway. And we do have Sipahi now just trying to enter into the economy in Numidan. Hobblar defense strat is going to be a bit flimsy. That's why he's got the spear still, though. Yeah, because B isn't stepping up. For good reason here. It's a bit risky to rush archers blind into the enemy base. Because if he's got a bunch of Hobblars, you just die. Great micro there from B. Yeah, he's trying to minimize the blows onto Sipahi. And hold on a second. Does connect towards the deer. Yeah, Numidan not going for a third mana here. They're not that tanky, in fairness. Only 750 HP. And reminder, they are quite expensive. Costing you 325 resources. Yeah, that's the other funny thing. Pause that, villagers. Not so funny as death, okay? That's a serious matter. Right? That is now... Like, I don't know what we call this. So we got... You know you got, like, turducken, where it's like... a turkey and the duck's crammed inside the turkey. What would you call it when, like, the villager dies on the deer and then you cram the villager inside the deer? Is that a dillager? A veer? We're going to leave that to be answered by someone else. So the thing I was going to point out with the manors is that because manors are now a drop-off building and there's still a house... They didn't lose that, right? They still give plus 10 pop. They nerfed them by increasing their cost by 25 resources. In wood. Guys, do you realize why that is not a cost nerf at all? What would you normally have to build? A mill? A lumber camp? A mining camp? They are all these things. So that's where it gets a bit silly, isn't it? Like, technically, actually, manors are cheaper now. Because you're saving on building a drop-off building. That's the tiny little small print writing they didn't want to tell you about. But we do have King's College now coming through. So Numidan going to be skipping the next stage. Could he turn this into a Hobblar strat? It looks like just veterancy spin is going to be the main priority. B, of course, not really saving resources. He's been sitting at home, waiting to be attacked? Yeah, I think he thought he was going to be jumped. What is interesting, by the way, is this particular build, I think, got nerfed for Lancaster. Because you don't really get value out of scaling manas, and King's College usually feels good with level 2 mana, it's not as insane as it once was. But seems the target point is going to be that Corolevess's Night Strat. Spin with beautiful brace. -3 on the Sipahi. B gained nothing out of that. Lords did just get auto upgraded, rather. We got veterancy for Spears queued. And Numenor even adding in a few Olsgard now, but needs to be careful with his own Spearman. That's expensive. Hobblar are going to get shut down, so no entry there. A reminder, we've got 3 mana. So this one's generating 100 resources. Yep, really nerfed. And then this one is generating 150 resources. Truly nerfed. And then this one is generating 70 resources. Ah, there we go, guys. We found the nerf point. So, you used to generate 315 resources from 3 manas. He's now generating... was it 170? And then this one adds in about... He's generating about 300 resources again. Yeah. Numenor. Uh-oh. This looks like a questionable defense strat. Everything but the Lords are dying. Olsgard trying to hold on as well. They're the last line of defense. Last bastion for this kingdom. But Numenor now just bloating as many Olsgard as he can realistically afford. B, he has got the healing at the back. Meta is there providing the aura, and it is on melee armor, which is huge in these battles. Yeah, +2 extra melee armor. Offsetting a lot of the power of these trades to the Olsgard. Scaring back into the base. Gonna get idled off here. This is working until the Sipahi came. I mean, that is how numbers work, yeah. The thing is, the archers are now trash. Like, the only reason he done archers is to stop spearmen, and it worked. Like, Numenor can't build spearmen. You saw him, he had to actually cancel the veterancy on spears, because it's just redundant. Wait, did he not cancel the... Oh my god, he didn't. Wait, so he just burnt the resources? He didn't need veterancy. There's no point. He spent 300 resources on something redundant. And what are those farms? Oh, God. Oh, dagger throws do kill a single Sipahi. And there we go, guys. Manas are nerfed. We done it. What if he just built another mana out here? Unfortunately, he doesn't have enough stone for it. Because it actually would be ideal with... Is that 17 on gold? Yeah. What worries me here is, like, B, technically, he should be losing the imams. Because if Numenor targets them with the dagger throws, they die at this point. The damage is too high. He's just not doing it, which means you're not really doing damage. So this goes both ways. Like, if B doesn't keep fighting, the Abbey of Kings offsets all damage. Yeah, this is like a ridiculous fight in that any chip damage should technically lead to nothing. You need to get kills. Anything you do not finish now will come back to haunt you. B. Well, he's here to stay as a permanent haunting. He's a poltergeist in the Lancastrian manner, it would seem. Army going nowhere. Mehmed on the way for B. However, that Olsgard count is getting high. I'm kind of surprised B didn't try to sneak past. Did he ever scout the gold? He knows about it. Yeah, but I guess his thought is if he dives, he's going to leave his archers behind to die. Lord's chopping arms off of Ottoman soldiers and regenerating 5 seconds. That sounds like a Call of Duty game to me. Only thing we're missing is you need to get like a splash of Tango on your screen, you know, when you get damaged. Then you got that full modern FPS experience. Okay, so it will be a backup for Greed. He's going to start picking up relics. Veterancy's on the way. But props to him, Numenor actually did manage to creep out for relics. He's already got 1 banked. He's going for the second one on the opposite side. I think from his current position, if he gets 3 relics, this is overwhelming victory for him. Doesn't mean he's going to win the game, but in that department, like from where he is right now, he shouldn't be able to even get this. He does seem to be marching across. Numenor? He's going to have to deal with Spring Odds. Relic Gatherer is going to be found. That actually might tip B off to check on the other one now. He already scouted where it is. It is going to be a wide rotation, though. Still, Numenor, the problem he has here is his Earlsguard army can be contested by mass crossbows. You may be noticing that B isn't going to rush that fight, though, for good reason. A, the crossbows have to get here, and B, if you trickle crossbowmen into dagger throwers, you lose. We've seen this constantly in the past. So the Relic is just going to be ran straight into B. Okay. Well, it almost got home. Has he set up a mana on the farms yet? No, he hasn't re-established an extra mana, which is a bit surprising here. Because you're going to permanently have, like, what, 11 villages in range, which is actually pretty good. This is going to sound odd, and you have to get used to it, but, like, mana should have farms built around them now. They're like mini Aachen chapels in terms of generating extra resources. That is going to be a big loss of resources, though. B, with the veteran Sipahi. No wheelbarrow on Numenor. 10 workers evaporate, and he's already looking for a counter-offensive, but that leaves him vulnerable to a full dive. B enters the main. And Numenor lacking a white tower defense strat here. There is no option but to commit. Oh, boy. This looks like it should end up being expensive, though. Workers now rushing towards the front line. Numenor, it's not a castle rush. The best you can do is afford an outpost. Dive into the base, though, with the knights. Villagers not being targeted yet. It's going to scare him away. And wait, is he going for a landmark victory? Oh my god, he is. Numenor, he's going all in. No, that doesn't work. Numu, he just doesn't know what to do. It's like, this isn't my Lancaster. Where's the max 9 manas to win? It doesn't work anymore. GG gets called. Lancaster may still be disgusting for those first 2 manas, but you quickly see if they can't win the game, where do you go from there? Okay, B on Ottomans is... He's the boogeyman. Oh my god. Unbeaten on Otto. I mean, I kind of respect it. Like, you know, yeah, it's an ambitious full send, but like, he didn't have any backup plan. It's like, I don't blame him for just sending everything into the base. It's the only thing left for him to do. Was it going to work? Realistically, no. Especially without wheelbarrow. But like, you see what I mean, though? Like, I think they still have that timing attack. It's just B plays Ottomans really well, and they are a good feudal civ. I think if you choose civs that are good at contesting in feudal age, you can still beat the Lancastrians. Like, I think it's Lancaster's real threat point now. Past that, they're just kind of terrible. And like, I think with these changes, like, actually, King's College might just be dead. It might just be a dead landmark, full stop. I'm not impressed by the prospects of King's College anymore. All right, Delhi versus Macedonia. We're going to get another feudal brawl. Still takes 2 for manas to pay themselves off if you have 10 villages in range. 2 minutes? Yeah, but if it takes 2 minutes for a mana to pay itself off with 10 villages in range, which is realistically attainable, then that actually makes it better than old manas. Because old manas took 3 minutes to return their investment. So once again, like for a feudal aggro build, manas are really, really good. Where Lancaster has been nerfed is the late game, and in particular with regards to that, the mana scaling. Like, basically what the devs wanted to do is they wanted to turn Lancaster into a civ that doesn't get away with losing 80% of his workers and winning the game. Because if you guys remember, they were the Civ always doing that. There was no other Civ as consistent in making comebacks with no villagers as Lancaster. And it was because of the manners. Alright, I just realized I haven't run ads. Whoops. Gonna run a minute and a half ads now, guys. I'm so thoughtful. Why don't you consider subscribing to thank me? And prediction for game 1, B win. Reminder, by the way, guys, if you want to do something free instead of subscribing to help, be sure to download Opera GX. We're working with them this month. If you're looking for a new, fresh browser that allows you to optimize the amount of resources used by your CPU and RAM, which you're going to want to do because the new DLC is a little bit choppy on performance, then definitely consider downloading that. They also have a lot of built-in features, ad block, they've got a VPN in there, all free, of course, and it's free to download and create an account. And if you do it, it does support us. So go check it out. Don't think people will miss the Lord's Rush. Yeah, but I don't think the Lord's Rush is actually dead. I think some civs can, like, I think Ottomans was on the verge of being able to deal with it anyway. And some players could actually beat Lancaster with Ottomans anyway, before these changes. So there's still some matchups where they're going to cheese them. Like, the big surprise to me is that he picked Lancaster on Dry Arabia and not Cliffside. Because Cliffside is a lot better. Like, Cliffside to me is an S tier map for them. Sorry, checking my messages. All right, let's get ready to go. Oh, dude, can you just stop with the capture rage bugs? I'm getting annoyed really fast with this. One sec. Let me start the game. Alright. So, that means we can't flip around the UI. Sorry, guys. Yeah, we'll leave as is. Did somebody ask for more fighting civs? Because we're getting them. Game number 2 of our Winner Stays On format, Numidan takes to the angry Vikings. I'd expect nothing else from a Swede man, but to embolden and embrace his heritage. And he's going to need to dig deep into his ancestry to beat this. Be on his deli. This man is looking like an unrivaled force. And wait. The caster mode thing, what? Oh, wait, you mean, yeah, to fix it. Yeah, so, like, basically, we can't stop this from happening. But you're saying what I can do is this and then this. But it's still going to be broken. Because, for some reason, Capture Age just had to break again. Apologies for that, guys. That's why you're going to see green on the left, even though he's on the right. I can't change that. And I can't change Viking boys' minds. Numidan goes for the Varangian Stronghold Rush. This is going to be popular, guys. This is kind of a nuts build with the new Macedonian Civ. They paid 200 resources instead of 150 for this Rax that produces 3 different unit types out of it. It can eventually get cavalry, but in the feudal age, it'll have access to spears, men-at-arms, and archers. Now, that's not just what's incredible about this option for Numidan. It is a 2000 HP structure that takes 30 seconds to build, and this is the part that's crazy. Stronghold defensive arrow slits will give him a way of getting protection down the line, and B, he doesn't even know about this spear play. It's going to be right up in his face. What a great strat by Numadon, because we're on Cliffside. This is a shorter map, so it didn't take him as long to proxy base. Reminder now, burning down a 2k HP structure is not going to be feasible. Like, technically, B could do it, but it would not be worth the time it would take. Which means he will eventually be blocked off of gold. Because if B just waits for this to reach Feudal Age, Numadon can spend 150 resources to basically get arrow slits on this building. And it's not just this building, folks. Every single Varangian stronghold will have it. Meaning, if you build 2 Varangian strongholds, then this is better than going arrow slits on individual outposts. It's pretty crazy. Numadon. Oh, he has actually found where B's going. Yeah, but unfortunately, B's already been there. So it looks like sheep-wise, it's going to be, what, 12 sheep? B should come out better, though. He's up at 14 already, and he's gathering on the berries. So Dome of Faith on the way, because you're always Dome of Faith. And this is what I love about Numadon's strategy. He's leveraging the fact that every Delhi player will still try to just do this. Because Dome of Faith is so good. He has, however, got a backup gold option. Yeah, and like the interesting thought is, does Numadon now on a delay go and Varangian Stronghold this? Because he could have Varangian Stronghold between the gold and the berries and kind of screw B over. Okay, so Numadon has been pretty slow in his own age up, though. Like, that's the trade-off of adding in the 2 Adgemafa. Because, reminder, these are the spearmen of the Macedonians, but you do pay more for them to get more health. Grand Winery now come through here. So, this has been a pretty popular pick so far. I think the exception has been the Spanish bros. Vortex and Lucifron have been believing in Hippodrome a lot. I personally think Hippodrome is incredible. Because you are able to get a bunch of champions for free, one of which, the Horseman champion, gives +2 damage to all cavalry units, meaning you can actually directly contest Ghazi. It's actually really efficient against Ghazi spam. But the thing that's nicer about Grand Winery for a lot of players is it just gives you more flexibility because it's just going to be a food buff, so you can use it to build into anything, and then it scales better into the late game. As a reminder, by building the Grand Winery, you get a 30% increased gathering rate on all food sources in range. The berries going to be quicker, the sheep going to be quicker, and eventually his farms are going to be quicker. Okay, so Adgemafa just guarding the second gold. And we have got stone gathering, by the way, so it is indeed going to be a Varangian stronghold arrow slits play. This is rough. We've seen before, actually, that Civ like Delhi can actually deal with this by healing through it. We actually saw a strat by the Tuklak Dynasty to deal with it. Problem is, you need scholars to heal through this. It's not going to have them. The Varangians are going to be coming out of this. It's going to be the Adgemafa, which are now being upgraded. B, reluctant to go into archers, understandably so. You see what I mean? It's just such a hard thing to kill. Guys, think about how difficult it can be sometimes to rush and kill a dock. And, oh, the scout grieves him. So you've got it in your mind of how hard a dock is to kill. This has more health than a dock, but at least a dock won't attack you while you burn it. Adgemafa not going to be able to fish that extra kill, but... Nimu, you know, I questioned why he wouldn't choose Lancaster for this map. It's starting to make sense. This looks so much better. I don't know if I say better, but the opening definitely looks stronger. We'll see if it scales better. But oh, he gets the hit! Villager down! Man down! Too late for a medic. Defibs aren't going to work on that. No, and this is the power of the stronghold. It can kill a worker in 5 hits, and it attacks every 1.1 second. Look at the speed of it. It's ridiculous. They are so good. The only downside is that Varangian strongholds have less range than standard outposts. They're 6 tower range. That's good enough. Interesting choice with the men-at-arms, actually, against Ghazi. But I guess he predicted the archer switch. Still going to be an expensive fight. Numadon just sacking his spearmen. Got more of these Varangian coming out. Remember, Ghazi get +2 damage against them, which essentially offsets your whole value, which is 2 extra armor over standard men-at-arms. The Stronghold. He's just giving a masterclass on microing here, just shifting these away one by one. The challenge is, how long is it going to take to heal off all that damage done afterwards? This is pretty crafty, though. Like, the value point for B is, remember, Varangian really get ridiculous, as do most Viking units, when they get runestones. You cannot get runestones if you do not confirm kills. It's like playing Call of Duty and asking, oh, wait, I've done like 700 damage, but I don't have my Harrier Strike yet. Yeah, because you may have done 700 damage, but if you haven't killed anyone, it doesn't count. It's not a kill streak. So he needs 5 kills in total to get 1 runestone, which is temporary anyway. And so far, he's struggling to get any. I think he's had 2, maybe 3 kills in total. Ghazi micro away. Varangian Stronghold gets the final connect. I don't think this works. Nimu, it's a cool experiment, but it's a failed one, you nutty professor. He's so close every time. Yeah, I think the play here for Nimu that maybe could have worked is just Spearman. And I know your opponent's going to build archers for it, but like at least then your Stronghold can attack the archers on the dive. Like, these guys are doing nothing. Why doesn't he use the Berserk ability? Because that could be renamed to the Die Quicker ability. Like, what does Berserk do here for him? It just lets him die faster. Berserk tends to be underwhelming when outnumbered. Because what's going to happen is you're going to try to, like, what? Berserk and finish off the injured unit. B will just pull it away, and now congrats, you've got 5 other units hitting you for an extra 4 damage. It's really not a good deal. Looks like Varangian strat is going to come to a fail. Stronghold now getting burnt down. And he's even got the Scholars on the edge just healing it all off. B, just such a big fan of these healing strats. Which is quite comical to think about, actually, considering that Numidan's the one with the Tuklak dynasty. So interesting he didn't go for spears. It's because he was worried about archers contesting him, but I mean, all you've done is encourage your opponent to build Ghazi instead. I think what Numidan was hoping is that like the healer count was so low that he would be able to overwhelm, but it's difficult, especially when you consider Varangian a premium unit. They're 130 resources. Like, you're basically paying almost the exact same your opponent does for a Ghazi. And Ghazi actually, like, almost trade evenly. Varangian attack faster, yes, but they do 12 damage, whereas your opponent is going to do 14 to you. And then you minus the armor. Like, I think for Numidan, the challenge here is, like, what he was looking for was a tempo build, but he needed to wait. Because once you've got these techs coming through, like, you just got the +1/+1, Varangian actually do get kind of scary. Because now they've got a little bit extra health, and they've got 5 melee armor. Remember, that's via the arsenal, because you're able to get into these unique techs. But it requires silver, which requires a lot of gold gathering. And what's interesting is, actually, I don't see Numidan with a marketplace. The reason that's a problem is it means he can't just regurgitate gold and buy food with it. Yeah, he's balancing his economy logically, but the problem with doing that is it means you get your silver techs slower. Game now slowing down. Feels like it does benefit B. Starting to capture those sacred sites. Numidan is still just trying to cheese him with mass men-at-arms. Honestly, you've got to respect it. Like, I mean, you know, this is the gal you brought to prom. Dance with her. Because switching spears doesn't solve your problem now. You're so far in the gutter. And you can't really switch archers because you've now already invested your silver into the melee. Because remember, the way it works with the Macedonians is very unique. You upgrade via a path based on whether they're melee, cavalry, or ranged. So you have more techs you have to do, but technically you can get more value than other civs. Clash coming in. Numadon still does not have a single runestone. Oh my god. Look at the micro as well. B just pulling away any injured party. Look at the health bars. Oh my god. This is worse than it is for a Jean player. At least she get passive XP. He can't get any runestones. I think he's afforded 1 now, but 1 is not a lot. And they have small AoEs. Yeah, think about this. Like, we've seen this with Jean, where healing strats are really effective against her. But at least when you're playing Jean, you get XP over time. You can get XP by doing other things. Numadon can only get these runestones, which will increase his melee damage and his movement speed on his Varangian by destroying units. He has to get the final blow. And that's what's making the Ghazi so effective. B also with 9 scholars can easily heal them all. I mean, is there a convergence point for Numu? He's already got the 2 extra melee now, so really tanky in these fights. Also 2 ranged armor, but he's now capped out. He can't go for +3 armor until he's in Castle Age. I think Numu might try and tech, actually. Like, this looks pretty grim, but if you can get Castle Age, Castle up Varangian is kind of disgusting here. P gonna keep on chasing. And there's the runestone. He gets the charge off. Clubs for a few extra kills, but nope. The kite! Formation shuffling has got to go, man. Those archers are definitely moving quicker than intended. So what happened there is he had some Ghazi further away, and he selected the archers with them, clicks them over, and these archers, they get kind of like a bit of drift where they move faster. So just a full disengage. That is now Numadon down to 0 runestone charges available again. Vikings just don't feel like Vikings when they can't carve into rocks. And hold on a sec. That's a good hit. Some decent damage done, and remember, he didn't take any in return. It's still not enough for extra runestones, but it's something. And the castle up, it's about to hit. Ghazi are going to raid in. Numadon shifts the workers away. System of the first hill now being crept in on the gold. Okay, this could be it. There is a window here. As depressing as this game looks right now. Hit on the backside. So he's going to find a worker. But wait, did he just gave him another runestone for that? Okay, so B has a huge issue now. Your opponent has got runestone. Your opponent is about to have veterancy on Varangian. He already has insane armor stats. And he just queued up tier 3. Not just that. System got used on the building to speed it up. He's getting veterancy in 12 seconds. This is it. Clash comes in. Numadon jumps the gun slightly, but there's the upgrade now. Look at the armor. Runestone gets dropped. Ghazi going for the surround, though. B. Can he push this away? The archers only do 1 damage. And Numadon, he needs that second wave. He pulls back towards them. Angry Vikings look to stand their ground. Is it going to be enough? These archers, they're just target firing down to finish them off 1 by 1. The Ghazi. I don't feel like they're actually dying quick enough here. No, it's not working. Numadon, that's -10 Varangian. I mean, the archers are irrelevant, but they can at least target down anything injured, and that's exactly what B's looking for. The killing blow. Numadon, is he done? Or is it actually working? I mean, the weird thing about this, both sides, their melee count is going down, but that means scholars can focus heal. It's going to pull back. Hold on. Numu, he's only got 14 Vikings left, but he has at least forced a retreat out of B. Still, I don't think this is a retreat because B is weak. He's just pulling away from where the production is. And look at what he does now. He can get us around. Yep, he sees it. Ghazi going around the back. He full surrounds. That's it. Back-to-back shielders are not going to be able to hold. Numadon is going down with this Viking longbow. He's lost all momentum now. It's still 20 Ghazi. He's going to switch now to Radari, which is a decent shout. I don't know if he's got time for this. I mean, I guess he's still... Okay, actually, no. In fairness to him, he's got a decent amount of farms. 12 so far. And he's got the boar still. Pro Scouts has been yoinking freebies, though. There is a risk that Numidan will not be able to keep up on the food count. And B is also starting to save up for Castle. Is Cav have no armor upgrades? Even without armor upgrades, Radari are crazy. Radari is statistically, I think, the best unit in the heavy Cav class in Castle Age for its cost. You pay the same as a standard knight, but you get better movement speed. You get better base damage on your sword swing. You get a faster attack speed on your sword swing. You get a hybrid throwing axe, and the only thing you miss out on is a charge. Radari are nuts. The problem, though, is getting enough of them. Ghazi. I'm going to break in on the back. Oh, he didn't even finish the wall. So minus another 2. Might be minus more than that. Radari. Well, this is exactly how the Varangian guard died. 1v many. Oh, God. All 3. Expensive losses here. Out of time as well. No wheelbarrow on Numidan this entire time, which is crazy with the amount of gold he was gathering. Trip Sacred Site now locked in, tech up complete, and B just queues up a War Elephant as if it's the casual answer to everything. And B will just keep raiding with the Ghazi. I mean, if he gets a War Elephant out, he doesn't need them. We've been here before with War Elephants. You'll know how I feel about them. One War Elephant can hold back all this. With just a few scholars behind him. That's all it's going to take. Hutch is just actually casually trying to snipe through the Varangian. They don't do much damage, but Varangian do have lower health than standard men-at-arms, although not in this case. Because remember, he's been buffing the armor and HP. And there it is. His worst nightmare. And he instantly calls the game. Do I need to say it again? Vikings, fill in the sentence. Vikings are... But now, let's change to an easier sentence. You guys know this one. Elephants are... Kind of a crazy strat, though, guys. Let me know what you think of this one. I mean, I can't believe it. Like, what we just watched here, in theory, looked really cool from Numidan. And maybe against a non-healing Civ. But Macedonians suck if they can't unalive you. One sec, need to name that one. Kind of crazy. B had 3x, 4x army since beginning. Yeah, but like it's castle versus feudal army, right? And he's still just like, this is the difference healing just legitimately makes. Healing is an insane game changer. And like it's something I've been wanting for years. Like healing at pro level is where like it will look broken. Healing at casual level, like, I don't know what this does. It's a wild difference. Okay, next game. Let's see where we're going. We've got Relic River, Tuklak. We're getting another new Civ. Numidan's trying. He's pumping all of them out. Tuklak versus Japan. You might just get Dark Age rushed here, actually. And then there's a fishing to worry about. Can we do more ads now? We can. Oh, wait. No, we can't. Ah, he already just ran the ads, didn't it? All right, so game number 2 is going to be going to B. What a beast. Yo, what's up, HDL? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Smart lad. He realized, like, wait a second. This thing doesn't auto-renew. I need to use it again. You got to smash those subs in. Remember, guys, help support the channel. Means you guys don't have to worry about ads either. And also, you get some of the most epic emotes you could ever want. Like, where are my K-Big pods in chat right now? Yeah, seriously, if you've got Amazon Prime, you literally got a free sub sitting there. So you could avoid the ads anyway. Just saying. HDL is a pretty smart cookie. Okay. Go draft scene again? I'm using different. I'm not using my KPMM one. Like, I wasn't even meant to be on this scene. Because technically, like, these are KPMM, but they're not KPMM. So it's like, don't worry. There's nothing that needs to be fixed on it. Map type to pick. Ooh. Wait. New stuff. Oh. Ah, thank you. That's helpful. Yo! What's up, Selkar? Smart lad there as well. See, look, all these Gigabrain people, all the clever people, they get those Prime subs in. You don't let them go to waste, because if you just have them sitting there, Bezos gets the money. And Bezos doesn't need more money. He can afford to divorce his wife and give her billions and still not care. If I was to divorce my partner, and we definitely wouldn't be able to give him billions, I'll tell you that much. Not that I'm aiming to. I think healing should only occur when out of combat. My take is different. I think healing should have a mana system. Like, I legit think healing, having a mana system is much better. Maybe it complicates the game a little bit more, but actually, like, at least, like, when you look past the face level of, like, an extra bar on the screen, you can figure out stuff a bit. Like, oh, yeah, I can beat him in 2 minutes of non-stop attacking because he's going to run out of mana. Prime thing only work on web? I believe so. So if you are on phone, I don't... Actually, can someone explain? I think someone said before, there is an option to do it on phone. It's just hidden. All right, here we go. Oh, what's that? Let's go on. You're 2-0 down. It looks grim. But don't worry, folks. There's always one cheesy sieve to get you out of a bad bind in any game or match. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We've got Show Match, a winner stays on format between B and Numidan. And B, well, at this rate, he's looking to see if I can fund his bills for the entire month. He's already won 1 series. He's looking to make it 2. Numidan's last hope and savior is the Tuklak Dynasty, the new Delhi variant in Age of Empires 4. And we already have this disgusting opener. Mass worker elephants and scout them about. Yeah, this is ridiculous. They can rally sheep to them. You just saw them coming in. So this is a great way of trying to starve your opponent off of food, while also technically scouting the map. Admittedly, you don't scout very clearly, but here's the funny thing. If I had a scout that had this vision, I would be worried about it missing things or running into issues. With 500 HP, there's no issue this elephant can run into that he can't run out of. Like, legitimately, you could probably dive the enemy TC and run out the other side in that time. Yeah, this is really strong. 13 sheep already, while at the same time B has 6. Yeah, this may be too strong. Oh, God. And now he's just going into areas which have already been scouted. There's no sheep down here. No, he's going to find them. This is ridiculous. He did miss one in the corner. Okay, that's ruined my immersion right there. No way do they get along. KP, it's the 21st century, all right? If they want to be husband and wife, they can. I mean, I'm just saying, traditionally, I'm pretty sure the wolf is meant to eat the sheep. Actually, that's probably asking too much. That would give wolves a reason to exist in AoE4 again. Anyone else been feeling that recently? Like, I'd give them something. Give them a reason to be. And does he pass over the sheep? No, he could have there. Numu, he's up to 18 sheep. Well, both these civs do use berries well. So I guess there's that as a cut recovery for B. He's going to go Tawara. He also does have the deer nearby, so maybe it's just worth trying to shove the deer in a little bit. Deer shoving has been nerfed, but you can get them close here. And he has got the spearman now arriving. So we'll idle him off, but Dubadon's happy. He's got an extra 100 gold already. What was the strat here? Was he going wheelbarrow? Wheelbarrow is more expensive. Remember, Tuklak, they get the techs almost instantly, but they do pay 20% more than other civs do for their technologies. And it's still a really good deal. Like, it's definitely not the type of one you're going to pass up. And B? What are we looking at here? Is this going to be... Is he going to try and go fishing? No, he seems to just think Numidan is. Elephant's like, mission accomplished, boys. Nothing could take me down. And the final sheep haul, B was 6. Numidan with 18. He could also have went berries, but he didn't due to the spearmen. Because remember, Tuklak have an increased gathering rate on berries. The only negative for them compared to other civs, such as Delhi, is they can't increase the amount on the berries per 100. Reminder, by the way, you're only paying 75 resources for this thing. It's a pretty good civ. The question now, with Eidolon Gold, is Numidan going to try to reaccess? Oh, nice idea there by B. Just take the sheep out. So the reason why I'm asking him to get reaccess, and wait, is that still a thing? Oh my god, it is. You can walk up the river. I think they fixed it because you used to be able to go all the way up, whereas now it's only half. I love how he just goes up there, being scurried around by the spearman. And you are seeing that correctly. The spearman won't get the bonus damage against this, so it takes a really long time to kill. And what makes it an even bigger negative is that he just triggered the tier up, which means he gets 2 extra armor. And just to clarify for people, when I say you're not going to get the bonus damage, I mean the cavalry. You do get that elephant tag, but this is where worker elephants are kind of nuts. It's like they're not cavalry, they're elephant. So you get an extra +3 damage against them with your Dark Age spears, but you miss out on an extra +70. Now, I know your first question about the 75 resource worker elephant is going to be, can you eat it? You cannot eat it. Maybe that should be the next mechanic. I think your opponent should be able to eat it. Like, if I have to make that much effort to kill a 500 resource unit in the Dark Age, I should get to eat it. Oh, no. And I think B might eat a loss. Guys, it's happening. There is a broken unit in this landmark that seems to not know how to lose. The healer elephant now on the way for the low price of 305 resources. He's about to get the hardest unit to kill in the feudal age. Yes, even harder than a worker elephant. I do not exaggerate. So what's B's reaction going to be to this? Wait, he's going to go mass horseman. Okay, that's interesting. So he'll try to directly contest the archers. I don't mind this idea. So I think healer elephants themselves are really busted right now. I think your best hope of beating it is to try and beat the things that would support it. So what B's doing here is, like, it looks kind of throwy, is he's ignoring the elephant that is a cavalry unit that you want to build either archers against because it has low ranged armor, or spearmen against because it's cavalry. But instead, he's going to try to deal with the thing that it supports. Because what makes the healer elephants really broken isn't necessarily their ability to kill at first. It's their ability to stop you killing. You want cannibalism DLC? There actually was a mod that allowed you to do that. We had a different version, which was like a vampirism mod type thing that we've had for community games before, where you keep what you kill. So if you destroyed a unit, you actually got the value of that unit. They get buffed from melee infantry, so building horsemen is encouraging spears. True, but then I think this is quite nice for the Yumi spam. Like, Yumi are very cost efficient. Yumi are actually insanely cost efficient. And you can still technically win spear on spear. If there's too big of a fight, the heal elephants like might struggle there. My issue is, like, I think you have to go Yumi though. Because, like, let's say it's 40 spears versus 40 spears. Japan with katana and melee is quite nice, but if it's less, the healers will just focus fire on the injuries. D, he's already out in the deer. He's going to have to keep playing further forward on the map. And I agree. Like, trying to go mass melee without sheep is going to be tricky here. He hasn't even gone for fishing. And we're almost at the critical mass. Like, seriously, it's that easy. Like, 3 healer elephants feels like critical mass. Yumi versus healer elephants, like, tickling with matchsticks? Yep. Because although they have low ranged armor, you have low base damage. So one ranged armor actually feels pretty painful. This is difficult, man. Like, I'm not saying that B's found the golden solution to this. I think this strategy is pretty broken. But I think conceptually what he's envisioning here isn't wrong. Is that if you want to beat this, your best hope is you have to answer the thing that's being built after it. It's so annoying, though. Like, you're essentially ignoring the problem until it becomes a problem. Because if Numenor keeps equally scaling a balance between elephants and the other things, sure, you'll eventually beat everything else, but like if there's 5 elephants, you can't reach anything else. Numenor needs a Tuklaka bad fort? Yeah, he can build one of them if he wants to lose. Why does he need a Tuklaka bad fort? I think what Numenor needs to do is actually move out. Because B is teching. Okay, I'm actually impressed that he's kept Numenor in the base this long. With 5 horsemen? I'm flowing Kate now on the way. Horsemen are going to run into a mess, but they'll get away with it. That's pretty crazy. He's marching up now, but one healer elephant's not going to dive the base. You need them all here. So they are pulling forward. 4th one just came out. They're breeding. Quick, someone give him the snip. We can't let this spread. At this rate, with the Tuklak taking over, by 2030, elephants will lead our nations. Raid onto the villages. B, he was hanging out here because he needed the food. Does get caught out, so pushed away. He's only got one backup option. He's got a few farms, but he's limited because of the Kura storehouse placement. Villagers idled out on the builds. Now, the good news is he's almost complete. And not all healer elephants are here yet. So, theoretically, he should get this. Why? The TC's not garrisoned. It's not doing enough damage. Spearman now with a dive in. That's 5 workers dead already. Oh, God. And now we've reached GG point. This has got to go, man. Healer elephants. I would have rather you just let them have their gunpowder elephants in age 4 and be done with it. In a game where most players scream that feudal knights are OP, for some reason, we decided elephants should be allowable. And why do they do bonus against buildings? Oh, God. That's one building down. B, admittedly, is not using that. He's actually going samurai, which... okay. We're going to die, aren't we? And technically, you know, it doesn't die to the archers. I just think samurai died to the elephants. These archers just ignoring the samurai. They go after the workers. An easy -2 there. More to come. Oh no, you've almost killed us. It would be a tragic shame if there was a unit in the feudal age that could heal me. Maybe if we don't click on a marketplace. Oh, that's cute. You hit for 14 damage? I hit for 15. And more because of the spearman. Oh, God. All right, let's see it. Samurais versus elephants. It feels like a kid telling stories. House of Learning's on the way. Well, guys, the good news is pros are experiencing the same thing in their tournament series that you are on the ladder. So they don't exist in a privileged world. It's just ridiculous. They heal each other too fast. Like, this is the thing. Okay, yeah, the samurai aren't dying fast, but the elephants are never dying. Do you see the problem here? Whereas the samurai gradually will get worn down. You ever play like Total War and you have that unit that just doesn't seem to die, but then they keep getting more fatigued and eventually they can't swing their sword? They're doing, like, practically no damage. It's that type of feeling, really. And the difference here is actually it does eventually die. Just micros them away. Samurai just lack the movement speed. Like, what's the solution here? I think part of it could be making the healer elephants move much slower. But the more realistic one that I would like long-term for healing is a mana pool system. I stand by that statement. Healing with a mana pool so that, like, it still has value, but it's just not a cheesy be-all, end-all. Because it feels like every time we see these healer strats revealed, they look broken through the history of Age of Empires 4. Anyone remember herbal medicine in Feudal Age? That was a thing too. A long time ago with the Delian, they discovered that's silly. So what did? They moved herbal medicine to Castle Age, and they created a combat healing system where you get half healing in combat. Now, the difference with that is it did kind of kill it for the Deli because a scholar had 130 HP. You could eventually kill it. How do you kill a 450 HP unit early on? Reminder, that is basically the house. That's a house's HP almost. 750 versus 450. Especially when you consider the armor. I almost feel like they like you know, if you wanted a temporary easy solution, just give them a toggle mode. You either heal or you attack, but you can't do both. You can even give the imams 1 damage each, and they can like swing their staffs from the top, you know? Like old men trying to shoot a cat away with a walking stick, you know? And no, they don't heal you for 10 HP a second, so the healing would be 7 base, and then it's 3.5 in combat. That's still 7 health a second per entity, and they heal on the move. Like, that's another big difference, is like, if you move scholars, they're not going to heal you while they're walking. These guys do. It's just another elephant where kiting is too good, which is a lesson we really should have learned by now. With the tower elephants, even more elephants with their spearmen attacking while running away. But no, here we go again. If 25 veteran samurai cannot do this, and Wololo scares him away. Wait, he traps one. Yes, they're ours. We have betrayers. Okay, we found the solution. This is how B does it. He steals the elephants. The thing to beat healer elephants are healer elephants. Yeah, but the problem is we now got Lancers entering the fray. Another Wololo. Trap him again. Trap him again. He's got one. No, he gets away. Oh my god, is he actually beating it? I think he is. This has taken so much effort, but I think he is. We're done. Forced away. All right, guys, I'm calling it right there. That one healer elephant changed everything. Oh my god. We found out how you beat healer elephants. That's the thing. You become them. No, I think this is great timing by B. And I think that little micro detail, that snatcher, actually helped quite a lot. Because you essentially added healing to your arsenal and you removed one healing entity from your opponents. In what, fight-wise, was going to be a quite balanced game with the knights now coming through. He's got the melee text. That's another great thing B done. He actually prioritized every single melee upgrade for Japan. He has +3 damage. And here's the other thing. If Numidan tried to now go men-at-arms instead of lancers, B could just go for the Odachi tech to beat them down. So Numidan now switching crossbowmen. But B gets his space. For a second, I thought the UI bar had flipped again. I was like, wait, why is the heal elephant on the left side? Green is the color of Tuklak. Wait, what? Wonder why he didn't delete the elephant? Because you only have so much time to delete it, and he was probably busy moving away, and then last second realized that B had trapped him. Because you probably don't expect it as well, considering the movement speed difference is so small between samurai and healer elephants. But technically, like, if B wants, he can use that against you in a staggered retreat, where he can charge the other retreating units to then get in front of the last unit leaving, if that makes sense. So you're able to run forward of them that way and create a wall. Good eyeballs. Speed was able to get himself some knights. I mean, this is ridiculous, though. I can't believe B's done this. What an impressive turn. So he has 2 lances, which he yoinked. You know what's an interesting, weird visual bug? If you have a lancer converted, and yeah, someone should clip that and ship it. Look at what happens on the UI bar. All mounted samurai get listed as lancers when you select all. Huh? Like, when you select them together, lancer image takes priority. Fun little tidbit for you guys. B is a monstrosity, by the way. The fact that he looks like he could now 3-0 this. That's incredible. With how toxic and done and over this looked. I've got to creep around the back. Samurai just, what, guarding the back flank, I guess? I'm trying to think what Numidan does now. I think this is where you go forts and... Oh, yeah, he already is. There you go. He's upgrading them. So, wait, he's upgrading them all the way. Yeah, he's maxing out on the tiers. And this is going to be his food source. That's pretty cool. He goes Governor Bakar. So this is going to give you food generation based on houses and farms nearby. But he's rushing the levels here. He's desperate for food. It does make sense. 95 food already is going to inflate it further. So he's going to cap it up at the 28 food per house per farm. Meanwhile, B, of course, already has farms coming through from the Kura. Also has the Daimyo and has added in the Daimyo drop into the town center, which is now able to start bulking his economy to recover from the damage Numidan done. So who's stronger now? I'd say in these mid-castle fights, you know, unless you can justify War Elephants, I favor B. But the interesting part is, like, if you go late enough here, Tuglak is subtly powerful in the late game. Surprisingly powerful, actually. They have a few quirky things for them. So the governorships add up and scale quite nicely. But also, just in general, their gathering rates get wild. You can already see that Numidan's got 2 tiers of the worker elephant technology. This technology not only buffs the gathering rate of your workers by 5% per, but it also gives 5% more resources on drop-off. So you can see right now he's got elephant economics, giving him 15% more resources on drop-offs. This is almost mirroring the powerful supervision value of China. And it just works on all drop-off locations, not just the elephants. That also means that he's taking temporary resources and adding additional into them to make them last longer. And this is what I mean about Tuglak's economy in the late game. They have decent units, but also the eco is what really holds up. I think units in the fundamental deep late game might be the one clear weakness where, you know, war elephants fall off a bit. They don't have tower elephants. They don't have gunner elephants. And I also think springwood elephants are quite underwhelming. Oh, a worker elephant looked underwhelming. Mounted samurai. Jumping. A little raid around the back. But Numidan, he's been setting up a lot of farms over here. Wait, what was that? Did he accidentally select all worker elephants? I think he did. Whoops. Guys. Oh, this is going to get so annoying when playing this Civ. This is going to get so stupid when playing this. Guys, please. We've got a worker elephant rebellion right now. Like, hey, we heard that, like, Jimmy converted across to the Japanese and he's never been happier. Can we go with the Japanese? No, you're a building. You don't get to leave. No. Well, so much for that efficiency. Should be able to park the elephants? You can. They do have a stand ground. I think what happened here is, if I remember correctly, don't the elephant... Isn't there a button on the side of the normal UI that you can click for selecting worker elephants? Maybe he picked that and accidentally, like, it selected all of them? Ah, no, that's scuffed. Because I'm pretty sure they don't get selected on the combat units. And you're not ever using select all army. Raiden again. Oh, God. Meanwhile, the direct fight. Numidan. Steps up. He has got his crossbowman. The spearman lit it in here, and that's going to be important. Yeah, just able to start brute forcing through the front line. Mad Samurai jumped the back! And the crossbows don't even react! Numadon tries to pull them a little bit deeper to be safe behind the limited front line he has remaining here. But it looks like it's too little, too late. The spearmen are going to be able to chow down on what remains of the Tuklak army. And this game looks like it's on the verge of decided. Healer Elephants. They're still OP, guys. He started winning when he got one. Like, we're not saying they're not OP. We're not going there. Man, so well played by B, though. Thinking back, I think he just avoided the killing blow really well in a hard position. Like, you got to give him a lot of praise the way that he kept his economy going, even when the healer elephants were bearing down upon him. He waited perfectly for the moment that Numadon tries to age to then spring that mass men arm strat. Not easily done. Very difficult to do, I'd say. And just immense praise for him. This is now going to be a second top-level player that he would have 3-0'd. He started with Anatan. He leads into Numadon. It now makes you question if anyone can stop him. He's going to have to try and deal with Louis MT next. But going into that series, looking at what I've seen here, I'm actually more worried for Louis. They always say B is the boogeyman when a new expansion releases, and he's showing you why. Just finding a way to counter the build that so many think is simply broken. Has he really done... see, this is the other thing I hate about House of Learning. It just feels like a trash choice. He did get the Spimmin tech, which has improved his production rate. But like a lot of these choices in House of Learning just don't get taken because you have to pay for them. And they're quite situational. Like collateral damage, no use here with the heal. Then like what, Mahoots might have been the one thing, but he's not really elephant reliant. Whereas if he went for compounded defenders, he could have scaled more of these Tuklakabad forts quicker. And he could have got better governor tiers. Like he could have actually leveled this up one more time for just a mere 450 resources. And then he would have been generating about 60 stone a minute alongside this 336 food. I think a lot of people right now are sleeping on compounded defenders because it's almost instinctual, like with Delhi, to do House of Learning. Because you think elephants and you go, Mahoots is good. But, you know, compared to Delhi, Delhi get honed blades as well, which is incredible. They get the garrison spots for the houses, which is situation useful. I think overall, Delhi just has an easier time justifying because not only do they have some decent secondary and third and territory choices, but they also get them for free. Like, my take is House of Learning legit might need to actually discount the cost of all tech slightly. Like, maybe a 10% discount on all techs. But maybe that gets broken then with Tuklakabad Fort, because there is a governor that decreases tech costs as well. B. He's taking the ball. He's taking the mick is what he's doing. Mass Onubugeisha. I mean, why not at this point? Archers aren't going to be able to counter you if you just swarm over them, and he's going to swarm over the fort. No Eye of Sauron tech, so no decrease in attack speed. It's just mass melee versus ranged. You're like, well, ranged defensively is good. Sure, but it has its limits. At this scale, you overkill a lot. Double fortifications on the way. War Elephant count soon to go up to 3. This has to be it. Numadon, he can't afford to back off. And the Bugeisha, they're trying to flood around. The second wave that attacks from behind that front line. He's swarming in. Cracks the side. War Elephant's going to be going down. The Elephants just not able to heal quick enough. One thing's for sure. A healer Elephant Civ is going to win this game. It's just not the one you fought. B has shown you the way to defeating the Tuklak healers. You have to become what you hate. The ultimate Sith Master. The healer Elephant Supreme. From the moment he converted to Japanese culture, he has lived the high life all the way to victory. Oh my god. Ridiculous. Just the one though, yeah. We don't want to spoil ourselves too much, you know. Oh, dude, it's another 3-0, but like these have been some incredible games so far. So B wins again. What a monster. So Ping and Louis, we should hopefully have him around because he should have been roughly aware of the schedule. Nice, Louis is ready. All right. Damn. I mean, like a kind of quick day, but like not the quickest day. We're at like what 3 hours, and we're through 2 the series total so far. It is kind of wackily fast. All right. So let's see. What's the prize per series? $50 per series, 35 to the winner, 15 to the loser. So B's already made $70. You can make 105 today. And then you can still go make another 105 tomorrow. It's not bad. When is Corvinus playing? Corvinus is not playing. So we've been focusing on inviting primarily people that were top finishers and frequent attenders to the KPMMs in the recent editions. So for example, Scatterbrain and Numidan, they made grand finals of some in season 2. We've got Wham. We're missing Lucifron and Vortex, but I'm trying to fix getting Lucifron involved. We might shift the schedule a little bit tomorrow to allow for it. Vortex, of course, just wanted to take a few days breather to figure out new civs. He didn't want to dive into more show matches straight away, which is absolutely fine. All right. Draft going up. All right. I think B said he just wants a quick tea break. As in he's going to take like 5-10 minutes to like wolf something down. So we'll mark it as up next. That gives us a few minutes. I guess we can watch a pub game while we wait. Because B's been at it 3 hours, in fairness. Maybe we should be like, no, you have to keep going. That's the challenge. But guys, my care package finally arrived. I've been waiting, I feel like 2 months for it. But one sec, actually, let me put the new drafts in so we know what we got next. So map draft import. Map draft import. Civ draft rather. You guys ready? Look what I got. Come on. Wait, it hasn't got my delivery address, has it? Let's not DDoS myself. Yeah! If I can get the angle. Base center. I love this one. This is the Ice Vanilla Berry. It's basically gummy bear flavored. We've got the purple one, which is like the lilac and something. It's okay. I'm not crazy about that one. And then I think they also sent me the winter edition. Ah, dude, we got the new winter edition. Which are... what are they called? I think if I remember correctly, this was like apple or something. Which I was like, that sounds really pog. Fuji, apple, and ginger. I haven't tried this one, so I'll have to see. I don't know if I'm going to like drink one now though, because we already had like a bunch of energy drink today. I might be responsible. I've had more than one series ahead of me. Maybe. But yeah, thank you, Red Bull. Appreciate you as always. Mwah. It took a while as well because we had like some shipping issues. Because like I was meant to be on a monthly list. I messaged my guys like, I don't seem to be on the monthly list. Like, oh, let me get one sent out. I don't know why that's happened. So hopefully it's now fixed and I'm just regularly on there. Am I casting a Red Bull while low? We'll just have to see. Waiting to hear. Like, not even in like an egotistical way. I'd be surprised if I'm not. Just because like I've worked with them a lot in the past, and I feel like I've always gotten on well with them, and we're in the UK, so it would seem like a no-brainer. But I have a rule in life, which is hope for the best, expect the worst, or rather, not even the worst. Hope for the best, expect nothing. I'm a very big believer in hope for the best, expect nothing, because then you don't get sorely and sourly disappointed when someone doesn't work out. Just makes sense to me. All right. So, how far out are we? I guess we can, like, check in on a quick game on the ladder while we wait a sec. 4B. KP and Drongo clashing accents. I mean, I don't know if, like, they bring Drongo, just because it's, like, very far, isn't it? Like, from Australia. Which, I mean, it'd be wonderful to have Drongo there, but I think he realistically knows as well. Like, it's not like they'd be flying him out for 5 days. They'd be flying out for realistically 2, I guess. And in fairness, I mean, Winston done a great job last time. Like, I was surprised he wasn't on the AoE 4 in the end, like, with how well he done on AoE 1 and Myth, for sure. Like, he was incredible. And just I think, like, Winston's also just the right attitude. He's a very likable guy to approach any situation. Like, you don't butt heads necessarily with him, I don't feel like. I haven't met many people, if any people, that have issues with Winston. By the way, just to reiterate, because people like take things out of context, that's not me saying there's issues with Drongo or someone else. I'm just saying in general, it's another plus in his category of like reasons you bring him to an event, because you know you're not gonna have hassle, whatever. Like for example, me, I basically am just interested in like how I made the show better. But sometimes like I'm willing to give feedback to try and like provide it to be better, whether that's using me more, using me less, whatever. And I think most of the people I work with like that, but I wouldn't be surprised if some don't. That's like a risk, I guess, I take. Like, I'm willing to do whatever the show needs, what they envision best, but also something I've experienced over the years is because of my experience as a caster now, I should, if I think like, oh, if we tried this might be better, it's not a bad idea. Whereas, like, Winston's just the cool guy there. Like, the guy on this side with the smile, the infectious, whatnot. Canyon or Craters? Canyon's just not a very competitive map right now. They need to pull the TCs back a little bit. They've got trade in the corner. They've got sacred sites that aren't a win condition. The relic placement's really good though. Craters has definitely got its own balancing issues, but at least it's like if I'm gonna have 2 maps that are not balanced, I'd rather at least have the map where like something fun is going on. You know what I mean? Like, is it gonna be busted or whatever? Sure, but like it's enjoyable. Because it's doing something, like, it might be busted, but it's at least something fresh and new that's doing this busted. Because it has that new mechanic. All right, 1 second. Let me see. Sorry, I said I was going to get some gameplay footage up for you guys while we wait. Oh, not doing a Macedonian mirror. Black Forest Gorge's best type. Oh, do you guys... Is that video up? Like, no, wait, no. Like, that might be coming in a day or two. Like, it's ridiculous. It's just a spawn of Gorge on the new biomes that looks like Black Forest, which is kind of comical. I'm just having a look to see if there's anyone, like, quickly in a pub game for us. I mean, I guess talking to you guys, it's not too bad either. Reminder, by the way, guys, if you have been enjoying this type of content, some easy things you can do if you're ever looking for a new PC, especially Black Friday approaching, Christmas approaching, you want to spoil yourself a little, check out PC Specialist. You can spoil yourself without spending too much money. We've been working with them now since June. So, like, they believe in you guys and they believe in us. It's not just like a Raid Shadow Legends integration where they're here for a week and gone. They actually have invested in us. They sponsored us through the end of the year. So, if you guys are ever on lookout for a PC and you want to reward that loyalty, please feel free to check them out. ! PCS, and also code Pigeon40 gets you 40 quid off, which is pretty good by PC building standards, considering how low their margins are. Outside that, though, the easier thing as well at the moment, we are working with the Opera GX folks. That is literally free to do. If you just go across their website and download it, you can check out their awesome browser. We actually use it a bunch. Like, here you go. I'll show you. I've literally got it up now. Hey, look, that's us. So yeah, they have a lot of cool built-in things here. I'm a really big fan of the game corner, so you can see upcoming releases, but you can also buff your browser, or rather buff your game by like nerfing the browser and what it uses in terms of performance. There's like some options here to decrease its RAM as well as its CPU by limiting it. I don't need that because I've got so much RAM. I'm up the wazoo on that. But they also have cool things like down here, there's a built-in ad blocker. Like you can use here, as well as a VPN option. So there's a free VPN, which is great for most people. So yeah, be sure to check them out. I think they even have a premium VPN, which right now, I'll have to double check where it is. There's a code you can use because of Worlds going on. They'll give you that for free for 2 months. So !Opera GX, download it, create an account, let them know that I sent you. But with that, I think, are we ready? One sec. So I'm just like confirmed because B was concerned that like woodlines break a lot on Gorge with all the biomes. I was like, I'm just double checking. I was like, the games I've watched, the new biomes, it was only Alpine that was doing it. Even if we have a not balanced map, the game is at its highest either way, and a trade-off for the unbalanced map is the Civs balance, and without the new Civs balances there. The problem is, with the biomes, like, you don't know necessarily what you're getting into. It's very hard to track. And also, it's just like, there's elements to it. Let's just say, like, you know, it's like, when you're trying to formulate and strategize, like, there's certain blockers where sometimes having, like, X or Y map that's giga broken can be a negative because like you just get the same 2 civs over and over again. Like that's the thing. It's cool at first. Like Enlightened Horizon was cool at first, but then we did respect the fact that like it just turned it into a Dark Age Hunter-thon and you had to Dark Age, which meant that like 3 or 4 civs were just gonna always be picked. So that's why we like changing the map pool regularly, is to try and get a shift in where civs get applied, because when you do that, you get a refreshing take. You actually get a deeper game state, really, because people are figuring out new things, they're trying new things, instead of you just watching Byzantines do fast castle for the 15th time. So like it's always a balance off there, where sometimes, like we've done this before, where we introduce a map that seems cheesy, and then we put it on the sideline for like a few weeks, and then we bring it back. And the reason you do that is because it allows people to kind of figure out, okay, like, what would or would not work? Like, how do I use these different civs? So, one second. They've now got, so the map pool just got selected. We'll just mark that in. Like, this week, we decided to use mainly ranked maps, but we also brought in Frisian as well as Borderland. Because Borderland is very intriguing to explore right now, because Borderland just essentially got nerfed for pro scouting, right? Pro scouting has received significant nerfs. So now it's actually a refreshing time to add that back in and say, okay, how does this function? How is this going to play out? Will it now just be pro scout still? Or will we see people walk out onto deer? Do we maybe see defensive landmarks to secure? Something like Malian's coming out doing that, which we've seen in the past, occasionally. And then with Frisian, you know, Frisian just felt like a refreshing one to go for because we got these new civs. It was a cool way to see which civs could actually be viable for fishing and whatnot. Will you see, for example, Sengoku, and would they spam Yatai out onto the fishing locations because the fishing locations can overlap with the deer and the berries? In fact, if you do the maths on it, I think Yatai is at 4 food per fish. So if you Yatai drop a pond, because they always have the berries as well, you get 2 berry bushes. So that's going to be 4 food. And then the fish gives you, I think it's 4 and times 3 if I remember correctly. So you're going to end up getting, what was that? 16 food for a pond, but then you get 2 ponds together. That's 32. That's almost maximum food. And you should theoretically usually get 2 ponds together. So like there's really cool things to think about here, like little microscopical details that not everyone's covered. Like there's things that I've said about what you can do with different civs and whatever that like Marine Lord wouldn't have thought of yet. And there's things that like Marine Lord says that I wouldn't have thought of and Anatan wouldn't have thought of. And there's things that Drongo will think of that like these are. So that's the cool thing. There's just so much to explore on a microscopic level. Like one thing I've been very big on focusing on is like with Macedonians, there's actually a value play in massing gold early on and placing a marketplace. because with Macedonians, if you think about the way that normal Civ balances, that they get some gold to get their technologies, but what you're doing with Macedonians is different. You get the gold to get the silver to get your technologies, which means you have an influx of gold if you rush the silver. But what you can then do is you can sell the gold to buy food, which rebalances your economy and gets you a much more difficult resource, a critical resource earlier on. So you see, like, it's very interesting when you think of like these type of little details, and everyone's going to have their own theory crafts on what is valuable and where it's valuable. Like we've seen, for example, the Varangian Stronghold Rush, which I think Louis was the first person on the test server just testing that crap out, getting closer and closer to the base. And now it's turned into literally an outpost rush on a delay. There's just so many fun things that we're going to discover these civs. And it's also, the other intriguing thing is like how those civs then interact with the civs we already know. You know, think about how different the approach to Dark Age rushes was when Byzantines got introduced. Because Byzantines, what people eventually discovered is they're the most vulnerable civ to a Dark Age rush because their focus isn't on the gold, you rush their berries. That's a complete flip of dynamics and timings in game. Now you're going to be thinking about all these different timings. Like we've seen, for example, Golden Horde, which is meant to be an aggressive civ in Feudal Age, is actually vulnerable to Dark Age rushes. So now you get like these weird situations, and then you get matchups where, with the way that Sengoku plays on the map, I think the counterplay to that is you have to pick a Dark Age civ. If you don't have a Dark Age civ, like you have Malians versus Sengoku, you now have like a wild eco race comparative to Mali Byzantine that used to be a really fun one. All right, but the boys are now drafting. Actually, draft is completed. Let me switch this to live now in the description. Yeah, the TLDR is lots of crazy strategies. If you guys want to test out some of those strategies against pros, like this is the time where you could actually provide an upset. You go into a best of 3 and maybe you trick someone with your cheese. !KPMM. Signups are available until Friday at 7 p.m. UK time. We are starting tomorrow for the round of 32, and it is open scheduling, remember. So if you want a chance to face off against one of your favorite pros, go sign up now, as we still have wiggle room. We still have access, and we have some known names already signed up. I believe we had, B and Anatand are both in there. I don't remember seeing Anatand. Lucifron signed up, I remember that. But yeah, so far, in terms of like known people, because we only got 19 out of 32, so there's wiggle room here. We've got Lucifron, Gully, Lash, Voldemort, Jif, Mahodo, Louis in there, Anatand. Yeah, so we've got some of the familiar suspects. B's not signed up yet, which is interesting. Why is B not signed up? That surprises me. I would have thought he'd be the first to sign up. Why did B ban the Ottomans? So he actually highly covets the Ottos, but he knows Louis MT is an Ottoman aficionado as well. Both of them are really good Ottoman players. So it's a denial and a pick for him. What's interesting is his constant priority of Malians. He always first picks it. And we are getting quite a few new civs. So Tuklak's going to come out for B. Louis has got Sengoku plus the Golden Horde. Game 1, Dry Arabia. It is going to be Sengoku versus Ottomans. So this used to be a really good matchup for Ottomans against Japan because they actually hard crippled you in Feudal Age. I think you have similar issues, actually bigger issues here. I think Sengoku should technically struggle against Ottomans. Because remember what I said, like the counterplay to Sengoku is to pick civs that could Dark Age rush. Ottomans are a really good D-rush civ. Healer Elephants and Golden Horde number of units they can get is not fair. The Golden Horde of Malians is just for one player because that's his playstyle. Huh? It's not just for one player. Oh, you mean like the picks? I mean, that's the way it works. Like, Golden Horde actually isn't like that giga busted because they have huge tempo issues right now. Like, the early game, they're quite vulnerable. Like, for example, you pick them on Gorge, you just get slapped because you can't protect your Uvu. So you can't then get Tortogoods out, so you lose pacing. And then for Mali, I mean, Mali is always what Mali has been. There's always been debates about what's reasonable. I think in the future, we'll probably see a nerf to either their economy or sofas. Because the sofa strat is just getting stronger and stronger, even more so now with the nerfs to pro scouts. Because Malian players had already stopped pro scouting anyway. All right, let's get predictions up. Oh, crap, I forgot to run ads. Oh, well. Oh, wait, no, we can run ads. Boom! We're safe. What I'll do, guys, I'm going to run 3 minutes ads now so you can go get yourself some popcorn and get ready for what I think is going to be an epic series, Louis versus B. Whoop, whoop. But reminder, if you haven't already, consider subscribing so you don't have to worry about those ads anyway. And you can conversate with me and people in chat, enjoy the vibes of the community. I think we've actually cultivated a pretty cool place here. All right, there we go. Hello. So just I'm trying to figure out what we're going to be doing. So tomorrow, like, I'll bump on the server anyway, but like we should start at the same times today. But I need to figure out that third series. I might invite a player who got eliminated early, like Anatan, back for a rematch, but we'll see. Just because, like, originally the plan was to have a certain player, but they might not be available on the certain time. And I'm trying to reach out. I bumped him, and we'll see if he, like, it would be cool to have Dim in, but admittedly, like, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't want to, because it'd be later in the day is the slot we have free. And I know he's a bit more of an early riser, so we'll see. I'll see what I can figure out there. How much is the update? Chat, is it $15? I feel like it's 15 buckaroos. Is that right? I think it's decent at 15 bucks, actually. Oh, sorry, no, it's 20 bucks. Or is it like 25? I don't know. It says 17 pounds for me. Yeah, so like 20 bucks. It's not, that's not too bad. You get 4 new shifts, a new game mode. It's reasonable. I would have been surprised if it was 15, but yeah. I think there's enough content there to justify 20 bucks. Some people are never going to be happy because I think, like, this is the problem. Like, Sultan's Ascend was way too much of a good value prop. Sultan's Ascend should probably never have been as cheap as it was. It was, like, a miscalculation. Because they offered 6 civs for, I think, 15 bucks. And now, the problem is, like, you give... This is why, this is why, like, you can't give people a good deal. Because if you give them a good deal, then it's very hard to backpedal from a good deal. It's the same thing I explained to people why you shouldn't lowball yourself on rates on anything you do in life. You should always be trying to increase, because when you lowball yourself, people then see that as your worth and they'll keep offering you that. And then you have to fight to get it up. And you have this same situation now where, because the devs gave like an insanely good deal on Sultan's Ascend, everyone now, well, not everyone, but some people feel entitled to that good deal again. And if they don't get it, they're going to mold. And it's quite silly because, like I said, it was too cheap for what it was. It was so much for so little. It's 1 mil in my country. Dude, that's the other funny thing is, like, there are probably people complaining about it that they're the same people that go out and get McDonald's 3 times a week. And I'm like, dude, if you just actually bothered to cook meals twice or go for a cheaper takeaway, you'd be able to afford the DLC. I mean, like, you know, you can come across a bit like awkward at times. I think we can agree with Elon. What was that thing you used to say about like the X premium, whatever? It's like it's 1 Starbucks a day. It's not the most incorrect statement. I mean, I'd argue that he didn't create true value with what he done with the platform and his premiums, but the idea, like, there are easy ways to be able to afford this if it's that important to them is not wrong. McDonald's is crazy expensive. Oh, I know. I was telling a story about like how the other day my friend came over and they wanted to order Mackie D's, and then we looked at the price. I was like, we could literally just all get pizzas and it'd be cheaper. Like big Domino's pizzas. And that's always my reference point now. I'm like, when I was a kid, Domino's was premium. And somehow it's now affordable. I noticed someone posted about... we'll talk about afterwards, actually. Let's get ready to go. Nice! It didn't grief me on the flip. Sengoku are actually counterable. Believe it or not, everyone who's been struggling with the economy of this new Japanese variant, it's time to take a lesson from the Ottoman book, because B has already opened with the solution. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for a casted series, our winner stays on format, in which B has annihilated 2 players so far. He now faces his biggest opponent yet, Team Elephant's Louis MT. And this is why I think Ottomans is a counterplay. Dark Age aggression is going to be your best friend when you play against Sengoku, because the Sengoku Daimyo wishes to build Matsuri. Matsuri is a way that they can generate passive infinite food off of going out onto the map. The challenge, however, is if you're going out onto the map, you're not safe at home. And that's why you're seeing B opening with Dark Age aggro's Ottomans. What's ironic is historically Ottomans in Age of Empires 4 has actually been a good solution to Japan. Now, what's comical about this is actually, I'd argue it's even more of a solution against Sengoku because of this. Yeah, it's an interesting thing to think about, actually. Because, like, Japan, they'll just mirror you. They can go for cheap racks and build a few spearmen and just tech. But you want to build these yatai. Good choice by Louis. He stops at the 1. Yeah, so this is the non-greedy approach. Like, the Matsuri is double the cost of a lumber camp, but it's going to allow you to gradually scale up. It can be a food or a wood building anyway. And on top of that, it allows you to get 1 yatai for 40 food. So you get 20 food base, and then he's calculated the rest based on sheep and berries range. This is, I think, the correct call. B, with 3 spearmen is still going to be a nuisance. Like, Louis can't really hang around on gold here. He's already losing to 2 spearmen. Yeah, actually going to get... Wait, Louis? Oh, no. With 3 spears, this gets very difficult. Yeah, he'll start to micro them away, but Louis... I mean, he's got practically no gold. But guys, this is now going to be the interesting part. There's a trick. This is a marketplace. This is the only Civ with a Dark Age marketplace in Age of Empires 4. So what does he do? He could buy. But you can see, instead, he's going to sneak the backup gold. B doesn't know. Okay, so interesting. I mean, Louis, he could have technically just bought, but he understands that that's surplus gold he doesn't want. So, you know, he'd end up selling 100 food to get 70 gold, and that's more than he needs here. Like, it's too little to get anything additional, and it's too much to be optimal. So instead, he thinks it's better to walk the villagers out. I do wonder if Louis remembered this, though, as in that that he could have traded. Or if he forgot about it. The good news is he did go for Tawara, which means he has enough with 3 villages. Yeah, so gets himself 39 gold. Because without that, it would have been just 30 gold, and he would have been 1 shy. Spearman. I'm just going to look to poke at this, but going to be too little too late. Yeah, B had the right idea, wrong time. Okay, so Louis, ready for attack up. And I really thought he'd go for the trade, though. I wonder what the maths is on that. How far did he walk? How long did it take? Should we say like 20 seconds each way? So per villager, you're missing out on like, let's say 25 resources maybe? So you miss out on 50 resources. So technically, like actually the buy-sell of like a 30 resource difference, it would have been better to sell. Because then that's the 30 resource difference to get your gold than the alternative. But like the difference here that we highlight is he doesn't want that surplus gold. So there's no intrinsic value from the leftover gold. If that makes sense. Okay, and B. It's going to mirror the age up timing, so Madrissa now on the way. Yeah, and it is going to be the Kokka Township, so that means he's going to get Shinobi for free. These guys are actually pretty solid. Like, you can even use them defensively on your tree line. Kind of an underrated play here is, let's say you walk out to the gold, and B has 3 spearmen there. Well, those spearmen are a problem for villagers, but if you hit them with frag grenades... You increase the damage they take by 50%, meaning that villagers will kill spearmen in 9 hits. It's pretty good. New tie creeps out. Louis, feeling confident. Yeah, built a second one, snuck it out, because he knows even if this now gets intercepted, he's got a stealth forest nearby for the shinobi, but he also now has enough time to switch into Yumi. Ah, B, this is meant to be the ultimate type of opening against Sengoku, but I think Louis has actually navigated it quite well. Now, it's not ideal. He's still suffered in that it slowed down his timings. He's been slower getting into his ties. He's been slower sliding into what he wants. Shinobi now coming out for the defense. Frags out. Yeah, free Yatai a little bit greedy. B, he was trying to, I think, just intercept on this area because of the ball, mainly. Remember, the ball is the best target for the Yatai because it instantly maxes out the food you can get per minute, which is 60. I love how he just keeps coming up, 32 food, and go away. Up, 32 food, and go away. The funny thing is, he could actually take a lot of pressure from these spearmen because Yatai have 370 HP. Now, the reason he doesn't want to is because these guys can actually beat you despite their low damage with micro. Yatai have really clunky pathing because they're kind of a pseudo building and they move too slow. And what that means is you can just keep moving units in front of them and their pathing will put them in a position where they could essentially not get closer to their base. So take, for example, this Yatai out here. If he had 2 spearmen or 3 spearmen, he could stand between this and the TC. And every time Louis would click to bring it back, it would re-rally. And you just keep moving the spearmen. And what ends up happening is instead of Louis going this way, he'd end up going this way. And don't get me started about 5 spearmen. If you're at 5 spearmen, you can pin Yatai. Because that's enough to surround them. Similar to how you can pin Mongol buildings. Okay, Imam strat coming in. Not a bad idea against these Yuumi. Yuumi are low base damage, so they can't insta-snipe the healers. And because the Yuumi count isn't high enough, he can't insta-kill the spearmen. We do have the follow-up being into Sipahi, so we'll have the answer to just wipe Yuumi. Minor, these are squishier, lower base damage units, so Sipahi, pretty hard counter here. And do we have Matsuru's come? We do. Yeah, first one in, so that's a 5% aura achieved. Second one's half complete. Third one, fourth one, just getting started. So he's got a long way to go on buffing with the Yatais. Yeah, you see this. This is like a huge slowdown. At this stage, I feel like you're usually close to Sengoku getting a second Matsuri back. And the frags. Okay, the frags is like actually a really cool idea here. Because remember what we said about the 50% increase to damage? Look at the damage he takes now. Like, the Yuumi actually aren't bad at dealing with this as long as they have the frag grenades, but the Shinobi are gone. Healing's coming through. The Imam, he's trying to snipe him. And the Spearman, he gets one of them. Sipai down. Great micro by Louis. Denies the play. He can even think about finishing that Sipahi off. Not quite enough. Damn, that was sick. That was actually really well played by Louis. For a moment, it looked like a disaster because B looked like he was going to get away with the Imam living and then essentially just kill off the Yuumi wave. But Louis clutching up with the double spear, protects against the first light cav, now has pretty scary sized force here. The other problem I see for B is like he's not at raiding point yet, so he can't just pull the Sipahi to go kill the Yatai. Wait, the free-to-play discussions continued into my chat now? I've been a big fan of the idea of free-to-play in the past, but the thing I always urge to people is understanding that, like, unless we got a huge budget serve, you're just not going to get it. Because there's a initial cost in setting up those systems that you have to now somehow convince someone big up on the budget list that it's worth doing. And if you can't convince them that, like, there's going to be enough people buying stuff, they're not going to invest X number of developers' time creating the technical backend to allow for in-game purchases. Unfortunately. Spin from the choke point just being annoying. Now, that's interesting. He went to Takeda clan. So he's going for a cavalry approach eventually. What's interesting about this is, like, Yari cavalry actually are decent into Sipahi. Because they have +2 damage. And now he's going to give himself the movement speed to always gap close on them. Which also counts the archer play. B doesn't have many spears. Like, I actually really like Louis' idea. Like, Yari cavalry plus Yuumi, it's kind of like Japan in Castle, where they go Mounted Samurai and Yuumi. It's really nice complementarily. The other cool thing about Sengoku is by going into the estates, you get access to daimyos. Now, what's interesting about the daimyo is he's like a bannerman, but attack speed instead of damage. Now, what makes that interesting is normally at this stage, you ban him in one thing. You can ban him in Yumi, you can ban him in the Spearman, or you can ban him in the Cavalry. But for Louis, even if he just had one estate, he could ban him in everything for 10% attack speed. Nice debuff. I tell you, like, if you catch people sleeping, this grenade debuff is such a game changer. 50% increased damage to enemies for follow-up attacks, and it slows them by 30%. Another fun thing about that is if you just see a formation like this and you clip the archer backline, that's going to slow them by 30%, and then it's going to keep these guys even slower, the Sipahi. Being a spy. They are starting to be annoying on the flanks. Love the daimyo split there. Doesn't want to fight directly, so he just uses his high base damage knight to try and deal with this. Reminder, Yatai can easily be protected because he can just repair this. Yep, pulls the people now. I mean, guys, if you wanted, like, the ultimate taunt pack in AoE 4, you just... No, you got it wrong. You just go for my one from Dota 2. I got you covered. Literally our sub noise. If you tie up buildings, why don't take torch damage? Because you asked too many questions. What's up, Anatan? Appreciate the raid, buddy. Shout out to Anatan. He was our first competitor for B. I should say, I don't think you'll mind me saying victim. B is a monster so far in today's games. But Louis, trying to put up good resistance here. Has got the wall up. The frag grenades are surprisingly effective. Louis, he's about to get the Oda tech. So he's getting Higoyumi here, which is going to give +1 to Yumi. And this is like an interesting game changer because it means that your archers have the same stats as base archers on damage. And also really not that far off in health. The big challenge is a bit different here against Ottomans because they've got the meta, which is giving the ranged armor. And thank you, Fat Blob. Appreciate the sub. Someone take Ottoman from him, right? Like, he's just making him look so broken right now. I mean, I love that he even actually banned it from Louis because he was aware that Louis is the type of player that would go for it. The challenge for Louis right now is getting this Yari cavalry count up quick enough. If he can get tier 2 on Yari cavalry... Ooh, yeah, if he gets daimyo level 2, I think that is the game changer here. Because then he can get the +2 cavalry damage, and he'll get an extra 5% health, so 10% more overall on Yari. Which will put Yari up at 150 HP versus 155. And it would give him better DPS than Sipahi. Like, you will actually beat Sipahi at that point. Even if they have the melee armor, because then they'll do 12 damage. Whereas you'll end up doing, like, what is it? It's 9 plus the 4. So you're only 1 damage behind, but you're cheaper. Oh, that is interesting. And you have better movement speed. You already do, but it gets even better with the Yari speed cav. You can see he moves so fast now. Chase is all in. Flash coming through. Yumi, they're not target firing into the imams. The B is going to get scared away. He's reluctant here. The Shinobi is starting to arrive. Now, this could be big on the debuffs. Remember, it has a splash effect, so multiple units are taking increased damage. Yari, are they going to be able to hold on long enough here, though? The Yumi just trying to get rid of that backline of archers, but the Sipahi wave looks like it's too big. Louis, he wasn't ready. Not enough cav. B, able to break through and smash the Sengoku into pieces. Louis, cool idea. Bad timing, I'm afraid, though. It just felt like he didn't have enough food to get Yari cavalry count up quick enough. The idea was there, but the timing was not. Ottomans continue to look like a king of tempo. That's going to confirm it. Louis, not able to do it. Numenon, Anatan, all not able to do it. B is looking unstoppable with the Ottomans. Guy's a freaking monster. You saw how B dodged Shinobi Knights? Yes. So the Shinobi frag grenades are not accurate. They can miss. So like you can actually quite easily dodge them with a lot of units. They're really slow projectiles actually. But like I think that balances them reasonable. Because if they hit, they're ridiculous. Like their DPS is insane because of the way it bursts you up elsewhere. Like there's a 50% increase to damage received. Like for example, that means those Yumi there that are 6 damage will go up to do 9 damage each. Doesn't sound like a lot. It is, especially against Sipahi that are meant to counter you, because all of a sudden, like, you're dealing over half damage to your unit counter type. It's really good. And then, obviously, it scales really nicely with base damage heavy units. Like, for example, if you get to Castle Age, those Shinobi, and they clip in a fight with Mounted Samurai involved, Mounted Samurai are now going to go from doing 24 damage to doing 36 damage on a regular strike, which is freaking insane. All right, let's mark it up, though. B with the G1 win. Next up, we go to Cliffside. It's going to be House of Lancaster versus HRE. The ability is somehow free. I think like the main thing I change around Coca Township is it needs to decrease the Shinobi duration. It should be 30 seconds. And then I think it's not as wacky. Like you spawn those guys and then the cooldown begins of 90 seconds, but the Shinobi can live for 90 seconds. Okay, so what else am I missing here? There's one other thing. Oh, that's right. I was going to do ads, but I think ads just auto ran again because Twitch loves doing this. Maybe not. Okay, I'm going to run a minute of ads now, guys. Spawn them in stealth forests are broken on some maps. Yeah, but like, so the argument I always have against like it's broken on X or Y map is like, is that not true of every Civ? Is Roost not technically broken with hunting cabins on Highview? Is Marlene's technically not broken on maps with big gold veins in your base? Like, come on. Like, this is... Now, is English not broken on mountain clearing? We already have a lot of the argument, like, oh, they shouldn't be allowed to spawn in stealth forest because it's broken on some maps. Okay, that's just like, that's what you get with asymmetrical design. Favors nuking Vils on the regular the second that cooldown expires? Yeah. Well, like, the thing is, it scales really, really well in Castle Age in particular. Like, once you're CA, you can kill villagers on your own easily. When you're in Feudal Age, it takes 2 bursts to kill them. Like, maybe the way to do it is to make the damage temporary, but the debuff means that anyone else doing damage is permanent. But, like, that's complicated. That's so complicated. So we're going super front gold and my opponent back gold. Hey, welcome. Well, don't forget the sheep spawns. Welcome to random design when it comes to maps. Y'all didn't want fixed maps, remember? I mean, that's the thing. I think like this game, like more than AoE2, you could actually justify making maps fixed compared to AoE2 because of all the asymmetrical design of civs. But it's so ingrained now, it's never going to happen. All right, nice. We didn't get the stupid UI bug. Lancaster. I'm not going to say it one more time. House of L's coming in. Louis MT up against B. B has yet to drop a single game. This would be a statement. HRE against Lancaster. Are they nerfed? The answer is no, guys. Like, we've seen this already. Lancaster still look good for the early game power. And on Cliffside, man, the game feels strong. Welcome back to another caster game, folks. And B has been on one today. His 8th game now in a row. The fatigue just doesn't seem to be setting in. He is looking to take all the money in this winner stays on format. But Louis of House of Lancaster, it's not the first time we've seen someone try to refute his unbeaten record. But I think Louis maybe has a better shot at this, especially in this map and this matchup. Yeah, I think Cliffside is like actually House of Lancaster's home map. I'm trying to think if there's a Civ that feels better here. The one that might come to mind with the recent buffs is English. But I think Lancaster looks incredible on this map. Because despite the nerfs to the mid and late game, the early game is relatively untouched. So the Lord's build is still as good as it always was. Now, you might be noticing something a little bit unusual here. A game where Lancaster is not Dark Age rushing, especially on a short map. That's because it's HRE. If you try to spear rush into HRE, they're going to mirror your eco advantage because you gather sheep 20% quicker, but at this stage, they could buff all their villagers to gather 30% quicker with the prelate. But then on top of that, their spearmen move quicker, which means that they can actually chase down your injured ones. So Louis, Abbey of King's now on the way. It's going to set up the gold like they always do. And, well, will you look at that? Lancaster has absolutely been nerfed. No longer do they just open the game by going for a mana. Yeah, it's happening again. So manas have been changed. They only give 40 resources a minute. That is actually a really big nerf from their original rate. They used to give 105. So that's less than half by default. You may notice I said the word by default because they now give resources based on nearby villages. That means that you're able to get 6 resources per villager in their range. And in the early game, a spawn like this, 1 mana is actually perfect to buff everything Louis has. Yeah, if he builds a mana straight away at start the age up, he's probably going to have 16, 17 workers. So that equates a value of about 102 extra resources, meaning that his first mana will be better than the old manas. It's a bit wild. I think in the incredible idea, maybe the thing that devs missed is it might have been worth changing it so that the manas had a maximum amount of villagers that could affect them. That would have fixed it. Because then if you made it 10 villagers maximum effects a mana, that means that at best they can function like the old manas. But obviously, you're not easily going to be able to maintain that as you go deeper in the game. And will you look at that? B, he always loves this. We've got Minework Palace coming in. Yeah, B, Anatan, by far the biggest believers in this landmark. Most people still always going Arkan. I think times are changing though. Arkan, for example, we always see it from Vortex and Lucifron for Pro Scout builds. But remember, Pro Scouts just got heavily nerfed. So we actually might maybe finally see more people exploring this landmark. Oh look, a perfectly placed mana to buff everything. The funny thing is Louis could have made this better actually, because he could have placed the mana here, and it would have been a drop-off building for his woodline. But I think, yeah, what he's done here, do you see what he's done, guys? He's actually perfectly optimized to build farms around it later. Because this is a drop-off building for all resource types. Okay, so Louis pivots more into gold. This is just to rush up the Lords. So you see he's got 12 food, 7 gold. And Lords, they are 100 food, 60 gold. So it balances out to get as many out as possible. But we've already got the all-in-all pikes. Yeah, it's going to be ponies, double stables. With the all pikes giving him +2 damage on his horsemen. This is a credible solution to Lords, actually. Because Lords, they're all about chunkiness. And then kiting you back and maybe trying to heal on a short map. You can't get away if you get surrounded. And where this gets funky is like now, if Louis says, okay, I need to add the spears, you just add in spears as well, and your spears are substantially better. I'm telling you, Minework is really good to counterplay timing attacks. It's not just the unique All Pikes tech, it's the fact that any of these techs come in much quicker and at half price. So Lord going in for a clonk there. He's on his lonesome though, and I think B with 5 horsemen can just run him down. Switches on berries for now, because B doesn't need more gold. He's got melee tech on the way. I wonder if he'll use prelates to heal. Probably, actually. And, oh, that's just a dead Lord. He got too close to the TC. All right, Lord down. Holy crap. Well, Louis, in fairness to him, he saw this and he has changed gear. He's going for fast castle, but that dive. B, he already killed 2. Without undermesh. That's the crazy part. He did not have undermesh. But the goal too far away. Louis gets punished. Damn. Perfect read there by B. I'm telling you, this guy is going to be the boogeyman of the early KPMMs. Like, you know, before the expansion, we talked about Vortex. Vortex and Lucifron looked like they were going to be the kings. Wham, being in contests sometimes. Now, like now the conversation is going to flip again. It's going to be who can stop B. One of the most decorated players in the KPMMs. And I think now with the new expansion and a few weeks of wins under his belt, he could go to being the most decorated again. But Louis says not dead yet. White Tower now coming through. And remember, although he lost workers, it's balancing out by the fact that B's having to add in prelates to keep buffing his economy. So remember, every time he builds a prelate, he's sacrificing one villager of production. Oof, and that ambitious White Tower has to be pulled back. Louis, he's at least got 15 sheep, so he's got some runway here. But that is going to be an annoyance, because that White Tower would have been incredible. Would have secured the second gold, the double deer, ball, which he could have pulled in. Like, he could have managed this one location and had 20 villagers work in this area. That's a huge cripple for him. B, starting to save up himself. Probably looking at a barded armor build here with knights. Night Rush is pretty effective, especially now that Louis went White Tower. Because if Louis had been able to go for the King's College, he could just mirror knights and his knights would be better because of the bonus damage against heavy. But against H3 knights that are going to have +2 armor, he's going to open knights, but B should be able to eclipse him. Especially with the food income. Double. Whew. So right now, guys, remember this mana is buffing. Oh my. He's getting 205. This mana is more effective by a ratio of 2 to 1 than the old mana. And remember, this is a game where Louis has now been punished, essentially. But for the time being, his economy is being padded in such a big way. Basically, 5 extra workers from this thing. B now with the Regnants on the way, though. Like, it's twice as effective as old mana. They tried. Like I said, the idea was good. The problem is you just need to cap it. It should not be able to buff almost 30 workers like this. Just change it so that 1 mana can buff itself off of 10 workers. And then you have a world in which 2 manas maximum isn't optimal. You'd actually have to scale more manas to remain optimal. Because then it brings it in line with like an Ahn buff or something similar. And no, manas can't get the increased resources off of a villager twice. The point is, like, why build extra manas when you can just keep having everyone in one location? I get what the devs were hoping for with this. It's the same thing with the English changes where they thought, oh, this will make them come out. Like, this will make them build a mana here and a mana here and move workers out to dangerous locations. And in fairness to the devs, this has also fixed the other huge issue, which was in the late game, Lancaster could lose 80% of his workers and still function. Now, if you lose 80% of your workers, this does nothing for you. So that has at least been fixed. It's just the early game that hasn't changed. I mean, you could argue in this position, Louis can't do what this Civ used to do, which is that they would just go, oh no, I'm losing the game, build 9 manas, and then pray. So like it has still alleviated some builds. Relic's now being picked up. Split pick though, B. He's gonna get 2, but Louis also mirroring this. Already got 1 home, second one coming in. And a denial. Well, we are getting to that night mirror now. And Barded Armor is going to be coming in soon. But for now, B, he's got the numbers for this fight. In theory. The problem is the Earl's Guard and the Lord. Yeah, there's only 2 knights here. He's going to shuffle off, though. Finds the injured knight. Chases him down before he can use the Abbey of Kings. So great micro there by B. to remove a future threat. Main fight, Louis, though, is going to punch him for it. Able to club down the remaining of the cavalry, so only knights remaining. Louis mirroring the count right now, but we should be seeing barded armor soon. It's a good time for it. I think right now, the reason B isn't prioritizing barded armor is he needs more bodies for the relic fight. So we'll look to go back for that west side one. Remember, this is Regnit, so it's going to be double the value for each relic. Unfortunately for him, it looks like it's going to be a free relic game favoring Louis. Yeah, the other one is all the way back here. Not just that, Louis... What Louis turned up. I wondered when this man was going to make an appearance, if we were going to have to wait that long. The man infamous for walling his way into a late game is looking to do it again. I mean, this is very, very effective. Yeah, especially against Knight comps, because Knight comps can play wide, but they can't break walls quick. So it just gives you the heads up to react. And did he sub a mana yet? He has not. Might be worth doing soon. Yeah, he switched back on the stone now, so he will be gradually going for it. He's just not being greedy. How many manas to cover all the food in this spot? If he drops one right in the center, it will cover everything. It will cover the boar, the gold. The only thing you miss out on maybe is the berries. But if you shove these deer in, you can place one mana here, and it buffs everything. But you can just make this 2 manas as well. Like, you set mana up here to buff the tree line on both sides, and then you set one up over here. I'll beat. We do not have barded armor, but we do have military academy. Oh, wow. So he's night racing, but guys, he's losing the race. He's down by 4 already. We don't have Cistercian Abbey, so there's no real buff. It's just whatever the prelates can provide. He has just snuck out into the boar, hence why there's a gap in his food gathering. You can see only 6 compared to 19. Why is B still not getting barded armor? I mean, I guess he's just worried about the numbers. At least Snipe's out of work at there. B. Uh-oh. We only just placed these. This many knights could actually burn it down. He isn't going to hang around, though. So Spruner placements are going to be able to come in here, which is a great angle for B. Yeah, it's the protection he needs, because this is his backup gold location as well. Rough part about defending like this is if Louis keeps mirroring knights, he can just pull them back afterwards and then heal them up over here. B, it's a lot more tricky because the prelates. Prelates that are usually going to be busy buffing your economy will then need to heal you as well. Man, this is rough. So before we start talking about the lords, which he's adding in more of, this is because Louis is now looking for a direct fight. The lords with a 20% increase into the knight's health is ridiculous. It's barded armor. It's better than barded armor, but it's basically biology. Because it's going to increase the health of these knights up to 276. It makes them Templar, bros. Just without paying more. Oh, man. And the knights into the tree line as well. Louis getting out of control. B, he's still not switching to spears. Club down micro, good. Louis strikes down 2. Walks away happy. Just great micro overall. And have we got the mana expansion yet? We do not. He's got 200 stone. He is yet to drop an additional mana, which is quite surprising. I think he's just kind of forgotten about it at this stage. Yeah, wait, what? He builds houses instead. Oh, he builds one here. Okay. So he's going to prioritize the gold, which I guess makes sense. He's got 14 on the gold, whereas he's got about 7. Make that 8 on the food. Still, it's going to be worth adding in one here soon, because at this rate, it's going to clip the back side of this tree line. I mean, this is a thing I will give them praise for. At least Lancaster actually has to think about what they do with manas now. Can we all just give the devs that praise? Like, I still think they need to tweak more here, but at least it's not as brain dead, you know? Like, we're not at needs diploma to play, but at least you actually have to think about what you're doing. I like the idea. Exactly. Like, I agree. It achieves the you need to go out. The problem is early on, it's not solved the issue of Lancaster. It's actually amplified it, where they're more efficient for all-in pushes. Ball pull now. Okay, this is where a mana is worth it. He drops one over here, which is interesting, actually. Yeah, because over here, he's got more workers now, I think. He's got, like, 20 workers here, and he's got about 9 here. He is going for more, though. Condensed land practices is on the way. And you are seeing that correctly. Increases the build limit on manas by 4. Yep, I did not stutter. You get more manas now than you used to. Someone just, like, their head just bolted in the late. And what? Yeah, you used to get 9. Now you get 11. Huh? Night count is at least evening up now, actually. Yeah, B. Not as far behind anymore. And he does have Cistercian Abbeys coming in, so he can start adding in farms around monasteries soon. But yeah, guys, looking forward to the 11 mana build. Without buffing, that means they get 440 passive resources, i.e. if they have no villagers nearby, whereas they used to get, off of 9 manas, they would get 945. So, like, it is statistically a nerf. Scootage, by the way, is still as good as it was. Actually, no, sorry. It was it 35 or 40 gold before? They did at least decrease scootage. But overall, if you go to 11 manas, it's still 360 gold, which is pretty good. Night and Night Clash. We do have the Barded Armor, which means that Louis does not want to fight. Not without the Lords. Oh, lordy lord. This is where people are going to begin molding about the heavy cav, like, meta. It's still a thing, baby. Lord buff is going to be there. Clash coming through. A bunch of the Knights of B are not involved, though. 15 Knights versus 17. Numbers in favor of B. Micro on point. He gets the injury to the backside of it, but new wave arrives. It will scare him off. B, got to be careful, actually. A lot of these guys heavily injured now, but he goes for the recommit. Big mistake made there. -5. Actually, make it 6. Make it more. B, dangerous game he's now playing. He does not have farm set up. There is no permanence of economy for him. No, it's limited and then gone. Meanwhile, Louis has already began the mana farm switch. I'll also give them this. This is finally more immersive. Building farms around manas is what I want to see. Damn. He's going to be adding in a lot of farms, it seems. And also going Imperial. What? I think rumors of Lancaster's crippling may have been overstated. What's impressive is actually the way that Louis navigated the other games. I feel like he missed the classic momentum of, like, Lord spam into Feudal All-In. But what you actually show us is that actually it's not just the Feudal Lords All-In strat that still works. It's the Fast Castle strat, because the mana value is better than it was before. So it actually means you can be more lean on your timing than you historically have been. Before, that timing would have been slower from the investment into manas. But now, because you can get up to double what old mana would give you, that first mana allows you to be a lot more efficient on teching. Isn't that interesting? By interesting, isn't that insane? I think is what we're going for. And it's going to be the good old-fashioned wing guard. Knights marching into the base. I mean, this is probably the best time B's going to get for a fight. There is no Lords, i.e. there's no extra health. But I still feel like it's going to be too little. It's 31 Knights versus 26. He has now got Inspired Warriors, but he also just got bad news. Elite upgrade queued. Wolves on the way up. Louis just encasing the situation. And he actually kills Earl's retinue. How interesting. So Demi-Lancer's on the way. Yeah, just buffing the heavy cav line. I thought he'd switch into spears here. I mean, the spear option has been slightly nerfed, but I'd still say that the garrison command rather is still pretty good. I guess he just wants bodies. Second wall. Oh, Louis. He's surrounding him here. Second wall going up. He's going to try to panic rush his way through. It's not going to work, though. Second wave of Knights coming. B. Tries to thread the needle and escape, but there's nowhere safe to go here. The scent of blood fills the air as the Lancastrian sharks look to sink their teeth in. B. This was meant to be his punish timing. The tempo entry, but now with elite Knight tech complete, there can be no doubt about the outcome. He is simply outclassed, outgunned, and out of hope here. B. Can't even rush a tech up. He needs a win in a fight. The map hasn't been sufficiently walled, and he knows that the Knights are coming alongside the Demi-Lancers, all with enough torch damage to break anything in their way. B. It's all going wrong here. I mean, you can't switch Spearman this late. You can't go Crossbowman fast enough. And outside of Micron, you can't individually beat these Knights. Even with the Inspired Warriors buff. It's like, all right, if we're going to dance away from your base, I know where all of your landmarks are, sir. You got classic HRE brain. Build them all on one screen. So scare him away for the moment. That's only because Louis is coming around again. Oh, look, guys. He already has 7 manas and wants 4 more. They're just big mills at this stage. It's still English in the late game, just in a different frame. Knights just trying to get away quicker. Oh, and this is the squeeze. The Lords are in there. This is ridiculous. 328 HP on a Knight. No way. No hope. No doubt. B can bleed. But bleed and act does it require quite the pick. Lancaster. Download moreknights.com. Just got the tier 3 subscription. What do you think of this new Lancaster, guys? Because I'm starting to think that the nerfs weren't nerfs at all. Whew. So he doesn't just stomp everyone. There we go. Whoop, whoop. There we go. I think I just went with Lancaster's Giga Mana build seems reasonable. Like, what else do I call this? I'm just like, that 1 mana, it just like, it should have been the death of him, you'd think. But no, it's actually just a beneficial element of your economy. It's kind of crazy. So next up, we're going to Relic River. Let's see. Relic River. Japan? No, Japan's been banned by both, so they can't Japanese. Golden Horde, maybe? No, it's going to be Tughlaq versus Byzantines. intriguing. I think it's the first time we get to see B's Tuklak today. Except for, you know, when he, like, played pseudo Tuklak when he stole that elephant. It kind of counts. It semi-counts. By the way, like, I love, so someone, shout out to, I think it's dude, he posted the elephant conversion thing on Reddit. And someone was like, the correct solution is to scout the first elephant, mass, horseman, and torpedo. And I was like, I mean, just enjoy the memeful thing of an elephant to be elephants. Why so serial, bro? He was like, I must immediately let everyone know what the true solution is. I don't even know if that, like, solution is as reliable as you think anyway. All right, let's see. Can I run ads quickly? Let's get predictions paid out and let me see if I can run ads. No. The auto ad done its thing again. You know the thing it always does? That annoying thing? Yeah, it done it. Thanks, auto ads. You really love doing this, don't you? All right, 1 minute out. Did I update everything correctly? Yes, I did. Ooh. Hey, shout out to the boys for having the back and forth flash. I was like, Lordy, this is going to be a quick day. And now balance has been restored. Reminder, by the way, the winner of this will be back at the same time as today, tomorrow, kicking off against Scatterbrained. And then the winner of that will face off against Wham. And then I'm working to see if we can get a third winner stays on slotted in as well to round out Friday. KBMM is also back, by the way, starting tomorrow. Sign-ups close first thing in the morning. So if you want to sign up, if you want to clash against some of AoE 4's finest and try to improve yourself, then go across to that link there. And there will be a sign-up option. We're currently sitting at 19 out of 32. So there's a lot of slots available. Go on, get yourself in there quickly. See you can have a dance with in the first round. Maybe have some fun. Maybe learn a few tricks yourself firsthand. Who's the best AoE4 player in the world? It's Marine Lord. Like, there's no doubt about it. His recent results speak for themselves. He's back on top. But the way he can consolidate that will be the EGC Finals event. All right, here we go. How do you beat the Tuklak Dynasty? That is the thought going through everyone's head right now. Because if they come at you with these heel elephants, you already feel like it's over. Well, that's why we invited these two players into the arena. Louis MT with the Byzantines is going to try to find a solution here on Relic River. It's going to be a tricky one. If this is a healer elephant strategy, it's so difficult to unravel, and he already starts off strong. I love this. Guys, this is smart from B. He's playing Tuklak under trees. This is already more optimized for them. Look at this. No movement to drop off. It's so effective for Tuklak. On top of that, he's getting 5% more wood. And he's going for a dot play because he's up against a non-aggro Civ. Byzantines don't attack you in the Dark Age. Often they get attacked. And this is crafty. Really, actually well played by B to identify this. So this is a huge advantage. So remember, these fishing boats are also toxic to deal with. Because Tuklak Dynasty, similar to the parent Civ, the Delhi, have fishing boats that attack you. Meaning it's much harder to go and fight them. Yeah, there are some civs that have this, such as the Delhi, but most civs you say, okay, if he's got fishing, I can burn this down before he gets archer ships in fuel. The problem is, with Tuklak and Delhi, they essentially get mini archer ships in Dark Age. Yeah, and if you guys remember, in the opening days of Age of Empires 4, this was a hot topic on water maps back in 2021-ish, because you could just legitimately beat civs by spamming fishing boats. These days, it's been tweaked a little bit. The base damage is much lower in Dark Age, but they are perfectly accurate. Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, Louis should never really be contesting this anyway. It's very difficult for Byzantines to do because their Limitane are so expensive. So instead, it is going to be a rush towards the feudal age, and he is at least getting his own benefits. He's setting up the systems now. An overall sheep haul, decent. Yeah, he's at 11. That's at least the upside here, is because B went for the fishing, he didn't max out on worker elephants. At the moment, a lot of players like to just spam all their worker elephants they can at the start, and then send them out scouting. In this game, you see B did not do that. No, he just leverages the resources, so worker elephant out to the gold, the wood, and the deer. And remember, you have to think of Tughlaq here a little bit like Knights Templars efficiency on wood, because they're not going to have to keep dropping lumber camps they move in. It's not perfectly one-to-one with the efficiency of Knights Templar, because Knights Templar will have no walk to drop off, they just do it, and they get some food. But comparative to other civs, this is an incredibly wood-efficient civ. Even the deer, actually. Like, what B can do here is he can just rally point between them as he goes. Like, every time he wants to switch deer, just select, move, select, move. And it's just going to guarantee that when you pick up the food off these deers, you just stand up and then stand down again. So good. And you are seeing that correctly. 5% extra resources per drop. Boom. Off we go. And this is going to be a strong strat. And you are seeing that correctly. The worker elephant waits until the resource is drained. So you can just mark it up early. Like, you can do the same here with trees early on if you want to. When you've got 6 workers, for example, like 5 definitely, you can just select one tree at a time and just go doot, 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 all the way through. So Dome of Faith now on the way. B did go heavy on economy, by the way. 5 fishing boats in the end. Louis does have the Grand Winery coming through. And we'll be going all the way to level 5 system. This is just greed on greed. And that kind of fits, you know, Tughlaq, I think they have 2 reliable approaches. There is, when you're under pressure, rushing feudal and going healer elephants, which we've all seen it now. And I think we can agree it's a bit insane. But the other strategy that's very powerful is when you're in eco and eco matchups. Because of that elephant economics, because of the lean efficiency, like this civ is surprisingly effective at playing greed on greed games. I do think Byzantines, though, in a greed on greed has some really good timings. If this was a land-only map, I would be potentially worried for B. But because he got that fishing, he's already up to 7. Okay, come on. He's going 8 fishing boats. That's crazy. There's not even enough room for them together. Is this fast castle? No, I think this is just fast elephant. When you see that type of macro, you think it's FC, but then you remember what you can build with it. Yep, straight away. Oh, come on. This is just going to be every single Tughlaq game, isn't it? So, Limitane reaction on the way. And actually, B has given him a boon here. That is an interesting choice. He goes straight into the Raider Elephants. The reason that's a boon is it means Limitane are actually like answering everything right now. They're going to answer the Elephants of both the Raider type and the healing type. Now, the reason why B is doing Raider Elephants is because the most expected and likely mercenary choice is going to be Lombos. So this will give him an answer to those Lombos. Confirmation of Raider Elephant. Yeah, I find it's quite easy to do your job as a scout on revealing things when those things literally headbutt you. Like, I think I noticed that... I'm pretty sure I saw an elephant. Maybe. So, first spear's out. Does get confirmation of that. And that's now going to steer into archers. And this is the theory about where Tughlaq is really ridiculous with heal elephants. Is you have to react to the heal elephants, but then they get ahead of you because you react to the heal elephants. What the flying duck is that, though? What? we've got, well, first of all, we've got Denala Boar, which is just dirty. But we've got Keshix coming out. Okay, that I'm shocked by. What? Okay, so the reason I'm kind of shocked by that, guys, is because your issue now with healer elephants is healer elephants perform way too good in melee fights. Because in a melee fight, you just can't kill anything against healing. Because you can't target fire. Think about like this way. If we have a big fat line here, like in the choke point, maximum 3 melee units will attack another melee unit. So you're limited in your ability to kill. Going Keshix doesn't fix that for Louis. It seems instead Louis' plan is to avoid the elephant ball and just raid the economy. It's not a bad idea. And in fairness, your opponent's got archers, so you shouldn't worry too much about them when you try to counter dive. I think he got scouted. The biggest risk of this for Louis is if you don't hit with the first Keshix and they get kills, you have no scaling to your raiding because you can only build so many Keshix. That's usually the weakness of Keshik contract and why it is the rarest of all types, is of the free mercenaries. And this is the wild thing to think about. Even though it's the only cavalry unit, it's the easiest one to lose. Keshik raiding. Does scare him away. Oh, that's good chip damage, and that's going to prep him for the next dive, because there's no possible way that B can heal off the damage done to that worker. Oh. Another annoying thing. And no, Keshik contract gets you Ghoulems in Castle Age. Which, against War Elephants, doesn't really do anything. Right in again. Nicely done. Louis gets one. And the idea is this snowballs. Yep, second group comes in. Good block there with the Raider Elephant. Well played. He was aware of the timing. So Louis, remember, his goal is to avoid direct fights. If he has to fight these elephants, he's going to lose. Because Keshix won't be able to keep up the heal. These health bars will just gradually go down. But raiding is where he has advantage. Because B, if he wants to raid, he needs to be fast. And war elephants are not fast, folks. They're really slow. But what he can do is turn this into a mobile healing center of like raider elephants come back, they heal, they go back in. Because raider elephants are actually harder to kill than Keshix, technically. 235 HP compared to 145. I will say this about this strategy. Like, if this is the way you're meant to beat Tuklak, it is an unreliable strategy for probably 90% of players. But then again, I guess it scales at the level. My thought there is, like, you know, if you're being honest in chat right now, and we've probably got varying degrees of skill levels here, how many groups of knights can you reliably micro? I feel like most people will say 2, if they're being honest with themselves. Some will flex to 3. Some will just bluntly say 1. And pause that. Oh my god, he got the stampede! Wait, did he? It looked like it. There was some weird no clippage there, but he definitely did. Oh my god. Well, there you go, guys. For everyone who answered 1, this is what the Raider Elephants are for. Because this is the thing, if your solution to this is you have to raid all the locations at once, but Tuklak only have to raid 1 location at once, who has the advantage? Louis, even with all these spearmen, just doesn't feel safe. The elephant comes in again. He already used the stampede. Oh my god. It's not a quick death, but it's going to be a guaranteed one, eventually. Louis, he marched forward with the Limitana. He denied the dock. He opened the door to Tartarus with this move. B, just obligating now, trying to march in it. Healer elephants. Wait, alright, guys. When villagers can do that without fear of ever dying, you know you got a problem. Archers are going to test the Limitane. Keshix now getting mirrored out by the Raider Elephants. This is a chaotic game. And this is the other crazy thing. Like, you know, normally 1 or 2 horsemen, there's a threat of 1 or 2 worker kills. There's never a threat of 1 or 2 horsemen killing 10 workers. But with this stampede, that can happen. The trample ability, if you math it out, the maximum damage you can do off of just walking over a target is 48 damage. Villager has 50 health. Yeah, and Louis, he didn't get textiles either. It's that. Oh my god. I think this is the tough part. It's not instant death against Raider Elephants, but it feels inevitable. Like, you have to play the game out. You have to drag it a bit deeper and hope. But as you drag it deeper, like, all it takes is you sneezing while playing the game, your eyes closing for 2 seconds, and then all of a sudden, 5 workers are dead. Keshiks? Uh-oh. Is B ready to go? He feels it. His economy isn't truly ahead. It's 42 workers to 43. Louis actually found more worker kills. The fishing boats down here are not active. Yeah, they're dead weight. Louis does creep the villagers away while he can. And we do have a horseman switch now. Not just that, Keshiks again, into the base. Not able to connect for the kills, though. The textiles making it difficult. Textiles is also a really nice tech for Tuklak, because you only spend 5 seconds researching instead of 20. And yes, it does cost a little bit more, but that gets balanced out by the fact that you sacrifice less workers to get it. So really smart read there. So I feel like a lot of people look at the cost of textiles and say, nah, 20% more, no chance. Okay, Louis is pulling the Keshiks home now. It's because the war elephants, the healer elephants rather, are in his face. So he needs all hands on deck for the defense. Oh, wait a sec. That's a good start, though. He catches the reinforcing elephant. Reminder, they cannot heal themselves, because that would be broken. Well, I don't know what the worker... Oh, I see. B was going to try to body block them and switch aggro. Cool idea. Army's coming home, but Louis already has position on him here. He's going to steer away instead, though. We don't have any forts at all. B doesn't have any strong point defense. Louis, I'm starting to feel like he's survived it. Curious Siphon's now on the way. Keshik's raiding again. The entire army reacting, but he just can't catch them. I say that. You can headbutt them down a bit because they're charging. Louis just trying to raid him to death. Keshik's in again. Oh, come on. 1 HP. Don't do this to me. The true worker lead. It does feel like it's getting bigger, though. Yeah, it's 47 workers to 49. And remember, Louis does have system buff at level 5, so he's ahead. Yeah, we do at least have woven baskets, so B's getting 10% more resource on drop-off. If you can just get the direct fight, like, this is kind of crazy, though. 15 Raider Elephants, 34 Archers. How would Louis win this? We're going to find out, because he's not getting away with this. The Limitane are too slow. B, would he dare commit them into them fully? I think that's a bit too risky. He's trying to bait him to turn around. He just keeps stampeding with one to see if he can get a freebie. Limitane are going to turn. Shield wall's up, though. Cavalry looks for the entry. Raider Elephant's going to pull back for the body block. The Horsemen, they can't quite get in. And now the Archers essentially frontlining part of the fight. It's a full commit and send. B, Healer Elephants in the middle of it all. They're going to be brought down. 1 dead, 1 to go. Raider Elephant count not holding on. B has to pull back. The Horseman wave is just so big from Louis. Raider Elephants recommit to slow down Limitane. He didn't toggle the shield wall off. Uh-oh. Archers, if they can get the clear up here on the spears, the Raider Elephants can actually carry this now. B, his Archer count is going low, though. The Limitane count is still looking good. 13 in the fight. The Raider Elephants, they're holding on for now. Can he beat the Spearmen? It looks like he's gonna. B just needs to get the new wave here. 8 Raider Elephants left, 8 Spearmen. Enough Archers left to target fire them down, but Louis the Micro to the back. He goes straight after the remaining Archers. And the Elephant screams, tell you everything you need. He's done it. Louis, he breaks the backbone of the formation. A handful of Raider Elephants left alive. Shiv's out now from the workers. B begins to hemorrhage villagers that he needs to have gathering food. Louis MT does the unthinkable. He breaks the healer elephants. I mean, it wasn't mass elephants, but it did look like a massive big brain strat from B unraveled completely. GG comes through. The Tuklak Elephant Boys are not unbeatable. Hold up. That was bloody impressive. What do we even call that one? I'm trying to think now. Goodness gracious. Next up. Let's see where the boys are taking us. We're going Borderland next. And it is going to be Roos versus Mali. So no new Civ this time. A little bit of a breather from them. Can't have them all the time. It'll spoil your lunch, you know? Trying to think what we call that one. Like I was... struggling with healer elephants. Watch this. I don't know. I don't feel like it was about the healer elephants that much, but the economy was kind of insane with the fishing idea. I think. I don't know. I'm trying to think on that one. There's hope for those that can micro knights. I think that's the one. Considering the piece where I just asked you, I love the amount of candid honesty, the amount of people like one in chat on the amount of nights they can micro. Thank you for that. Like it's humbling but realistic. Like I think that type of strategy is going to be difficult for a lot of people. Like, dude, I hope someone clipped that as well. Actually, that's a good moment. It was 1-1-1. All right, not 1-1-1 anymore though. Has Pro Scouts been nerfed enough? That's what we're about to find out. The perfect map for it. We head into Boldland between two civs that historically have loved this map. And also a little bit of Pro Scouts. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Game number 4 between Louis MT and B. B with the Malians. I gotta say, I think this civ actually could end up being the king of Borderlands, but Louis MT going to a more classic approach on a map that has so much deer. Pro Scouts has just been nerfed again. For the fourth time in a row? Is it finally just going to be put to bed, or is it still going to be a quintessential part of certain civ strats? Well, Roos would be the one to go to. I mean, Roos, in a lot of people's eyes, has been one of the most nerfed civs with the recent changes. Louis, maybe you can impress us here. I mean, a 3-1 victory over B would be incredible, considering that most of the day we've been talking about B's domination. Instead, Louis MT just doing the unthinkable, showing us a way that the Tuklak might not be as unslayable as we thought. How has post-patch Roost performed? Honestly, we have not really seen much Roost, as a lot of the show matches have focused on showing off new civs. We've had a few Roost games come through, though, and like I think they've been functional still. The most notable one, I think, would be the crazy Roost Night strat we saw from B. So, like, it's definitely viable. It's definitely feasible still. Do I think it's as good as it was? I think Roost is less blindly applicable than it was before. And that's a good thing. I don't like it when we've got too many civs. I'd rather we have no civs that just feel like they can go into any situation and have a good shot. Actually, let me put it another way. If you're going to have a world in which any civ can go into any situation and do what they want, then every civ needs to be able to do that. Otherwise, you have a balance issue. But with asymmetrical, I'd say it's easier to lean towards the idea of each civ having specializations, realms in which they will just be more dominant. For example, we talk about Lancaster a lot on Cliffside. Like, Cliffside Lancaster is just hand in hand. Like, it's the best civ for the map. So, opening-wise, what are we looking at here? B. Let's just use standard Mansa. We did get Hunting Cabins double on the back. By the way, Hunting Cabins did get nerfed again. 10% less gold now, right? So, only generating 27 gold a minute, but that still is a decent repay rate. Especially considering that you're converting into gold, the wood, and you want to get scouts anyway. Like, for pro scouts, this build still makes a lot of sense. Because the logic is you're saving 50 wood on a mining camp, as well as all the walk distance. Which, if you don't want to go nights, you don't want to be walking this far out anyway. It's just very suboptimal. And the final detail is, like, if you're going to go early into pro scouts, that means you're not going to need wheelbarrow. So you're ending up saving 200 resources and spending 450. When you think about it that way, it actually makes pro scouts quite affordable. Now, reminder, pro scouts has just been nerfed. You now experience decay when you pull deer back. That means that you will get less food the longer a scout is carrying it. It's about a rate of 1.2 to 1.5 food a second of decay. I love the start. Louis, when you're up against Malians, you know they're going to build all their houses on the pit mine. So just massing up scouts when you know you're going pro scouts, this is just an extra little cherry on top. There is a negative effect to this, though, nowadays, because of the change where you now decay on deer. It means that walking back and taking the deer close to the enemy base is less value. But in fairness to him, I think Louis found a very interesting map for this, because on Boardland, all but the tiny deer pack are neutral territory. They're all lined up perfectly. Yeah, that's another thing about Boardland now that I think about it. Your safe deer doesn't really exist, but there's no enemy home deer. And the reason that's important is if you, for example, had to pull deer from next to your opponent's base, by the time you get it back to your base, it's probably lost like 30% of the food it had. Whereas now with neutral territory, you're probably capping out at more like 15, 20%. It's still a lot. You're still losing 60 or 70 food, but it's something you're willing to stomach because of just how much food you're getting. Louis, just getting great burn through here, by the way. Triple house going down. B, I think we're getting his classic. This man loves mass sofa strats. They are really effective. I've been impressed. Sometimes B takes it a bit far. Like, he'll triple down after even just losing with sofa waves. It's just unthinkable. And yeah, he's just trying to get the maximum before the harassment comes out. So that's already going to be 100 wood down the drain for B. Pretty pricey. In fact, I wonder, does Louis hang around for extra? Pro Scouts is going to complete in 30, so he's going to want to leave soon. Because he still has to walk to get in position for the extra. And there you go. He's going to be happy with that. So burns it down, backs away. Warrior Scout upgrade is already in, which means that independently B's Scouts are better. And he is going to be playing the anti-Pro Scout strat, which is very popular with Malian players at this level. The idea is that you won't get the deer, but you don't want your opponent to. And even if your opponent starts diversing into different unit types, Warrior Scouts are decent against that. You know, it's 110 HP as well as 7 damage. So it's 7 times the DPS on its base damage that Scouts have. And you pay 20 food more for that. It's a pretty good deal. And he's chasing him all the way home. Louis will be switching into Knights, and I imagine that B's going to be mirroring Sofa. With double stables, it seems likely. Now, the idea here that's quite interesting is a knight will beat a Sofa for sure. But what matters more than that is that Sofa are quicker, and you will have more Sofa mathematically at the same investment point than knights. Now, when that gets interesting is with the way melee scales, with cavalry, it's more about catching targets when you're faster. For a direct melee fight, it means that knights will win. But when you're talking about a raid game and just trying to pinch troops, Sofa will have the advantage because you can do more things. And that's where it's going to be the true stress test of B's micro, similar to what we saw from Louis in the last game. Scout just getting harassed down. Nice snipe there. Gets 2. Oh, this is just annoying. This is actually toxic. And you already see the decay there. So he lost 18 food trying to pull that deer back from here. It adds up. It hurts. And so do these kills. Louis MT losing 4-5 scouts. B yet to drop 1. I mean, this is clean. And now it just forces Louis to kind of reinvest into scouts again, while you're now switching to Sofa to mirror the knight play. Reminder, none of these scouts going down. That's really important. Because they're going to heal, and they have pretty great healing rates. So you can see there, 2 per second. And we have indeed seen B bleed twice in this series. You guys remember it was a win for Lancaster and a win for Byzantines. So Louis MT is proving to be B's kryptonite. Especially with this. He's not going to hang around. He's going for castle. He's definitely eating through sheep fast, though. Oof. 23 on food. He only has 6 sheep. I grow a little bit worried here that Louis MT does not have the economy to finish what he's about to start. High trade house. Oh, God, no, that's... He's pretty much... Wait, why is he not building it here? Ah, it's the wooden fortress. I think he feels safer being near the wooden fortress, whereas over here, Sofa could actually properly idle you. All right, guys, get your very depressing numbers in. How much gold is he getting from this? B's not doing too bad, right? Like, he's a... actually, it's not that great. That cow count isn't high. Still, he stopped pro scouts. I mean, Louis got, in total, was it 3 deer home? I think he literally only got 3 deer, which is really bad. Yeah, he only got 3 deer. There's 7 deer on the central stacks and only 5 on the outskirts. That's rough. So you bought pro scouts for 450 plus the scout investment, and then in return, you didn't even get 1,050 resources because of the decay. You got more like 950 food. Ay, Santa Maria. That's not a great trade. I mean, it's still a positive trade, but we'll see if we can get more now. Knight's just got vetted. B with the switch into Donzos. Correct reaction here. He can't really rush castle with just 7 cow. But he can try to directly contest with spears. Yeah, and spearmen aren't going to be too bad against horse archers if Louis starts to do that as well. Even if he does it, he's going to be split between the two. So, like, Donzo can be a hybrid solution for both. 38 gold a minute. Okay, there we go. I hadn't ticked up. 76, that's more like it. Whew. Chase down. Oh, he pinches free. Will be stopped by the scout from getting too much there, but it's still a lead for B. A lot of idle time achieved, and more troops coming. The Donzo's now arriving with the hold spears. And Louis, oh, talk about bad timing, man. He just started steering into the monks. Yeah, the problem right now for Louis is, like, everything he's building gets countered by Donzo. The other scary point is what B is converging towards. is a bulk mass that when he techs up, he can just win the game, i.e. Sofa mass. And in fairness, although Knights will definitely beat Sofa 1-to-1, especially the castle upgrade now, the difference isn't that insane. It's 18 damage to 24. So you just can't really afford to split your Knights up. Like, if they get caught, they're just dead. Put the Conquers of the Dead Scout and watch if it loses food over time. Oh, what? When this one goes down? Oh my god! Oh my god! What? Okay, that's... Oh no! So if scouts get slain after picking up a deer, they continue to decay. So like, if the scout goes down and the deer falls to the ground, it will continue to lose food. Oh my god. Alright, that is cursed. So Pro Scouts, due to that bug, is even worse than you thought. You cannot ignore the deer and come back later. You have to immediately go and pick it up again, or you're just wasting value. That is crazy, and I'll give you another reason why that's crazy. Could you not just technically lame the enemy deer? Nah, we won't go there. That is wild. I wonder if there's any tricks related to dropping the deer yourself and having that occur. Because you could genuinely just decay everyone's deers that way. That's crazy. Oh my god. So no wonder Louis, like, this is the thing about that. Like, it's a bigger nerf to Pro Scouts than you realize, because that meant that Louis urgently had to react to it. He had to respond to it. You couldn't just run away from it and be like, I'll come back and pick up the deer again. This now forces you to recommit into a position where you're probably already being counterplayed. Pro Scouts is going to be dying fast. I'm glad to hear it's at least being tracked. I just hope these sort of things get fixed fast. Like, my biggest one is Crucible legitimately needs to be patched straight away. The Crucible, like I think my take at the start of the stream is like with the Crucible perks issue, where some people are losing their perks. If that isn't resolved within the next 5 or 6 days, I think, and maybe this seems unfair, but like it's the reality, is the fact that it would even take 5 days is going to be too long. So I really hope we get that one, even above this one. I think that Crucible bug needs to be fixed quicker than anything else. Fingers crossed. I'm really worried for that one, because I feel like it could actually just be the end of Crucible before it begins. Whereas this Pro Scout one, it's like annoying. Some people are going to dislike it. You can still like get on with it, play the game, whatever. And B's getting on with it to play the game here. Pro Scouts has not been as rewarding as Louis had hoped. The Fulani is not full at least, but B is going to be full castle soon. Veterancy's now on the way for both the Sofa and the Spearman. And he's waiting for imported armors. He's baited a reaction into archers. This is bad for Louis right now. It's 12 Knights to 20 Sofa. That's enough for B to win. Great usage of the Stealth Forest. Archers lose sight. Not going to be able to counterplay. Imported armors as well as ranged armor too are on the way. B, he's biding his time. We're 13 seconds away from that upgrade. Louis looking like he actually might be out of position here. How's B going to use this tree line? He's just going to keep running. Well, that does give Pro Scouts... Wait, I was about to say it gives Pro Scouts access, but Louis is running out for the ball, and oh no. It gets seen. It gets seen early is the more important part. That's going to be difficult now because you're going to have to set up a wooden fortress and then still take the ball. B, knowing this, now looks to punish. Military Academy just got queued up. Knight count increasing much quicker than Louis' cav count. And he looks to commit in. Imported armor's already complete. These archers do nothing. They don't even register on the damage scale. And the Sofa, they try to break through to the backside, allowing the Donzos to enter. Louis, this is bad. He's overkilling the Donzos. He's having to target fire them down one by one. It's not going to be good enough. Donzos will get their lick in. Raid on the flank. Sofa is at least going to get blocked out by the Knights. So that's going to complete. but the main engagement is a complete toss away. Louis MT, he may have cleared the Donzo, but that's still 20 sofas. Not even IKEA has that many on show. Oh, no. The sofa menace continues. There's just no stopping this right now. Marlians have somehow dodged the bullets, the ire of the devs. And I don't know how. Because this feels like it's been the meta for weeks now. And it's not letting up. I mean, in fairness, against a crippled Roost, but you can't take anything away from him. Smash Sofa is everywhere with Marlians right now. And it's only going to get worse. Whew. Game 5. Squeaky bum time. It's going all the way. And that means we're going to be getting a resolution on Gorge. Oh, whoops. Did we not have predictions for Game 4? Ah, rip. Well, we'll get it for Game 5, I'm sure. What was the Crucible bug? I'm not sure how... I think it's to do with masteries in some way. But basically, some people have reported losing their progress on their park system. So it just resets them. Which is unfortunate. Ah, we're getting Golden Horde versus Delhi. Ooh, okay. I don't think we've been treated to this matchup at all so far. Let me run ads. I'll get them out of the way. Reminder, if you want to support the channel, please feel free to subscribe. We also have options for donating, Patreon, etc. Whatever you guys can do, it always helps. And also, just remember to share these around. We've got more of these show matches tomorrow. The goal is to have 3. Maybe we're aiming for 4. As well as the fact that KPMM Midweek Muster, the weekly circuit that you should be watching, the best weekly circuit you'll find in Age of Empires, starts again tomorrow. And we'll be streaming those Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, week after week after week. So we got you covered. Oh, yes. The perfect place to be for your midday actions. All right. Looks like auto ads ran again. I cannot manually run them. This happens every time. It is infuriating. Okay. To accept donations on OnlyFans. Nope, we haven't reached that point yet. Maybe we should. I don't know. It's hard to make bills be paid, I'll say that much. Oh no, did you want push-ups? There's no room. Is the cam in the right place? Yo, what's up, JJ? Thank you very much. Appreciate you, bud. I think I knocked the camera earlier. My floor's a bit dirty. I've got like no room here due to the Red Bull. Ugh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We even added an extra 3. Got to give it to him for the subs, you know. It's so hot in here. I've been considering slightly underclocking my GPU so it doesn't run as hot. I keep trying to push the floor because it stepped up to me in the club and I was like, what? Bro, you can't just like step up to a man in the club like that and expect to not get slapped. So the floor had to go. Pop, pop. What am I saying? Is YouTube chat still working? I think it is. I hope so. Yo, what's up, Hasucraft? Thank you very much for the bits, mate. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's get into the game. Can't do more push-ups right now because you guys need to see this. Welcome back to the channel for more Caster Games. A brand new Civ on your screen. It's going to be the Golden Horde going up against the Delhi. Is the new Civ good enough to beat the Broken Elephants? What better way to find out? A deciding game in our winner stays on format. B, I believe he's been unbeatable with the Delhi so far today. But Louis with the Golden Horde. I think this is the Civ that's currently in the biggest exploration mode, if that makes sense. Like other Civs, people kind of have the way they want to go. You've got Tuklak with the Healer Elephants. You've got Sengoku with the Mass Yatais, usually into like Mass Mounted Samurai. Some people like the Yumi. And then with Macedonians, you've got Angry Vikings, more Angry Vikings, and more Angry Vikings. For Golden Horde, we've seen people try and do Torgud plus the Keshiks and just play Heavy Cav. But it often feels hard to connect with. And then outside that, this Civ doesn't... Oh, God, that's bad. Rough. There we go. Gets it up. The other thing that this Civ struggles with is it doesn't really have any great economy early on. I think Golden Horde, more than any other Civ in the new DLC, struggles with its identity through diversity. It's meant to attack. It kind of has to attack. Its economy in the late game is insanely valuable, by the way. And maybe we'll get to see it here. But in the early game, it just feels very lacking without options. By the way, was that because of the difference in builds? No, they are 20 seconds. I was about to say, Gers take the same time. So a little bit surprised on that, like, suboptimal time there from Louis. But we do already have the Uvu up. Remember, you're going to want to build this straight away as you generate stone per minute. Interesting little tidbit about the Golden Horde, by the way. They generate infinite stone. So when this number goes down to 1, it will not go to 0. The Mongols' Uvus will expire, but the Golden Horde do not. So it'll go down to 1, and then it'll keep generating stone. I need to afford more beans? I do. I need everyone to get their prime subs. Everyone get their subs going. Come on. Pump them in chat. I know you got them. I mean, why not? We're live 4 days a week with esports action. We're probably looking to add in some new fun types of content. We might do some how to break things series. So yeah, loads of cool stuff coming. Wouldn't want you guys to miss it. And let me know if you guys have ideas of what you'd like to see on things like Patreon. I need to figure out maybe some interesting things to add in there. I think the most obvious one is just giving special like Discord channels. But I'd like to get some more ideas cooking there on what we could do to make Patreon feel a bit special. Spiffing Brick collab confirmed. Hey, I'll be up for it. The interesting thing is I feel like I don't get as much time to do it now, whereas I used to always try and break games as a kid. Like, I was ridiculous for it. And what is up, Mortypic? So thank you very much, mate. I appreciate the 5 gifted. You absolute legend. Look at that. The bird crew is building. But yeah, I used to love breaking games. I remember, like, Call of Duty was a great one in my childhood. Like, oh, I've got to get out of every map possible. How do you do this? How do you do that? Like, to be honest, I'm kind of surprised I did not become a QA tester in the end of the industry. I almost did, actually. I went for a job interview years ago with Frontier Development. You guys might be familiar with that studio. They're located up in Cambridge, and they make a bunch of different games. I think for a lot of people, probably the most obvious ones in recent years would be Elite Dangerous, and then they done like the Planet Coaster and Planet Zoo games. But I remember they were like having me try and find some bugs on a really old game. It was a PlayStation 2 one. I think it was like a Wallace and Gromit game. But I just wasn't feeling the vibes of the studio. I mean, it's just like sometimes it's not a right fit. And also, I think what I said wrong is like there was a time where this idea of being a QA tester and becoming a developer was a realistic thing. Whereas nowadays, I think the game development industry has gotten to the point where most people entering as a QA tester, they're looking for someone who wants to basically full life it into the QA tester arc. Whereas I had experience as a developer and I wanted to take that approach. So yeah, fun one. It's an interesting process when you go through those, though. I will say it's like QA tester roles is not something that I would personally look forward to doing. Props to the people that do it. It's very different than find a way to break a game, because when you find a way to break a game, you get to find the fun things. You're looking for the broken, funny, hilarious strategy. But when you're a QA tester, you basically have to test everything. Every monotonous detail. Like, oh, does this click right? Does this move right? You know, is this animation right? And you have to mark them all down. You have to queue them up in things like Jira and backlog so people can see them. And it just goes on and on. Would not have been for me, for sure. Yeah, like for me, I think rather than like perfecting something that exists, I'm a very big fan of being a creator. Which is what I do for a living. But even back then, you know, with my degree in game design, it was the creation that really had me going. I guess, like, fun story for another day. I almost was a game designer at Splash Damage as well, so... it's crazy to think how different my life would have been if I actually succeeded in getting a development job. I never would have got into content creation. I never would have cast a wall low. I never would have started in Dota 2. I never would have went into esports. That's crazy. Whew. And I remember at the time it was a heartbreaker because for me, Splash Damage was one of my dream studios. Yeah. Anyway, Golden Horde, we have got the Spearman coming out. We've seen the opening. It's going to be fortified outpost. This is an expensive defense, but I actually love the placement by Louis. Leverages the deer and the gold to get a double defender. Also, I love the way the little fences actually... It's the small things, isn't it? It's the little staggered modularity of it. I actually respect that. Well played, devs. It actually looks not janky, which... There's a lot of buildings, I think, on steep terrain that look really janky. Okay, so we have got the Khan coming out. Torgud are on the way. Remember, these are going to be his guards. He did go Khan and Torgud to buff their health and decrease their cost. Yeah, but this is going to get mirrored out by Ghazi. Now, this is tricky for Louis because he can't just trade. He needs kills. Remember, Delith healing. This is always the difference maker. You dev work and feel bad for your testers every week? Yep, because you're just there giving them more crap defense. So the interesting thing, by the way, was that you only drive Aston Martin? I mean, I wouldn't if I was a developer. I think there's a bit of a naivety now, unfortunately, around being a developer that a lot of people think they'll get into it and be rich because they hear about Notch's story. That is the teensy tiny lottery winner slumdog millionaire story. Most people's won't be like that. Sadly, actually, most game developers are underpaid and overworked, especially in Europe. Okay, so we have got spear spam from Louis because, like we said, he has to kill the Ghazi. You can't just trade out of them, slowly win a health pool because the scholar factor. What he is at least doing with this comp from Louis, he's keeping the scholars away from sacred sites for the moment. Golden Horde feels really slow. Yep, and the transitions are really slow too because you have to wait double the time to start getting units out. I don't think that's the biggest problem though because it's like power level. The biggest problem is like if I now try and go Castle Age as Golden Horde, I'm waiting 2 minutes and 5 seconds, which is crazy. That strips away a lot of viability around timing attacks. And also means if you're playing catch up, i.e. your second attack up, you're just down and behind. My advice to the devs is I think Golden Horde need an ability to worship the Golden Tent to speed up technologies at it. And it should be 25% as effective, maybe 30% as effective as a villager building a landmark. But what that means is like it's really inefficient. But if you're in a really bad position, you actually can do something about it. Whereas currently, you're kind of stuck. Okay, B, what are we looking for here? He has got Steel Dara plus Undermesh timing. I think it's just Sacred Site and go. Louis got a big problem here, guys. Where's the Undermesh? He hasn't got it. I don't think he was expecting the archers this early. I'm not sure. I mean, he scouted it. He just queued it up, but that's going to be a minute where he can't contest, which means the scholars will be able to get Sacred Sites. And I think B's going to be greedy about it. Yeah, he's going for all three. Okay, this is good though. Louis, it gives him an opening. Either you go for the flank scholars or you try to go for the economy. Chooses to try and mess with the reinforcements, but that now reveals where he's going. Yeah, that's the difficulty of wanting to have your cake and eat it. Your opponent knows exactly where you're going to be. I like that we're getting Keshits from Louis, by the way. Because you can only get so many Torgud because they cost stone. But the other thing is, Torgud are tanks, but they're not killers. Keshiks are designed to take out units. It's like a difference of roles. So many Ghazi already, though. Like, it's a quality over quantity game. You know what's scary about making that statement, folks? In the quality over quantity game, half of Louis' army is spears. Oh, God. That feels so horrible to have to say. In fairness, the archers are at least out of position, so wait, there might be a turnaround here for Louis. He has the perfect position to send Spearman one way and then Keshiks the other. Instead, he's going to take the low-hanging fruit. It's going to be the Scholar Snipe. Oh, no, that's the worst feeling. He doesn't even finish what he starts. Has to keep running. What Louis is scared of right now is that the Ghazi surround him. If the Ghazi surround him, he can't get away at all. He'll just get whittled away at. Because fun fact for you, Ghazi have better DPS than Tortugud. In fairness, actually, if you're standing still, Tortugud are better because they have more attack speed, but damage-wise, Ghazi out-damage them. It's 14 compared to 10, and you only have 3 melee armor. Your health is definitely going to last longer there. Also, if a fight is long enough, that does mean the Batu Khan is going to buff your damage. Bash in. Nice find here under the archers, but the Spearman wave is thin. I mean, Louis just doesn't have spears anymore. He was flowing resources for castle, but like, this is the thing with Golden Horde. It's just not friendly to the idea of going castle while fighting. You have to choose one or the other. Reinvestment now on the way. Flash coming through. B. His archers have pretty much already found their value. So now it's just on the Keshik and Tortugud to try and hold on. The healing. Ghazi. Are they doing this quick enough? Oddly enough, no. No, this is actually working. Okay, Louis. Props to him, the Keshik. They traded better than I was expecting. He's still going to have to retreat due to the scholars at the tail end of the fight. But those Keshiks were a game changer. Just Tortugud wouldn't have worked. But with Tortugud, it gives you something to take all the hits while the Keshiks get the kills. Yeah, the military number at the end of this looks really bad. But remember what's happened here. Louis is now going castle. Holy crap, I'm impressed. It just looked like the scholars were going to allow to chain heal their way to a win. But props to him. Louis keeps hope alive. B, not too far off of going castle himself, though. Muscovy Yasak is a really powerful tool, by the way, folks. It is going to give you extra ranged armor on all of your heavy infantry and heavy cav. At a rate of +2 armor. But the trade-off is, like, you'll get less passive wood, because you get 200 passive wood by default. It's a bit of a weird mechanic, but simply think of it this way. If you have no heavy units, you'll get 200 wood a minute. And then for every heavy class unit you have, it'll be -2 wood. Oh, enough, 200 per minute. Which means if you have 100 Keshiks, you'll get no bonus wood. But less, and you get some. It's very weird. But it just means you get a bit of economy. And when you're down on numbers, that's going to help you get back up. But what it gives you is some really powerful timings into castle transitions. A lot of people at the moment have been playing into the Relic Uvus. And I think Relic Uvus is a little bit of a bait right now. It's like Order of the Dragon with Regnants. If you just nakedly go into it, you're going to lose the game. But if you play into it, methodically, it can work. In games where you're even or under pressure, Muscovy Yasak is going to be your game changer. Because it can save you from being dove by mass archer strats and feudal. But it also gives you a way of diving your opponent at the start of castle. And agreed. Masterclass from Louis indeed. I mean, it looked like it was just a blunt micro, but just those small stutters with the Tortugud making all the difference. I'm reminded, by the way, Tortugud aren't just tanky, they do heal as well, the same as Keshiks when they fight. Wonder, is Louis maybe considering going for Sarai Lancers? Because he actually has enough stone perfectly for it. It might be that he wants to switch. If he knows this is going to be castle and castle, you don't want to risk running Keshiks into War Elephants. And also, B does have spears coming. So veterans is queued. We do have a few stockyards coming in. These things are insanely good value. So remember, stockyards give you the cheap gathering rate. They cost less than 4 farms, but they facilitate 4 workers. And there's no walk. They just stand up and drop off. What's interesting is you can also buff the gathering rates with the rotation grazing. And later on, you can even give them the same effect the English get from enclosures, generating gold with food. Nice find there. Louis with the upgrades already. Where did they get the meat for those? It's like, have you ever seen a doner kebab and like what's really made of? It's not all meat. It still tastes good though. People eat it. And yeah, that's the tech we were talking about with the Sarai. Yeah, Toragud are in like a weird position in the way you scale them. But this is why playing Khan and Toragud is so strong. Like, I think it's going to be mandatory. Like, they probably will need to rethink the military carts. Because I think the only viable strat with military carts is fast castle. Because if you fast castle with the military carts tech that you can get in H2 for your landmark choice, it allows you to get a temple upon arrival in H3. Man, B is just avoiding the fight. And Louis, oh, he's going Kipchaks. What a cool idea. Commitment in. Still no Sarai launches, so still no heal for the Toragud. But these are cool. The Kipchaks, that's what he's going for. He's going for triple shot. Kipchaks, they have a bleed effect, but if you get the triple shot, it also has a small AoE splash while adding additional bleed shots in. Because instead of doing one bleed target, which is the maximum you can normally do, you do 3 bleed targets. Yeah, Kipchaks are kind of crazy here. The problem right now I see is like B could just beat you with raw spearmen. And oh my god. He's corralling him like sheep. The irony of doing that against the Golden Horde. Mars is the sheep. He is going to trap a few, so Keshix and Toragud going down. I don't know, man. Louis, this strategy is cool, but you're sacking your front line to get it online. So who's going to guard the base? House of Learning now coming through for B. Spearman wave, Ghazi wave looking good. B, he's looking for that break point. And it's hard to see how he won't get it. I mean, the idea for Louis is cool, but I feel like we just have that classic issue of scale for Golden Horde. Yeah, it feels like what Louis needed was a dive point upon tech up, but B had the right idea. He slowed his own age up and just kept bloating so there was no vulnerability. Now you have triple Sacred Sight. An army to fear for all. The Golden Horde about to be out-hoarded. Yeah, what Louis really benefits from now is if it turns into a macro game so that you can raid with Kipchaks, but that's not going to happen here. B, he queues up the veterancies. His scholars are out and about right now. They're healing with the army and picking up relics that remain. And the Kipchak, they're slower than the Ghazi. They're a ranged tag unit. They take more damage from this. Body shields on the front line, but the Karash not going to last long enough to spread out the defenses. The Spearmen arriving late to the engagement. Kipchak don't get damage against spears. No bonus. And this just doesn't look good enough. No, Louis, his new freshborn Kipchaks get intercepted. The front line has been broke. And this series about to hit its conclusion. B will continue on in the winner stays on pre-KPMM. 3 times he has been challenged, and 3 times he emerges victorious. Cheeky git, though. He's leveraging a lot of classic civs to do it. Wait, actually, hold on a sec. Wait. No, wait. I might have miscalled this. Oh my god. No, wait. No, the triple shot actually done it! Oh my god. I thought it was over. I really thought he was dead. But guys, the veterancy never came through. The triple shot did. And watch what he can do to this elephant. Do it. Do it to him. Do it to him. Do it to him. What the hell? All right, Louis, you're a god. Like, I'll take the caster curse all day. I'll take the knee on this. How the hell did that work? What? Kipchak beasts. He trip shots a Lancer. Look at the War Elephant. Look at his health. Look at his health right now. I can't believe that. Oh my god. All right, there's a new S tier horse archer in town. B, he looked like he had the dive point, man. But the problem is, every scholar was with him. He never hit veterancy quick enough. Yeah, it was like 40 military to 90, I think. Oh my god! I will eat my words. Happily. In some ways, happily. I don't know, man. Like, Golden Horde, I've been struggling to see the way they win reliably sometimes, but this was vile. Triple shot. I mean, the half damage of the follow-up shot seems underwhelming, but it's the bleed, folks. The bleed that adds up. And also the fact that it has mini splash damage. War Elephant's now coming out for B, but I don't think it's quick enough. Has he not lost too many scholars now? The Kipchak wave isn't stopping. Louis, he's out on flank resources. Has he got batch production? No batch production. No, he hasn't got enough stone for that. I was about to say. You know what? Like, this is what I live for. I was wrong. I'll call it on that. I'll happily accept that. Because we've got something fresh. We've got something unexpected. I mean, I've done some Crucibles. I've experienced the Kipchat. They're good. But this good? Hell of a turnaround. B. I guess learn the hard way. Look at the splash! Oh my god! The perfect anti-mass! We talked about it being okay against War Elephants and Lancers, but where it really thrives is there. Why kill one archer when you can kill 5? Why worry about overkill when you can kill all? And you know what the craziest part is? The devs already said that was intended. Louis MT will be your champ. Wait, did the devs say the splash is a bug? I heard they said it was intended. I'm getting mixed messages. Do you still have a dev in chat to know? Or like, it was a bug, but like, as in, like, you know when someone's like, aha, it's a bug, but we'll keep it. Okay, the bleed stack is intended, but the splash might not be. Oh, okay, it's fixed next patch. All right, I'm happy to say, actually, it is a bug. So I got some mixed messaging on Discord. So it turns out it will be fixed. But for now, Kipchak are basically ranged land snakes. Holy crap. Golden Horde horse archers are mangonels. I think that's like... I mean, I don't know, like... I like the... I mean, like, I'm less speechless, but I like that I was wrong. I thought it was over. Like, I legit was like, okay, this is it. There's no way. Like, we've seen army sizes like that, and it should just be over. But... Wow. That was unexpected. The AoE clear. I mean, you guys were worried about Yeoman with like with a rain of arrows. Like, who gives a crap about that? You met Kipchaks? Oh my god. Wow. I am speechless. So like my experience with Kipchaks has been in Crucible, and in Crucible that they're decent, but like as you scale in the endless mode, like it's irrelevant damage still because like your opponent has 500 HP, so you still build them, but you favor like Keshiks. But yeah, in a standard game with standard health balls, holy mother of pearl, that was wild. GG. Well played. So that means, guys, Louis will be back tomorrow. Louis MT will be facing off against Scatterbrained. And then whoever emerges victorious from that will have to face off against Wham. And I'm currently figuring out who's going to be on our third match of the day. I originally wanted to have Lucifer on, but I don't think that's going to be possible due to timings. But we'll see who we can get. But that was crazy. If you guys haven't already, make sure you're following the channel. You have notifications turned on. Make sure you join our Discord as well. You can meet some like-minded people, as well as know whenever we're live as soon as possible. !Discord for that. And then, yeah, you know how to follow. And make sure you follow across all the platforms you're seeing flash down below. KPMM, our midweek muster, our weekly tournament format starts up tomorrow. We will maybe have 1 or 2 KPMM series alongside the show matches. So we'll do show matches and then like maybe a KPMM series or 2. And then we'll be back on that flow of things on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. So epic content, non-stop, pumping out from this channel to come for you guys. But what I'm going to do now, YouTube, Kick, TikTok, it's been wonderful having you here, but we're going to end the stream. Twitch, hang around, we're going to find someone to raid. And we'll be back tomorrow, same time as today.